What is up, boys? It is Thursday, February 26th, couple days after my birthday, in case you haven't sent me a present. It's been years since I said, yo, pass a donation. I want to be like Gary and beg for donations because I'm broke like Gary. Like, fuck that shit. I don't want a present. My nigga, I have multiple passives of income. I will never ask for a donation, even when I'm live. I won't ask for one. That is weirdo shit. And what the fuck am I saying? When I'm live, if this was a live stream, I would accept the money. I wouldn't. That's just free money. Why would I not accept that? But I don't think I would ask for it. Is what I'm saying. I wouldn't like. I wouldn't do the Gary Fresh method. It's like, dude, after the age of 25, you should have like your business going for you. It shouldn't be I mean, I guess it's if I'm live on my YouTube channel consistently, yeah, I'll take the fucking donation because I'm forced to talk to them, right? But I don't think I will ever do what these OnlyFans women do. They have you seen have you seen women on Twitter that add a little present box DM where you can only DM them if you send money or something? I don't know how that works, but it just makes you think of like who invented Twitter? Who the fuck created? Is it Jack Dorsey? Who invented that little gay faggot COVID button where you you cannot reach out to her like, but you can send her money, and that button's not made for men. That button is not like you'll never see it on a male account. It's like the gayest. Whoever invented that just to help women out or help OnlyFans whores out, it's like I love that they get trapped in their desire body and they spend all their money, even if they're millionaires, they spend their whole energy just chasing women, chasing women. It's like when people tell me they're like, Zherka, how come you'll do summers with a lot of women and then some months with zero women? What's up with that? And I'm like, you can tell I don't chase them. If they're around, but I will never, ever chase them. Chasing implies you're Elon Musk's buddies or Elon who messages Ashley St. Clair. I love Elon, but messages Ashley St. Clair and all these bitches and sends them how much was she making off off Elon? Like she's making a lot on Twitter, and that's all in the chasing department. That's all in that's not a neutral zone either. That's a gay zone. There's nothing gayer than chasing. Like when people ask me about how do I approach it? Dude, it's Zerka. I only I don't even give good advice. I only give the advice I follow. So if there's some bad advice that is just suited to my life, but it's not really good advice, but I follow it, I'm not going to tell my audience, hey, do this. Here's the good advice. I will never give the good advice to my audience if I'm not behind the scenes taking it myself. You know what I mean? I will never, and some people are like, whoa, shouldn't you see your audience like children that you give them the good advice always? And it's like, how would I even know it's true? If I give someone good advice, but I don't follow the advice, how do I know it's true? I'm not even following it. So when people think like like, you can't even picture it, like me on the streets or going to nightclubs chasing. That's never like try and find one stream where I'm chasing. That's why I say set your life up. Everything should be done from your hotel bed, from your office desk, from whatever, and it's a passive thing to DM a chick and you talk to them and they come over. It's not a go after them and find them. It's not a go after them and find them thing. Anyways, I just want to relate that to Gary and Fresh because I'm like, I don't know, there's something about, hey guys, donate for this. It's like some donation button streams kind of feel like e-girl energy. And I'm not saying you shouldn't start off like that. On Twitch, you get your subscriptions. If you guys are on Twitch, you get your donations, you do that stuff, but eventually you have to evolve. Or you could be those people who don't evolve and you're stuck on the platform of Twitch, right? Like I always say, if you cannot make it on your own without the platform, you are fucked. You are so fucked, dude. And And you guys are thinking like, "Whoa, Zerka's so cool that he." No, no. My first few years on Twitch, when I would get banned, I was fucked. I was really fucked for money, for everything. I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck? I'm banned for a couple months." Or it said perma on it, right? So if you can't pop off on your own system, if you don't have your own system going for you, first of all, if you don't have your own system going for you, what are you kind of telling the world? You're telling the world that you're not going to be a success story in the future. Like if you have 1,000 viewers on Twitch and 5 viewers on Rumble, then did you really ever have an audience? Did anyone ever trust you? Did anyone's life get better following you? It's like, no, dude, your audience will follow you wherever you go. If you're not even if you're telling the truth, it's more like if you've benefited them. Like you don't understand how important it is to set up your whole life so it's you're going by the rhythms of the universe. So for example, when the universe says less bitches, it's winter time, less bitches. When you sense that energy of like, it's not summertime, you should be happy. A lot of people are like, wait, but I don't get that. Aren't you like hooked? You think I'm going out in the snow during the winter to chase bitches? Like, what are I'm not neon, dude. What are you talking about? You got me confused. You got me confused with neon. And every call is going to start off with the anti-simp message because there's this thing that there's this tweet I saw from some dude. He said something about like leave your mom, and it was just like this. I think he was like some black guy talking about leave your mom. She's gonna hurt you. She's gonna teach you how to destroy your life. And I'm like, you're such a fucking idiot, dude. No, the psyop isn't if you leave your mom that things go correct for you. It's the psyop is women. Women is what you're not supposed to be around. And here's the crazy part is I would say this in front of the Lord too, right? I mean, just think of how we started as if you even believe the hunter-gatherer story, right? But just think of like our primal instinctive nature was never to hang around with women all day. It wasn't like this in the 50s, yeah, in the 1920s. It wasn't like this in ancient time. It was never like this. This is the first time in history that you see men in pottery classes with women. And I've always had this aversion to anything like, oh, I don't want to, if that class is all women, I don't want to go. I just don't want to go. It's just too much yapping, too much annoying shit. I've always had this aversion to feminine traits. And I still remember when I started Twitch, I was like, it feels feminine always getting the donations. In a weird way, it felt feminine. Not if you do Twitch for like a year straight, maybe then you're in this illusion. But if you get banned and your money stops coming in, you feel like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm an employee of Twitch. I don't have that confident freedom. I don't have that. I don't have that. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say and still eat food. Maybe they could do some damage, but you still can eat food saying what you say. And I talk to my close ones, and they all tell me the same stuff. They're like, no matter who you respect, whether it's a doctor, lawyer, whatever, they're not allowed to say what they want to say for that paycheck. And I saw someone say, Clav makes 100K a month. And I'm like, that was so impressive until I heard his expenses for running that stream. What did he say? His expenses were like almost half. So, what? But the upside is Clive is saying whatever the fuck he wants. He's on kick, right? And you could say, oh, he apologized for the Jewish thing. Like, come on, bro. Clive is doing what he wants. The lawyer, the doctor, the whatever that we respect in society is not. So if you have this freedom impulse, clearly you have to see Clive's path as better. And I'll just word it like this, man. If you're past the age of 28 and you're not making bare minimum 65, 70,000 a month, what the fuck are you doing on social media? Like, honestly, what Any other job would be worth it. Like an electrician would be worth it more. Like, what the fuck are you doing arguing with retards all day for anything less than that? Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. Maybe that's a lot of money to you guys, but I always see it like this. If you spent 28 years on Earth, you're telling me you haven't mastered anything? Like people don't come to you for anything? If you spend 28 years on Earth, you have to be good at something or else you're mentally ill. If you spend 28 years on Earth and you're not good at anything, what are you telling us, that you chased women and wasted your whole life? I've always maintained, even if I'm wasting my life working at nightclubs, that I'll just be the best at that. I'll always be the best at whatever I'm doing. That's the whole that consumes me the most. It's like people always ask me, um, how do you have ups and downs and seasons with your women? And you'll fly around, but you don't get lost in the sauce. I'll get lost in a drug sauce before I get lost in a fucking woman sauce. Like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, the idea that I'm not the best at what I'm doing, even in my head, I have to be the best at who Zerka is at 40 years old. Believe it or not. Yeah, I do think that far sometimes when I have like nice positive thoughts. It's not like you guys, how you plan it, but it's more like every year I have to be the best at what I do. And and it's really simple. It's like I have this weird energy about me if I wake up next to a girl and, laying down next to me, and I'm not wanting to smash her. I'm not that guy that always wants to. I like to play up that thing, that energy in me, keeps me healthy. But yeah, I'm not like you guys you guys told me you smash 7 times a week if you live with someone. I've never in my life gotten even close to that. Like maybe twice a week at the most, because when I'm not in the mood, something occupies my mind like a demon. Like, I love to preach about consciousness and being in control of your thoughts, but let's be real. That success demon, nobody's in control of that. When that thing comes onto you, have you ever woken up next to someone you really care about and you don't feel whole? You don't feel seen and loved and all that. You feel like something is heavily missing here, and it boils in me within minutes, to the point where if she touches me, I go, "Don't touch me." And it's not to look cool or any of that. It's more like, you are the reason. Obviously, she's not the reason. Get your life in check and balance. But there's this energy of, you are the reason I am not where I want to be, right? Whether it's financially or whatever. Well, it should be clout first and then finances. But that energy, that demon in my head, it's been there since like a kid. And obviously I wasted a lot of my life, but it set up my life to be fun always. Like, when I say I wasted my life, all my teen years, I was so sporty and athletic, and then let go of all of the sports to be addicted to an MMO uh, video game, like a computer game. And that thing of like, I had more respect for the Dragon Knight in the video game than the top leading goal scorer in our team, which was my twin brother. He was hyper athletic. He didn't even have to train. He's just like he is the leading goal scorer. And I just remember thinking, like, I had this immense amount of respect for the Dragon Knight on the map, and I had a lot of guild members from my high school, but also worldwide, and it was a community game, right? It was an MMO. But so was football, but in a weird way, football ended. We'd have soccer practice, and then we'd have games on Saturdays or Sundays. I can't remember. It was Saturdays, and it was a demon in my head. Like, I couldn't understand how the other friends I had on our football team, they all played the same game as me, but for some reason, they didn't feel a massive level of disrespect when someone said noob. It's a fucking noob. Shut up, nub. There's all sorts of words for being called like low level. And all my buddies would be like smiling if a Dragon Knight walked into the map and called them that, right? And I'm talking about even before 2007, when I was like 5 feet tall. I was like 4.5 feet tall back then. I was tiny, And I remember how much it hurt my heart. I've never spoke about this on a call either, and I didn't think the call would be about this, but this I'm gonna tie it up perfectly. Watch. It broke my heart when a drag 100 and let's say a level 100 plus Dragonite walked into the map way before 2007. This is like early days, right? Maybe grade 4, but or grade 2, or I don't know what it was. How's it work? In 2007, I was like 10 years old or some shit. But anyways, it's too early. Let me drink my coffee here. It shattered me, bro. When someone said I'm having a bad day on the field, it didn't hurt that bad. It hurts like, you're competitive young boy, but whatever. But when someone said I was low level and in my MMO, it shattered me. It's like I want to skip homework, skip school, call in sick, call in every favor from my mom. When you're like the youngest and you can just start staying in sick a lot of the time because the parents just don't get strict around the youngest. I don't know what that is. That's why the youngest is always like a Jack Sparrow fucking drug addict destroys his life type shit. The youngest is always, you got to watch out. I feel like every youngest child should be beaten harder. And I mean that. Like, they should be beaten into smithereens because if they don't, they'll do it to themselves in weird ways. But yeah, I remember calling every favor from my mom. It's like, I don't want to go to school, mom. And I'd have like a pale, white ghost face, like I'm sick. And my mom could tell that I just want to stay home and level up and play the game. And my parents were very strict for my brothers, but not for me because they could just tell that the teachers would say this guy is really dissociating from his work and school. He just doesn't want to do anything. It's almost like I'm threatening my family with a deep depression, but I'm not saying it out loud. I'm just saying I'm not good, mom, and I don't know why. And it's like a 9-year-old saying this. And my mom would just be like, "Okay, stay home," because my parents were shook. It was like this was like what is it, a couple years after 9/11. A lot of freak shit was happening when you turn on the TV. Although it was the greatest time to live, it's not like today. It wasn't like a circus today. And so obviously my mom would, take my brothers to school, but for me, she'd be like, until he's healthy mentally, he can stay. And so I would get a lot of like maybe once, twice a week, a lot of times, anytime it would, slightly snow. Back then it used to snow. Anytime it was like raining hard, my mom just was, when you can gaslight your mom with a look you could just put fear in her, like, hey, I'm not okay. And you don't explain further, and you're not trying to be manipulative. You're telling the truth that you want to play your video game and that's all you want to do. And she knows that you're not like a scholar. You don't want to be a part of the educational system at all. You don't want to level up in life at all. And your path is not going to be mathematics and all the classes you're missing and all that, which is weird. In high school, I couldn't do this, but in grade school, it was okay. And and it was crazy because it was crazy because I really started to level up fast. Like when I push down people's throat that I was a gamer, people think I'm doing this to relate. Other people think I'm doing this as like, oh, this is actually cool. He's telling the truth, but blah blah blah. No, no, I'm saying once a time. I'm not going to mention this ever again, by the way, right? Because being a gamer is a faggot. It's not something you mention, but it is motivating to hear that there was one point in my life where whatever level of consciousness I was at 10 years old or whatever, my ass bled from sitting down so long. Have you, I didn't even think this is fucking possible, but Google it. Your ass can bleed from sitting down too long. And I don't know what the fuck that was. Maybe I was a little slightly heavier and chunkier. I don't know what it was, but maybe I just didn't, yeah, I didn't get up to stretch my leg. I was locked in, and I mean frozen with that nerd faggot energy. And I always remember, I'm like, I could have just easily stayed with my buddies on the field being slightly popular, or I could play this game and this game would consume me, dude. It was like it didn't even suit me to sit down and be a nerd, you know? I'm more of an adventurer. I'm not a fucking nerd, right? Like I yearn for a Pokemon adventure. I don't yearn for a fucking video game, but the adventure I kept seeing in the game. It was a side scroller game, 2D game, and the whole world was playing, so it felt really global back then. And I learned everything from this game, like the way I navigate in the world today. Everything I learned from this game, I apply to my Twitter, YouTube, all that shit that I do. And I loved it to death. I loved it to death. And this game was everything to me because I kept seeing myself in it. And I kept wondering if when you do reach, let's say, a Dragon Knight status, if you actually feel genuine happiness from reaching that level. And I still remember thinking, like, yeah, I did. People say, oh, it's all about the grind. It's like, no, no, dude, when you're the first one up there and you've busted your ass, yeah, the grind was better, grinding at zombies, whatever it was back then, by the mines and all that. And it was great, the LNAF, and then it turned into Aqua Road and all that. It was awesome. The grind was obviously the better part because you just get immersed into that world. And back then it wasn't just grinding like video games today. There was a community aspect to the game. You make friends and all that. And I just remember thinking, like, I think it was when I turned 21 years old. So I had a couple years of no video games. I was going to the gym, doing normal stuff, and this hollow feeling came across me where it's like, have you ever seen the whole world moving, going to their jobs, and you're at that age of 20, 21 years old, where the whole world's going to their job that fits in as a puzzle piece to their career except you? That is a rough feeling, by the way. That is like when you see the whole world going to a puzzle piece where I fit in this part of the community, I fit in this part, and you're just doing odd jobs. Like, have you ever seen those meth heads who take jobs on Craigslist? Not that I went that far, I didn't even touch alcohol or drugs until like 19, I think, or 20. I don't remember, but it was like super late because I know I've dabbled, but in a strange way. It was like if I could explain how I dabbled, it was in such a controlled manner that you'd be like, you're not even in public doing it. You're just like doing it in your like fucking little bedroom and shit like that. Anyways, this uncontrollable fear came over me that the world just moves on without you. And back then, just like any 21-year-old, you don't hear God at that age. It's very different when you're 31. It's extremely different, actually. And not that you're a schizophrenic hearing God, but you don't download meaning in the moment. And like right when you're in the moment, you can download meaning. Like, for example, if I sit down for 10 minutes, I can start downloading the meaning of my obsession with that MMO. It has nothing to do with what people say. The reason I love that game is because it's my skeleton of how to live a productive life. It's my guardrails. That if the Zherka with the checkmark character, the Dragon Knight, if he's not progressing, things are horrible, and it's not just the superficial side of the internet side. It's also the real life side. It's like, are you progressing in consciousness? It's like that game made it so I have guardrails, so I never waste minutes of my life. And every human has something. Like, for example, the guardrails for my twin brother, they have to be football because that's all he fucking did. He's like a fanatic. He's so good. He's like the best. He's just freaky talented with that, right? And obsessed with it. And he'll never talk about it. He's just always in that world and playing games and all that. And or he's juggling nonstop for like 2 hours, juggling with the ball, and just he gets immersed in that world. And I'm like, oh, his guardrails have to be that athletic football thing. I know mine was gaming because the gaming gave me this weird fucking insecurity where when successful people would walk up to me in person around age 20, 21, I started seeing them as the Dragonite. For once, it wasn't a digital thing; it was in the world. And that shit stung, bro. That shit, the idea that in reality, there's nothing Dragonite about me. I'm just like a cool guy. I was just like a normal guy. Normal is such an ugly word. But yeah, I still remember being puzzled. I'm like, how come none of my friends give a fuck? Like, you even see this on clips where a Clav will go outside of a nightclub and everyone goes to take a photo with him. And all the men realize that Clav is, shining and they are lesser beings. As superficial as it sounds, that's what they look like. They're like trying to like suck him off and all that. And they don't they'll even say it out loud, like, "You're the man, bro," and they don't realize what's happening in their reality. Like, they're just waiting to for something to happen that's never gonna happen. There's a lot of people who wait for something to happen and it never happens, and they get nervous disorders, alcoholism, destroy their lives, whatever. And some people point to me and say, "What about you and drugs?" And I've never done drugs at home. I've never done drugs being a druggie. None of that. I've only ever done drugs for adventure. So, and I think that's like a really good excuse, by the way. There's like, talk to a cokehead who's doing lines in his room, and you'll see the worst thought forms on earth. You'll be like, well, that guy's gonna kill himself. And then talk to a cokehead that's at a festival because they're a part of an adventure. And it's more to do with the festival than the fucking drug, really, right? There's the community aspect of all of it. And and yeah, that's where I've always divided it, where it's like, dude, you can easily let go of any drug. People always ask, like, how can you just be normal for 2 years and make money and stuff? It's like, dude, drugs will only appeal to you if you start doing them from your room, which I've never done that. That's like how an addict moves in the world. I will never put a supercharger, a twin turbo inside of me if I'm just sitting in a room. I don't care if it's Jameson, I don't care if it's liquor, I don't care if it's drugs. I've never, that's like doing steroids and sitting in your room. Like, what human would do that? Now, if you're injecting in the gym bathroom with your buddies in the stalls and you're all like, holy shit, daily, you're injecting so much that you're seeing daily changes, which your body's dying. Because remember, even with gear, it's monthly changes for the average guy. It's weekly changes for the athletic guy, and for the guy really blasting his socks off, I swear to God, every steroid guy is gonna disagree with me here. They're all gonna call me crazy. But you ask any of my buddies, anyone in my close life, I maybe just me, but it wasn't my peak wasn't even impressive. Like I'm sure Ronnie Coleman's peak is impressive when he's on gear, when he's on a fat cycle. So I'm not talking about the peak. I'm saying the speed. The speed when you have daily changes in front of the mirror, not weekly, not monthly, daily changes to your physique, and big enough to where, within 1, 2 days, you're like, what the fuck? Now that's how you know you're blasting. That's how you know you're putting way too much shit in your body. Super dangerous. For most people, they don't even get results doing this. But if you're getting them, I've like I always said, I was never impressed where I went to with gear until I saw the stats of what the average gear abuser looks like, and it looks like trash. Right? It looks like they don't even lift, like dad bod or worse. But yeah, for me, it was the daily changes where at 21 years old to see myself morph, daily changes was holy shit. And I lived in a gym. I lived inside of a gym. Like, I did not ever go home. I lived inside of a gym. And then I'd go to my dad's and be like, yo, check this out. And my dad was like in utter shock of how fast I was changing. Like, he was like, whoa, what the fuck? To go from like a 6'5" cutie pie in Tokyo, that photo, to like hyper masculinization and this is becoming a serious problem, and with no anger. In the beginning it's so much fun. You wake up in the morning because you're dying, you're going hypo, your blood sugar's dropping, you're starving, This is why steroids are so dangerous for a 6'5" guy, right? If you're a short guy, it's not how bad could it be really to manage a short body? If you're 6'5" and you fall asleep on steroids, you wake up so hungry that you could fall, slip your head, and die from the low blood sugar because your body says it doesn't wake up on the high levels of trend. Your body doesn't wake up saying, I'm hungry. You wake up, I'm in fight or flight. I don't know what's going on, and then you try and move. Like maybe there's an animal in the house that's trying to kill you. You don't know why you're in a fight or flight state. You don't know why your anxiety's up, and it's not. You know how they say mental anxiety when you're walking around town? No, no. From sleep, it feels like a body anxiety, and so you wake up, and when you try and move, your body doesn't move. It starts falling apart on you, and you go, oh, my body doesn't move because, oh, and you feel the universe shrinking within your stomach. And it's a freaking scary ass feeling to go hypoglycemic. If anyone's ever like dropped in blood sugar, naturally dropping in blood sugar is not really that dangerous. Well, but with gear, it's like you have minutes to eat a banana. You need that, and maybe you don't even like bananas, but you just go to the counter and you fucking slam a banana, and then euphoria starts rising where it's like the highest level of I'm back, but then you go hungry again and it's fucking incredible. And all that's why I say, like, you know how humans with ego consciousness, you're aware that you have a body, you have to take care of the body. If you're a short guy, you don't know what I'm talking about. Like if a short guy goes hungry, nothing happens. Have you ever noticed that? When short people go hungry, look at when a NBA player goes hungry. It's actually extremely dangerous. It's like everything is harder to maintain on a like bigger machine, right? So that's why I always say, like, no one can make steroids sound attractive except really, really big bone people, because they're getting that full experience of what is this shit. What This shit is hard to use, they're getting all the water retention, they're getting all the fucking problems, um and all the women and all that. But yeah, it was, to me, I still remember thinking, this is not like the MMO video game where you build up into the Dragonite. You're skipping the grind phase and you're going hard, you know and as much damage as it did to me, it punctured a hole in my heart. It's like tried to kill me. It did so much horrible shit to me. It was the best times of my life, right? Not the puking parts. Obviously, I don't want to go back to that. Not to all the legal trouble and all that, but I'm just saying the idea that that is my path. I would watch Pumping Iron and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And when I was in grade 10, 11, 12, I would just watch Z's videos. Even though I didn't work out, I was totally in the gaming thing. And then he died, I think, when I was in grade 11. And a couple years later, I mustered up the courage to, you know, everyone was talking about how these things kill you. And I remember thinking to myself, and I've never mentioned this on a stream or anything like that, but I remember thinking to myself, and this is like a sad day in your life when you come to this door, you come to this gate, but I remember thinking to myself, so be it, let me die then, like I'm not working at a warehouse. What the fuck? So be it. Let's see what it's all about. And man, that was so stupid. It was so stupid, and yet it was the most free I've ever felt. You know, it was the most. You ever do something fucking extreme and you think to yourself, like, whoa, nothing else matters? Now, obviously, if I could go back in time, I would never have done Trenbolone, right? I would never have. But, but I think I'm lying to myself too, because wouldn't we all have done it? Like, think about it really. If I knew what I was doing, I still would have ran the trend because it still has that this whole curiosity about it. This whole how this is the most powerful gate you can go through. And I just remember thinking, like, that was the first time I stood on my own 2 feet where me actively dying and rotting from the inside was the most liberating experience of my life. It was like, everyone went to college and you went to Tremblant. And it was like, wow. And and I still remember thinking like it it was interesting to me that I still wouldn't go out and party. Like I was just so into the hard work thing. Like back then I used to believe humans are supposed to work out 7 days a fucking week, which is so stupid. You could get more gains with on gear, you could get more gains with 4 days a week and having lesser stress levels and eating a bunch. But it was like, what the fuck are we doing? Oh, high volume. Man, shut the fuck up with that shit, bro. I would have done so many things different, but I was just in my grind phase until the grind became something fucking nasty. When you lose sight of why you're even doing this shit? Because you say you want to get ripped, you get ripped. Then you say, nah, rip's not enough. I want to get big. Actually, I want the word jacked. That's where I want to be. Then you get jacked. Then you say, I want to. It keeps morphing. It's like playing tag with you. And if I understood what I understood now, I would have been like, damn, I missed a lot of the enjoying shit phase. The enjoying shit. And that built up such a nasty shadow that I just had to enjoy quitting bodybuilding and just, living in nightclubs and partying. And then I enjoyed that for a long time. And I just remember my life coming in waves where I don't want to be social. I want to game. It led me into an extreme. Well, I don't want to be social. I want to bodybuild. It led me to another extreme. I don't want to, and then eventually it exploded where I can only be social. For 5, 6 years. I didn't know what a Logan Paul was, and I wouldn't spend time on anything. Just imagine the Clive clips you see, except 7 nights a week, nonstop, and sleeping at the clubs and my buddies' places, and it felt so fucking normal to get no money, very low money for 5 years, not 6, 5 years, and it felt so normal. It made sense where people were stopping me everywhere I went. They're like, "You're a security guard? Shouldn't you be in Hollywood?" I'm like, "Oh, they're just being polite. My big puffy face on gear and all that shit. No, they're just being polite." And then it was like a demon in my head. I'm like, "Wait a minute. There's something off about me getting paid $12 an hour, and I'm I'm the only human in my whole city that's actually a human. Like I do what I want. I don't have a boss or any of that gay shit. I don't fit like a cog in any machine. I get fired from even these jobs. So I'm like, wait a minute, something is way off. I should be getting paid to be myself, like like all the superstars." And I'm thinking to myself, like, that obsession I have with being number one that was transferred from the video game to the nightclubs. Thank God I went through that because it built me, right? I always say this, but it built me into having skill sets that people want to trade money for the rest of my life. And I get to build off that skill set. It only, like you get to buy off me when I'm 40, more passive streams of income by then. And it just gets better and better. And I'm like, that mastery where you don't want to call it mastery, but you got your whole life to adding to the project. Like I'll be adding to even my red pill takes, I'll be adding more red pill. I got the rest of my life to not worry about just by being number one at something. Just by being number one at something. What the fuck? I got the rest of my life to not worry about. Just I got the rest of my life. I got the rest of my life to not worry. And I wake up every morning confused, like, wait a minute, before I start my day, shouldn't I go to work? I still have that instinct, like, wait, don't I have work? And then I start bubbling up with joy. I'm like, I don't have work. I don't go to a job. I don't do any of that. And freaky things happen in my life where, and this is obviously for most people online, they're like, well, Zerka, you just sound like another, guy on Twitter. And yeah, but those guys went from like a regular paying job to, let's say, their Twitter or whatever the fuck they're doing. So to them, it's not that impressive. To me, from the nightclub, $12 an hour to this life, it's mind blowing. I talked to my accountant. He says, hey, man, you have to spend more money so you can save more money. I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of, I'm not used to that. Or the idea that, hey, these expenses are going to go here anyway. You might as well just keep traveling the world. It's the same shit. Or don't go live today, Zerka, because if you disappear from the internet for 2 weeks, your sales will jump up 30%. It always happens. You can't just keep giving them and all that. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not used to that. Because I come from the grind mindset of Maple Story, the video game, the computer game, where the grind mindset is the more you do, the more. And then the bodybuilding mindset was the more and more and more. And by bodybuilding, I mean I wasn't a gym rat. A gym rat is like someone who takes steroids, goes to the gym. I was a bodybuilder in the sense that 7 days a week, I would do 3.5 hours. That half would be cardio. I was like overcooking the turkey, and I loved it. Right? I loved it. Um, but and that's what I mean by bodybuilder, like not competing, but actually living the life where there's nothing else happening. Like the 8 p.m. crowd would see me, and so would the some of the morning crowd that stays till noon. So every worker at the gym knew me and all that shit, and we're all tight, and everything was gym related. Didn't watch YouTube for however long, and it started mixing with the nightlife stuff because for some reason Gym rat life goes so fucking well. My bad. Gym life goes so fucking well with nightlife. I saw Patrick Bet David say he was a bodybuilder and then he was addicted to clubbing because he's on gear, and I guess that's in his home country, right? And that's exactly what I mean. There's like it was connected, but it went from MMO gaming, right? Just my big MMO. That I need this MMO in my life to fitness, right? Into what? Into women. It was like a stepping ladder, and none of it paid me a fucking dollar. None of my mastery, and mind you, I'm 25 years old at this point. I've done everything you're supposed to do. I'm 26 almost. And so by 26, I made $0. Zero. Even with the drug dealing stuff, it's always just breaking even, doing stupid shit. Um, I had enough, but I had enough to look cool in the city, I guess. But just enough to look like. I mean, come on. Enough is always bad. Enough means one tragedy and you're fucked, right? So it was cope. It was cope. I'd have. It's like starting. It's like when a drug dealer tells you how much they make in the starting of the year, and then for the rest of the year they do bad, or the winter they do bad, or whatever, right? It was like that. I still remember thinking like, okay, I have three masteries. What's my next mastery? And it was women. It was just naturally. I shouldn't say naturally. I forced it. Let's be real. I was obsessed with the only natural part of my game was the funny part, which is huge. Which, believe it or not, funny doesn't mean they let you smash. I don't know why everyone says if you're funny, you get to smash quick. And really, how many funny fat asses there are in the club coping, and I'll just drive her home. Like, what are you talking about? Like, stop regurgitating what your grandparents told you, man. So, anyways, I obsessed over the game. I'm like, you know what? If I'm gonna be this broke guy that loves my life, because it would get depressing too. It was like nothing's happening adult wise. Everything else is happening, right? The will forces, the muscle, the all that, and the money was up and down. And when you don't feel stable, you don't wake up correct. I don't care how well you slept, you don't sleep good. You convince yourself you slept good, you don't sleep good, man. And I remember I'm like, well, fucking mastery's never paying. I'm approaching my 26th birthday and or 25th. It was like the tail end of the 25th, And I'm like, wow, mastery does not pay. It does not pay. And I had my rock bottom moment and I was pissed. When you're pissed at the world, you're pissed at yourself, you're pissed at God, and you're one of those people that you don't have faith when you're down there. When you're at the fucking rock bottom, you don't have faith in anything. You're just an angry person and you'll put substance in you to keep that anger going. I was there. And because 25 is really late to be unstable with money, to be extremely owing people shit like that. um I was paying back fucking drug lords and shit, because I wasn't those guys that's like, oh, I'm gonna just live a fancy life and then owe people money. No, I would pay them back as soon as I could because I hate someone being over my head with some dead shit. I've always hated that. There's no way to live. And because I saw someone say like they thrive off being on the edge of owing someone big money and this investor. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, what kind of, you like going bald, worrying about money? Like, what? And I just remember thinking like, wow, this world sucks. This world sucks. I'm the joker of the city. I laugh at everything. I laugh, but really, what I'm laughing out of pain. Like, it's everything I mastered didn't get me anywhere. But I got buddies who mastered nothing and they had more stability. And it was just nasty. And then my health issues were popping up and all that negative karma, right? By karma, I mean the word karma doesn't mean that Eastern thing. It means creation, what you're co-creating. So if you put trendblone in your body, you're creating a new matrix where your body is dying. You're co-creating something bad. It's not the Lord doing it to you. You're injecting it into yourself, right? And don't forget the benefits of it too. You're enjoying it when it's up. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, there was also this fear of getting someone pregnant because became really fucking good with women. Where it was like, I remember my family and friends being around me. They're like, "Whoa, man, that's like a Casanova incarnation." They looked at me like I was someone else. They're like, "When the fuck did this guy come out of the shell like that?" They looked at me like, "Does he study that?" I was, when I say good, I mean like entering celebrities nightclub and leaving with a girl within 5 minutes of meeting her, smiling, all that. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach, and they know what I want. And it was so fucking ogre, instinctual, raw. And everyone uses these words like, "Oh, it was so beastly," like to sound cool. And but when I use the word beastly, I'm coming at it from an intellectual point of view. Beastly is a bad thing, right? Beastly. When I say beastly, I'm doing beastly activities. I'm saying uh, nothing else is going in correct in my life. So I'm turning into this animal where, when you have the animal inside you, it's cool, but when it's like start pushing out of your skin and ruining your life and you're not in control anymore, that's not masculine. That's like you're turning into a savage. Savages were never cool throughout history. I don't care which gladiator you point at. You want to point at the gladiator with ego consciousness and, someone more intellectual, not even intellectual, someone more morally upright, right? And I just remember thinking to myself, I wonder if anyone else in the world tried three different things, mastered three things, and didn't get paid for any of them in any way. And some people are like, well, you're grabbing ass, you're getting the girl. I guess I got paid for that. That's what distracted me. It always felt great taking home to my buddy's place a hot chick when I didn't have money because it kind of felt like that's what the rich guys are going for anyway. They're at the club, I see them, I interact with them, they tip us, and they want the chicks, and they can't get the chicks. We got them, and so it felt in a weird way like the woman is reminding me that something is happening in reality. When in all truth, 25 years old, that's like 7 years of fucking suffering. That was like brutal, man. And I remember taking so much joy in Burger King. I was really addicted to fast food because I remember my coach, which was just a drug dealer back then. My coach said, Zerka, your metabolism is pretty high. You can eat and get away with it even naturally. How about you just, to fill out more, eat more junk food. Don't waste the drug because you're not growing anymore. You've kind of baseline. And I always wanted to progress. So I started doing junk food for years, even though I was down for the rice and chicken protocol. It wasn't working. It started flattening out. It's like, when you're on so much gear that it's like, dude, if the food is not matching you're not growing. And for you guys wondering, it's like, isn't the goal for a fitness model to get leaner and not grow? It's just about shreds. Yeah, but the reason I'll always use the word growing, even if I mean getting leaner, is because we're talking about high levels of trenbolone, really high levels of trenbolone. So yes, you can do both at the same time. Even if one's happening when you're sleeping, I'm cutting when I'm sleeping, but when I wake up, I'm putting on tissue. And however you want to word it, you can. And on paper, obviously, it doesn't make sense. You can either grow or break down. You can't do both. And it looks like you're doing both over a 24-hour period, but really you're choosing one side or the other. I've heard all the scientific arguments, but I'll tell you this: fuck science. When you have your first week on 600 mgs of tren, and then you go up higher than that, you're doing both at the same time, right? You just look in the mirror day by day, and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? And here's the crazy part that no one ever talks about, because no every gear user is too traumatized to admit this. You don't keep your gains on trend. Maybe on other compounds. I've heard of that. I can so believe keeping test gains and whatever. And I do believe that high levels of androgens, let's say high levels of trend, I do believe your frame is changed for life. You do keep like a new level of tissue for sure, even though you don't look like you're on gear when you're off it. But you do have the higher appetite, higher weight, more tissue and more fat after and all that. So you're a different person, even though this doesn't happen to most people. Most people just shrink back to normal, which is hella depressing. And for me, my normal is still better than where I started off. It still feels like maybe I'm coping, but to me, it's insanity how a testosterone cycle can be somewhat kept in a weird way if you keep benching, you do everything right. But the trend cycle, the appearance will never be kept, right? It will never be kept. That when the traps start turning into a legit triangle, which doesn't even happen on tests, you can take as much tests as you want. They'll always be kind of smoother and different shape, and you could diet, you could do everything perfect on test. The traps aren't going to be like a perfect triangle. They're going to be more rounded triangle or whatever. You're going to look jacked and big, but that thing where they're ripping off the shirt going straight up, which you don't get to keep at all. Like they drop down, and it's a depressing thing when they drop down because then your body's shut down. It's over. But that insane cartoony look where you look like an action figure, that is trenbolone. Make no mistake about that. And obviously, if you diet and train, you don't need trend to look really good. Like for example, Chris Bumstead doesn't even use trend. He just relies on his genetics and compounds that lets him eat and grow and all that. But for me, all the bad stuff before it happened, it was all the good stuff first. And I'm like, okay, I have a trinity of gaming mindset, fitness mindset, and getting some gigs here and there, and nighttime mindset for women. Wow, none of it paid me. None of it paid me. And when people freak out at 21 when their life is a shit, then they're going nowhere. But at 25, to throw everything you can, and obviously, if you guys could watch that my lifestyle back then, you guys would all say the same thing. Zherka, you didn't even try. You're supposed to go to more of these auditions and do that. You didn't even try. You're kind of just fucked up and partying. And that's true. But I thought in my head, hard work pays off. It has to pay off. I've been taught this. And that's like the one thing my dad instilled in my head. He's like, you'll never know when you get paid, but you will always get paid. And I was always like, wow, what kind of cope is that? Right? And it was the worst. It's like, imagine Zerko who doesn't like weed and I'd smoke just to forget. I just smoke to forget that it's like, there's no way I'm good at three different things, high level at them. The whole city knows who I am. We're having a bunch of fun. And I still have to talk to certain dudes about, hey, can you drive this to this province? Actually, if you get it through the states, we can give you $70,000. If don't open the trunk, don't check what's in the back, just drive here, meet the guy, and And listen, you'll be safe, but in case things don't go your way, you're gonna have a gun in your what the who am I? What am I talking to you for? Like, what? How did we go from a Maple story, like a World of Warcraft type game? How do we go from that to talking about this shit that is so not me? Like, what is this, bro? It's like I don't even need the money, bro. I'm eating Burger King and loving it. So I had this addiction to junk food, like this massive addiction to junk food, because it's the only stuff that would fill me out. Every time I ate um, two baconators, every time I ate over 5,000 calories, I would finally stop looking skinny and start looking muscular again, because that's how much training I was on. I kept going flat. And when you go flat on gear, it doesn't look good at all. It looks like shit. But when you're full on gear, everyone says, dude, you're on gear. What the fuck? And I was running no tests. I was like, so just a nightmare, right? Just nightmare with no water in me, and it crashed the estrogen and all that. But it's still this weird blocky look to it, right? This cool look, opposite. And I remember I was like, oh, I'm living a good life. At least I'm eating junk food every day. I had no idea how much bad thought forms a human accumulates eating junk food. And I love junk food to this day, right? Like I always say, if a human has a good fasting protocol, you have clear skin, you have a nice square head, you're lean. Obviously, you can eat junk food almost every day. Like, what are you talking about? If everything else is perfect, then that's fine. Whatever you get away with is fine, right? Just don't overdo it. And it was so weird how it was drilled in my head that life sucks in every way, the women way, the this way, and this is before women were even on OnlyFans, the whole COVID thing. And it was a fun life, but when you're having so much fun and the only cost is that there's no future guaranteed. It's like when you go to a big music festival with your buddies, it's so much fun until you have that flash thought of my future isn't being developed, and God will not develop my future for me, and no one will do it for me. God already gives you the heartbeat. Then no one's going to do the willing part of your actions. No, so you could party, you could do MDMA at this rave, you can party as much as you want. Nobody is doing your life for you. Nobody. And there's so many people who follow me and think one day you get called, like some of you guys think you're prophets, where one day you'll wake up from bed and get called by God, right? And that's not how it works at all. Like you can grow to 72 years old. All the Christian channels you watch, all the motivational shit, all of it snakes you. You're raped and destroyed your whole life. It's over. You're never gonna make it. If you don't set up your future for yourself, God never comes down from the clouds to help you. None of that. You have already been gifted the gift. The idea that you're just sitting around and it's gonna magically happen, it did. Here's how scary this is, bro. It didn't magically happen for me, and I did every extreme. I threw the fucking kitchen sink at being successful. All the extremes, everything you can imagine. And it still didn't. I woke up one day, I'm like, oh, there's no future, which is the opposite of how I wake up now. I wake up and I go, well, all I can see is the future. I'm not a future oriented guy, but that's all I can see is, building more of my Twitter, more of this, whatever, tightly building my cult, right, to the very end. And all the pieces are, I can see all the pieces of the future, right? I can't wait to fill them in like Tetris. But back then it was the opposite, with that super Captain America look. It was like awesome to look in the mirror, but a human, when they don't have, I'm not saying like a future to look forward to, but I'm saying like when you don't even know the next step, is there anything more paralyzing than that? If you don't know the next step, because think about it, Zherka taking Tren and talking to bitches and doing all that, that's 1,000 steps that you didn't take. And I still felt lost. That's and it's not to do with sin or anything. You've been taught of this stupid shit that this word sin makes you guys stay home for the rest of your life. It's like, stop it, dude. Just you don't even know what sin means. You're just pretending. Okay? Like what? But this whole idea that holy shit, one day I'll get activated. It never happens. You will never be activated by a human being, by Zerka, by no one in the world will activate your will. It will never happen. You can see people at a park bench feeding birds. You can look in their eyes. If they look sad, they never got activated, right? Then you can see people who are slightly activated and they're suffering, and dude, I'm telling you right now, what the fuck are you doing? You're saying you haven't taken a step forward in life, but it'll happen for you. But when Zerka took 1,000 steps forward and jeopardized his health, nothing happened for him. And that's the scary part, that you turn 24, 25 years old and you start thinking of like suicidal thoughts and all this crazy shit. Not that you're suicidal, but you have these flashes of, so what if I fucking croaked right now? So what if a fucking train hit me? I just got nothing else going for me. I did everything. And it's crazy. Like, when I first popped off 25, right? Just like a month away from turning 26, I said, "Oh, here's my gate. Here's my gate. Finally, Then my prayer worked, and I've known this stuff for years. I just could not, when you know how to pray but you don't apply it because you're like, I don't deserve this, and it works. You're at rock bottom. It works, and then it's like, here's the gate. Everyone fucks with you and all that. Life is fucking. Life is zooming, and the first thing you think of is, oh shit, they want to ban me. There's more problems now that I've awakened. Now I can see my path kind of, but they just banned me. Like, there's even more problems when you see that first step, and people are like, well, I mean, so what? Now you can calm down, Zerka, right? Now that you're in the first step, and it's like, no, the ban says indefinite. It says permanent. Then years of trying to build the channel in the right way by getting banned and all that, even more anxieties, even more problems. And then you just one day wake up and realize, holy shit, all my life suffering since I was low level before turning into a Dragonite, all of it can be linked to, I'm not in control. It's always someone else's control over mine, whether it's the platform banning me or someone higher level than me doing whatever. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? So by the time I'm 28 years old, I start coming into way deeper levels of consciousness where I'm thinking to myself, this shit never ends. Like, if you make it, you get more problems than you started. Like, Clav pops off and now he has a case where they're trying to put him in prison for running someone over or whatever. And you're like, whoa, what the fuck? And you tell a young guy this, they get discouraged. They're like, I don't want to even enter ego consciousness if it comes with more problems. And it's like, yeah, it does. It fucking does, dude. You're going to see how hard life constantly, violently rapes you again and again and again, unless you have a system. Yeah, you can't. If you have a game plan at a young age and say, I want all of Zerka's problems except the part where another Dragonite can do this, uh, this platform bans him. These girls say, don't let him in the club because he punched my boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. It's always a top down control. You go, wait a minute. The one missing variable to being inexhaustible has always been the freedom impulse, right? It's always been a freedom impulse where if you couldn't ban Zerka, he would just be zooming. That is true. If you cannot ban me, I am just zooming like the last 2 years, right? How can you ban me if I don't even go live? I have my own thing I built up. And you guys listening are so stoked to enter this world, realizing, well, I'm a Zerka follower, so I probably sound like him. I'm probably going to get banned like him. They're going to bring me back, blah, blah, blah. You're going to go through all that turmoil, or you're going to have the executive idea of, I'm going to build my own true social, and I'm not going to let Twitch run the show for at least the money aspect, at least so you can feed yourself. And that's how important, when I talk about business, I'm not talking about like sleazy sales shit. I'm talking about, it is so important to be independent so you can be free. When you're free, what does free mean? It means creative. It also means creative. Did you know that? Free means all directions. You can pick a direction you want to create in. You can have more of those, oh, I see the future. I can see what I want to do. That is the freedom impulse. But man, if you really think that your office job, your lawyer job, your doctor job, your whatever faggot job is going to give you the freedom impulse, you're a fucking idiot. Clav is more free than you, and he's under many pressures still, right? Hang on. There's so much, there's so much time. When I look at and obviously people say, well, the bad parts where you're banned, obviously you you deserve to obviously the bad times reoriented me. Like I was so fucking animalistic that getting banned actually calmed me down. Where I'm like, wait a minute, be a little more chill when you're setting up these podcasts on Twitch and stuff. But if it was the other way, if it was my own website from the get go, holy shit, would be knocking shit out the park nonstop. And I'm like, holy, if you look at any human's life, whether lawyer, doctor, whatever, video game player, whatever, freedom is where when the freedom is maxed out, that's where the human being shines. When a human being maxes out their freedom, and I mean, can you feed yourself without your lawyer boss, without your doctor boss, without your engineer boss ruining you because you made a fucking weird joke? And all of you who are going to school and getting ready for the world are so fucked when you face my problems, but you don't have that breakthrough energy that I have because let's be real, you guys are going into the real world. What advice could Zerka ever give you to go to the real world? You're fucked. You are so fucked. Like, I'm going to tell you how to be an engineer, lawyer, doctor. Fuck no, I'm not. You have to be a little fucking bitch and bite your tongue. You have to be that no backbone faggot in life, and you got to just take it on the chin. Like, what else can you do? What is the advice to not do that and get fired? You can't even feed yourself. You are so fucked because the wild guy they tried to restrain. Imagine you guys that are like, okay, yes sir, yeah, I was making 200K a year, and most people think 200K a year is a lot of money. Maybe it's a lot if you keep it all and you have no expenses, but it's not a lot if you're fucking just breaking even. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. And anyways, like, however you want to slice it, you have to remember that, yeah, up until the age of 25, like we always talk about with every call, it's everything but inspiring. There's nothing inspiring about 20 to 25 years old. It's the opposite of being inspired. It's nonstop bullshit after bullshit, and you think it slows down when you pop off, but it amplifies and it just gets bigger. And you look back in your life, you go, anytime I've cut my own freedom, I have suffered in a way that I didn't have to suffer. There's a lot of unnecessary suffering. It just feels unnecessary, but in the grand scheme of things, it's necessary. But man, it's like, could you tell a 21-year-old? Can you give a 21-year-old a freedom lesson? No, you cannot. They don't even get it. They don't like, well, I don't even get what you're saying. You're just hyping me up, bro. And it's like, dude, make sure you do it on your own, whatever you're doing. Even the people you're around, like, make sure you are doing it on your own. This world has ways of putting you as a cog in the machine. This world has a way of making you a little bitch. This world has a way of there's systems involved where, yeah, Zerka, Sneeko are chill to each other, but the machine forces Sneeko to say certain opinions, right? Have you noticed it's like a machine talking through him? It's like a political machine. It's not. There's no jokes here. There's none of that. It's a machine talking to him because his oversoul is the Islamic oversoul, and so a puppet starts talking every time. I green flag this that. It's always a machine talking through him, and you start realizing, oh shit, humans who feel insecure have machines over their heads to feel safe. Like, machine protect me, and it's like, dude, you guys don't understand that these machines, as much as you want to be the good guy who loves everyone on earth, I recommend that too. Love will set you free. But the idea that you're getting conquered and you're building a shadow where you hate Muslims because they're conquering you and your land, and they're multiplying and they're breeding like animals and they're doing all this disgusting shit. And yes, it is disgusting to have 12 brothers and sisters. That's not fucking normal. That's actually fucking weird. Okay? That's really fucking weird. And just look at the history of just go search up countries that have a lot of kids. Like the more primitive you are, the more kids you have. The more intellectual you are, the less kids you have. That's just how it works, man. Right? Sorry to burst your bubble, right? But that's just how it works. And honestly, let's just say this, man. Why do Muslims start acting a little more Americanized when they're in the US? It's because they know that they come from a shithole. Why do Chinese start acting more American when they're in America? Because they know they're from every human wants that Western energy. Like even Westerners, meet a really Western white guy, he sounds like a cartoon. He sounds too white. Why? Why does he sound too white? Like almost like a cookie or whatever, just like a golf playing nice guy. It's because everyone wants the highest level DLC package. The highest level DLC package on earth is not incarnating in Pakistan or in Arab country or any. It's being born in the U.S. That is the best. That is the best. That is the best for your freedom, right? For your future freedom, for freedom to even destroy yourself. And you guys don't realize that spirits are speaking through the creators you're watching. If you don't think spirits are speaking through Sneeko, remember Sneako's a guy who built up his audience by going around red pill channels like Myron, me, Nick, all that, and then he'd soak us all up. Zherka's got 200,000 followers on Twitch, so maybe I can red pill his audience a bit, and we play ball, and that's how you cross pollinate viewership and whatever, and that's why I was like in his list of I'm gonna collab with Alex Jones, Zherka, all these red pill right wing guys. And you don't realize what's happening when a grifter is doing that. And by the way, someone's a grifter if everyone's smiling. Like if someone says Sneeko's a chameleon and everyone smiles and laughs, even Sneeko, it's kind of like, what's in the air, bro? It's everyone knows it. And obviously, he's such a good chameleon that when he is red pill, we like him because he's a comedian. He can make red pill awesome. But, we should never, ever actually support someone who wants to turn America brown because he got insecure that someone called him a brown clown or whatever long time ago. Maybe when he was 8 years old, something happened to him and he's had a hang up over that. And now he seeks power from brown skinned people to hey, if I can make America completely brown, then I have a better chance at the system. I have a better chance with women, with everything. It'll be normal. Everyone will just be brown. Everything, it's kind of like the infinite Tsukuyomi in Naruto. In high school, when I used to watch Naruto, it's like he wants to put the world under a spell that makes everyone brown. I'm not talking about like Guido brown. I'm not talking about like a tanned Mediterranean olive look. I'm talking about a different kind of brown. All right. I'm not talking about you're staying at the sun beach. I'm saying you're under the sun in a desert with a camel type brown, like a different kind of brown, a kind of brown that's so respectful to everyone until they're given freedom. Like Muslims are so respectful in their own countries. And then as soon as they're in the US, they're like, well, I have freedom to do whatever I want here. I think I'll conquer this place. Because they wouldn't have the balls to do that in fucking China. Muslims acting up in China, I dare them to fucking pray on the streets of China, see if the CCP fucks with that shit, right? They don't have the balls to do that. They get whipped around like slaves there. And they're like, well, the white man's generosity. We have to just and it's not really generosity, bro. You can slice it however you want. It's subversion by Jews. That's the truth. Okay. That is the ultimate truth. That if Jews weren't there, you could think, oh, white guys are so nice. No, they'd say, get the fuck out of New York immediately. That is the greatest city on earth. That Humans who are not even born in New York have an emotional connection to New York. That's how powerful New York is. Humans love the movies, the culture, everything comes from New York. And to see Muslims bowing down praying and right wing channels cucking out and saying, well, we're gotta be friends with these guys. Fuck no, we don't. If something's organized, that implies that it's evil. You're organizing teams of people to not go to mosque but to pray there. You're organizing it in a different country. You're saying it's not a Christian nation, but anytime they're at Speaker's Corner having their debates, they always say Christian countries are gay, Christian countries are transsexual, Christian country. They have so many insults for your country, insult after insult, insult, and each insult they start off with, your Christian country allows this, your Christian country allows that. It's all an insult to Christ until they want to flip this. They want to flip the script and say it's actually a secular country. We only call it Christian to insult it. What? So millions of hours of footage in Speaker's Corner of them insulting Christian countries for being trans is now it's not an attack on the cross anymore. Now it's a secular nation. What? You think George Washington wanted you brown motherfuckers in the country? Are you? And some people are like, well, what if you're a brown American? Isn't Myron and his brother, isn't he on our team? They're saying common sense shit. They're saying you have a mosque to go to. Why are you getting organized right? Why are you getting organized at that part of town, Times Square? And, they love to shove Mandani in your face and all that, even though he was like a Jew dog, immediately exposed as a Jew dog. And, and it's just like, dude, you can be like Zherka. Since 2012, I've been yapping about the Jews. And I lost a lot of friendship from my family members because they thought I was crazy. I was crazy, let's be real. I was not yapping about Jews in an intellectual way. I was more like, I got a feeling, bro. So that's fine. And now it turns out I'm correct and everything, but hold on. Let's just focus on the goal here. We have to stop talking about Muslims because Jews. Okay, here's the truth, man. Okay? I'm just going to say it right now. The only reason I was pro Palestine was to stop babies from being killed. Because if it was the adults only, I wouldn't give a flying fuck. That's how evil those pieces of shit are. Are you fucking joking me? These hook-nosed motherfuckers? You think some of you guys are convinced? By the way, all these years of being pro-Palestine, and who attacks me the most is the Palestinian flag on Twitter. And I'm not taking it personal. After you see 5,000 flags attack you over a span of 2 years, Nick, you sound crazy. You sound like, hey, we're going to keep talking about the Jews. No, we're done talking about the Jews. Actually, Nick wouldn't even want to live in Palestine. He would choose Israel instead. That's the fucking truth. All right? That is the fucking, all of you would. Every one of you would rather live in Israel than Palestine. That's the fucking truth. You know that, right? All of you who have met Jews in person, yeah, newsflash, you got along with them better. Even if you told them to their face they rule the world, you got along with them better. You've never been shifty eyed around a Jew. Stop fucking lying. Maybe a billionaire Jew, maybe an Epstein, a Weinstein, but not a regular Jew. Get the fuck out of here with that. You've never even been snaked by a Jew, you fucking idiot. Are you kidding me? You've been snaked by Arabs. Even when you don't get snaked by them, you avoid them, they take over Times Square. Because the Jews, Zerka, because the Jew. If Jews didn't exist, what do you think? The Arabs would just go home? You fucking idiot. You stupid fucking idiot. You stupid fucking idiot. You think if Jews disappeared from the earth today, that those Arabs in New York would, I'm going to go home. I'm going to just go home. What a great political strategy. It's like if you could Thanos snap Jews disappearing from Earth, take them to Mars. You think those fucking Arabs will not be on their knees in New York? How fucking stupid are you? Well, no, then we would have power and we would. Then what? We have to play nice with Sneaker. We got to be friends. We always got to be nice. What does Nick force us to be friends with? Andrew Tate, Sneeko, not Sonny Faz, thank God. But what? Why? Why? What is the point of doing you 1,000 favors? What is the point of backing you up for all these years if we have to be friends with Sneeko and Andrew Tate, who turned young American men into Muslims? Like, what is the besides the he has 1 million followers? Andrew Tate has more followers. Besides that strategic, which, by the way, that's Nick's strategic strategy. That's his strategy. Nick's strategy is Andrew Tate and Sneeko have a lot of followers, so I got to be friends with them. Sure, you could be friends with them. We're not gonna fucking watch them insult you all day. Insult. All they do is insult Christians all day online. We have to sit here and be like, oh, well, I guess it's just jokes. I guess it's, and it's like I don't care if we pressure Nick into saying all that stuff about Muslims yesterday because it's still just one guy. Nick is just one dude. They're surrounding him. They're multiplying. They're outbreeding him. They're literally multiplying, and no one talks about that. Well, we're going to talk about Jews now. Dude, we're done talking about Jews. Like, what the fuck is this? Fucking dude, this whole talk about Jews don't stop. What has it done besides embolden Muslims into thinking, yo, look, we're teaming up? I've been saying this for 2 years. There's no teaming up with more primitive soul. You have to just let. That's why they're born in certain nations. They have to work through whatever they have to work through. Okay, they're born. If you're born in a certain country in Yemen, you gotta go work through that, bro. You're not evolving towards the Christ force. You're not nowhere close to that. Okay, this idea we gotta play nice. Hey, John, can you just play nice? No, I've done you 1,000 favors. How about we don't lick Muslim ass? How about that one thing you can't do? We have to fucking just because you what they had like a nice friendship around Yay? Is that no? This is every clip is Sneeko being smug for the last 6 months. And I open my Twitter, I'm like, look at us looking like little bitches again and again and again. How is no one gives a fuck? But I guess we could play Fortnite. Nick and Sneeko can play Fortnite, and I don't want to see that content. Actually, it's actually weird. It's always subversive. It's always Nick on the back foot, Sneeko just saying things, or waiting to go live earlier than him to say things. And it's like, dude, it was cute for the last 6 months, right? Everyone played nice. But right now, you've got Sneeko shitting on Myron. When he's not shitting on Nick, he's shitting on Myron. And Myron does nothing. And people are like, why don't you go at Myron? Why just Nick? Why just Nick? I did go at Myron. I said, defend yourself. Defend yourself because when Myron and his brother are two Muslims saying, hey guys, we know what you're doing in New York. You guys are doing that thing where you're conquering and taking over and getting organized, but you're pretending, oh, we're just praying. We're just praying. It's like, bro, how does no one give a fuck? Right? Like when I open my Twitter feed, it's beautiful. I block everything that I don't like. Even someone said I like pineapple pizza. I block that guy too. I block anything I don't like. And for the last few months, it's like every fucking clip has to have a Sneeko. You know how many Sneeko channels I've already muted so they don't pop up? And then he starts shoving his face on the Nick clips, and I'm like, all right, what do I have to just watch Alex Jones all day? Like, what do I have to? Where do I have to go? They're literally multiplying, and it's Zherka. You just feel like you're being suffocated because 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 I'm telling the truth. They are multiplying. That New York thing. This is not something that's going to slow down. Okay, that New York thing is, but the Jews want you to argue and fight with the Muslims. Dude, dude, I'll, 2026, let me tell you right now, man. The gayest shit I've ever done was become pro Palestine. Even though, if I could go back, I wouldn't take it back, right? I believe, saving children from dying is the right thing to do. But I cannot stand that those adult savages with the Palestinian flag on their thing that always attack me. I cannot believe for the last 2 years I was like, don't respond to them because they're going through a crisis. And Now that this is over, now I'll tell you the truth. I would much rather hang around Jews. I would much rather be around a fucking Steiny, a Steinberg. Him and I always argue. He always pisses me off. He always snakes me somehow, right? But I would much rather be around him than, bro. Besides Myron and his brother, they are not sensible people, man. They'll look you in the eyes and say, "We're just doing dawah and praying 5 times a day in the middle of Times Square after Mandani, and there's nothing going on here. Go back to your little church." And dude, nobody sees what's happening. And the ones that are not doing that are having fucking 10 babies, right? Because their fucking wives are literal cattle to them. Like they're going at a insane pace. And as their pace increases, we have our side saying, "Hey, no, Zerka, be friends with Andrew Tate for the last couple of years. Don't hold it like a secret grudge." And I'm like, bro, I don't hold a secret grudge, but that did secretly piss me off. It's like, do your thing, Nick, but I don't have to be cool with Andrew Tate. And I'm not a politician. I don't have to be cool with fucking Sneeko. I don't have to be cool with these people just because what kind be cool with them because something happens. What happens? Nothing happens, bro. What are you talking about? Nothing happens if you're cool with them. What happens? I'm cool with Myron and his brother, but I don't get credit for that. Those are Muslims. Why don't I get credit for that? I gotta be cool with Sneeko. What the fuck? There's nothing gayer than internet politics. Everyone is trying to push their truth, and well, he's my friend. But there's no friends in this game. Your friends, well, dude. I'll just say it like this, man. Right? They're trying to be so nice to Nick, but I don't think Nick is going there in his mind. I don't think because remember, he's like a genius, and a genius can be cocked. He can be blindsided. He can be, oh, I didn't see that. Right? A genius can be so focused on one thing that he doesn't see it. Right? I don't think Nick is seeing an American Islamic caliphate and what they would do to him. I don't think Nick is seeing that Nick Fuentes laughing at the word brown clown on a TTS. Sneeko would remember that. Yeah. You think Sneeko, when they're trying to chop Nick's head off, do you really think Sneeko's gonna stand up and say, "He's my friend. he's my friend." 'Cause Nick said it to Zerka. He's like, "Well, Zerka, you're too evil. You're always attacking Sneeko." It's like, don't be gay. Don't be gay. I'm not. We haven't attacked Sneeko. We laughed at him. Now we're attacking. You really think in an Islamic caliphate in America that Sneeko would stand up and say, "Not Nick"? Sneeko would be like, "They did call me brown clown on a TTS that one time." And it's like, bro, this whole juggling friendships don't make me choose. Bro, no one is forcing you to choose a side. We're forcing you to look at the clips of them attacking and insulting your side and you. Okay? And you're seen like as also as a little brother in this too, in a weird way. Watching them all fucking jab at Nick, it's like, first of all, it always looks weird because Nick is alone. Who, don't think of me as a political guy. Who else is on Nick's side politically? It kind of feels like he's alone and the rest of them team up around the Sonnies, the Knicks, you have to outbreed us and do everything. And Nick is just alone and we have to sit there and be like, that's just Nick's strategy. That's the gayest strategy I've ever heard. Like you're closing your eyes and thinking Sneeko is gonna protect you if they let's say Warner, one of the generals, said cut Nick's head off. Sneeko's gonna stand up, raise his skinny little arm, and say, "Wait, Nick is my Kanye friend." That's what he's banking on. He's like, "Yo, if things went to shit, Sneeko would have my back. Sneeko would." No, he wouldn't. Right? No, he wouldn't. And honestly, it's because Sneeko is different skin color. That's the truth, Nick. I know you don't want to hear this, but he thinks whites are out to get him. That's what Sneeko actually thinks. That's how it works. Well, we can be friends with people we disagree with. Sure, yeah. Until they cut your head off, right? You can be friends with Myron. You should promote Myron and his brother. Those are two Muslims who say don't go to New York and do that shit. Every day we gotta open these clips, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm not even a political channel. I have to talk about this alone. Can I get some backup? Or have I done enough fucking favors on this side? Can I get some backup? No one wants to back me up. It's like, what the well, excuse me, you guys did back me up, but I'm talking about Nick's crowd. You guys want to do the brown clown shit? You guys want to do this fucking Arab shit? Hell no, we're not doing this shit. And I'll even double down further. I could even see Nick partying with some Jews, some fucking Israelis, some fucking even some international Jews. I could see him partying with Jews. I could never see him partying with those fucking Sneako's friends who want him dead. You can see in their eyes, their dark circles. They want Nick. They want anyone white skinned dead. You can see their primitive lower levels of consciousness. And I'm not doing this to divide. Them praying on the streets of New York, that's division. The fuck are we talking about? And I'm not a political guy like Andrew Tate, Nick. They all have these polite ways that they tell someone to snap out of it. I don't have that. I don't have a polite bone in my body. I just hold it in. I go, this guy, he's got to be going somewhere with this, right? Oh, now we're playing Fortnite with Sneeko. This is great. This is and it comes to the point where it's like, am I skipping Nick clips? That's not like me. Like that guy's so funny. He's really funny. I like the way his brain works. He's like a genius. And then you realize, oh, wait a minute. The genius can be cucked. He can go soft. It happens to everyone, right? It'll happen to anyone. You fucking play Fortnite with a Chinese guy. You start going, yeah, you know what? Maybe these Chinese guys aren't so bad. It'll happen to anyone. It just sneaks up on you. It's like you hang around a homeless guy who's nice and you go, "Oh man, maybe the homeless need more." They're doing fentanyl and crack. Like they're not just homeless, they're doing some demonic shit too. Help them out, but like I gave $200, 200 USD to a homeless dude because I have a rule. If they have a horizontal spinal column or anything fucked up with their spine, and they're not faking, it's like you can see it. That's the homeless guy you cannot skip. You have to give that guy the big bread, right? Anyone with a fucked up spine or wheelchair or just, and you can tell it's real. Usually you can tell, well, I mean, just, always give it. And I remember giving it to this guy, and my buddy said, "Why would you do that? You killed that guy. You gave him $200. His spine's all fucked up from all the drugs and all the stuff he's done to himself and probably been through car crashes, whatever. That guy's going to buy fentanyl and die. You killed him by giving him that much money. He's going to overdose." And I'm like, well, I thought I did a good thing. Like, what are you talking about? And yeah, it's like, how do we have to see Muslims in New York is like homeless people, right? It's like you can help them if they're in trouble. You can be nice to them. You can be a good Christian. You can be friends with them. But are they friends with you? And I'm not saying this to manipulate you. Like, oh, I don't know about this brown guy. I think Myron is your friend. I think Myron's brother is your friend. I think when they say they don't want to see New York like that, Myron's brother has a master's degree in theology. So you'd think he's the most brainwashed, but he's not. He's an American still, and he's like, you know what? That is way too weird, right? So now we're gonna see, was it Nick, Myron, everyone just Jews, Jews, Jews talking about the Jews nonstop. And it's like, okay, bro, but we're living next to these Arabs. Like the Jews you don't even see. There's like a million top Jews that you don't even see. They're not even in the ether. They're behind they're behind the scenes, they're pulling the strings, but you don't even see them. And another thing, you have another problem, Like I don't know how Nick didn't think of this, is like if you did kick out the Jews in America or did anything to stop all this shit, those Muslims will pull out swords. They're not leaving without a fight. Are you kidding me? What do you think the Jews gonna be like? Hey, Muslims fight. Okay, that's not what's happening. Like, dude, be real with yourself. It's like, and they're both Semitic people. Let's be real. Like, they're the same fucking Jews, Muslims. It's like you can try and be friends with this, but and I recommend you can be friends with these people unless you have an online platform. If you have an online platform, he's using you to subvert you. And Nick's like, well, no, this can't be that bad, dude. Sonny Faz, an Italian Catholic boy, got converted by Sneeko, and they forced it in the beginning. It was on camera, remember? So, and that should I'll say it like this, man. That's Nick's blunder. because that's Nick's audience, like an Italian Catholic boy, same DNA as Nick. Nick should be like, how the fuck did he sweep him under the rug? Because when Sonny Faz was hanging out with me, he's like, I was thinking of having Nick on my YouTube channel. I'm like, yeah, yeah, do that. And when we asked Sonny if this happened, when I told Sonny that, I was convinced, oh, he's gonna he's gonna come more to the right, and he's maybe gonna be more political. And then he went completely the other side, and not because he wanted to, because Sneeko did that thing to him, and just smiled. He smiled when he did it, and people don't realize that you you could say, sure, Nick lost one person from it. Nick lost Sonny Faz to Sneeko, but Sonny Faz has a huge following. So how many more white boys followed? And all of that is downstream from Tate. So while you make good connections with Andrew Tate, he's fucking raping you, and he doesn't even care if you're Muslim. He's just converting people because that's what he does. That he wants a bigger army to protect them from all those cases and all that. And you don't realize that it's like, dude, they're playing chess. You're playing checkers. And it all comes back to Nick's green eyes. Like my older brother. Look at the photo I just posted. Like my dad, they are so moral that they can be tricked, right? They are so, meet a person with green eyes, they are so moral that they can easily be fooled, but not it's not like you're fooling them intellectually. You have to be friends with them first. And Nick has that thing just like me where if I'm friends with someone, I stop seeing all the bad. That happens all the time. That's why you'll see a lot of arguments with, hey, we're super cool now. Now we hate each other. Where did that come from? It's the fact that they used you to do something. I'm going to convert Sonny Faz. I'm going to do this. They're doing things in the shadow. And look, if Nick says, hey, let's go to the church, let's go to whatever. Let's say you join Nick. Let's say he meets you in the street. He's doing his thing. It's not a forceful thing he's doing. But when they bring the imam to the back room for Sonny Faz and they do all that on camera, I'm not even making shit up. It's on camera. They pressure him and he's at the lowest point of his life. No money, no clout, lost everything, no girl. He broke down in tears crying. He's like, God, just do something for me. And so he related that. They told him, you got to relate that crying that you mentally broke down in the mosque. That's the calling from God. And we all know in the next 20 years that Sonny's going to come back to the cross. We all know that, right? It might take him 20 years because he's an actual fucking idiot. He's literally a fucking idiot. Like, if I was hanging around Sonny, I would have converted him easily. I remember what it was like being in person with him, driving around. Easily, I would have converted him. But I didn't like to be around him because in my head, it's like, if you're too young, I don't like being around you. It's like, well, we don't have that much in common. I'll hang out with a older guy like Myron or Gary or whatever. Fuck Gary. But anyways, that's the thing. It's like I shouldn't have to fucking follow these guys around, and I don't have that forceful thing like you gotta convert, and I don't have that bone in my body. Neither does Nick. But Sneeko, he has it because he thinks that the whites are out to kill him. Remember when he beefed the Groypers, and now he's convinced they're trying to get him killed. He just has that white people want me dead. He's tapping into ancestral DNA of like when maybe white people maybe one white person chased someone down in his family, chased down a Filipino or a black guy and said, hey, get over here, boy. Get over here, you little nigger. Maybe he had that like flash ancestral memory and now he associates that with, if I can be cool with Nick, but subvert his people. Like there's a whole game plan to Sneeko's, and you could tell there's a game plan because Sneeko doesn't have a mind of his own. You know, like he doesn't wake up. Nick adds concepts to his game plan, like he's dropping cards. And Sneeko doesn't have concepts. He doesn't have a game plan. He wakes up and plugs into what is my opinion, and he plugs into the machine of Islam. That's a powerful ass machine with a bunch of thought forms that are corrupt, and you're telling me that he's not going to do heavy amount of damage while Nick sits there and goes, "Who could he convert? He just converted Sonny Faz." And what about the fucking niggas that watch Sonny? Because remember, kids want community, right? Because community leads to loving thought forms, so you believe in God again, right? So hey, maybe I'll get the community in a mosque. It's like, dude, this is so. When I remember when Tate bowed to the cube, and I just remember, like in the movies where you know that sound where it's like he's the evil bad guy. You know that sound effect that like that inception. I remember Tate going like, "This is not a genuine conversion. Holy fuck, is it gonna have a massive effect, like a massive fucking effect." And you're not gonna see it until what? They'll say in 5 years, like they always say, Zerka, you're always right. In 5 years, you're about to see white boys join ISIS. I guarantee fucking to you because they're bringing community, they're bringing all the, oh, I'm fucking multiplying quicker. There's more people on this side, blah, blah, blah. And you got to remember, the white souls are, not that you should treat anyone different, but they're more individuated. They're more towards ego consciousness, which comes with being lonely. That's what Nick doesn't get. Like, smart people are lonely. Arabs have group souls because they don't have group souls, but they lean towards instinctual group identity because it's hard to be lonely. Humans who just take it on the chin and say, I gotta grow up. Everyone I love is gonna, slip through my fingers one day. I have to be my own thing. That ego consciousness that Arabs can't face, they can't face it. That comes with immense lonely energy that is pushed into your career and stuff or marriage or whatever. But the more evolved souls will be more lonely. That means those guys can easily tap out and say, you know what? Instead of progressing with my ego consciousness and evolution, instead of doing this hard ass Jungian shit, I'm gonna walk inside of a mosque. I'm gonna walk inside of a mosque. And and it's scary to be a role model and not draw a line in the sand. Like I remember thinking, I'm like, we're anti-Muslim, but we're not anti-Sneeko. Nick, that sounds retarded. We're gonna be anti-Muslim, but the biggest 1 million follower Muslim channel, we're not gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't give a fuck how much Fortnite you guys play. I don't care what you guys do with Kanye. Like this game plan is retarded. If anything, can you be friends with Sneeko offline so we don't see that anymore? Can you do? And people are thanking me. They're like, "Yo, you pushed Nick into giving the best stream of his life," which I don't know if it was the best. It was probably one of his best because he just shits on Islam in this clip. It's you could tell he's not doing it with in a venomous way. He's doing it like, "Hey, get out of the country. You guys are doing way too much damage. You guys are not playing fair at all." It was just like the perfect speech. And in my head, I'm like, "Oh, I waited 6 months." I'll be honest, I waited like 6 months for something like that because it felt like every Knicks speech was followed up with them expanding more because they're just speeches. Unless if you give a speech and Sonny's converting, what the fuck is going on? The speech has to activate people into saying, I'm going to make a Twitter account with the Crusader logo and I'm going to support Catholic content and I'm going to read. Some of you guys have to read Thomas Aquinas. You guys got to get into the game. You can't just be, oh, I want to watch online dramas. What the fuck are you doing? You're not helping at all. You have to get in the game because I'll tell you this. How many times have you seen Arabic numerals or Arabic letters, and they got that little gay Palestinian flag, which we defended those Palestinian children, and they still turned on us. Those dirty hook nosed motherfuckers. Those dirty. Hey, Zerka, are you racist? I am not racist. Now I'm racist. Do you understand me? Now, bro, it's been years of like, okay, we're following Nick's game plan, and what? His game plan is pushing us to be friends with Sneeko. Well, can't you just be mature? No, I cannot be mature. It's Sneeko. It's like, even if he was a Muslim, he's like watching his girl get smashed. Okay? Nothing adds up. And why Nick looks crazy pushing us in this direction? Well, he's not pushing my audience. Fuck no. We all say no here. But why he looks crazy doing this is because Nick doesn't even like Sneeko, bro. You think those guys, besides content, besides content, do they have anything in common? It's like a boy genius versus a fucking absolute monkey brain. I'm not being racist. Like he is a monkey brain. Look, bro, I remember telling Steve, I'm like, yo, you should be Malcolm X, Black Power. Because that would be cool. I think all of us would say, yeah, that's kind of cool. You did the Black Power thing. You rep the Black King. But Steve was like, no, there's more Muslims. I get more money if I go this way. Bro, if Malcolm X was running around sucking off Arabs, nobody would remember him. Like he chose the harder way. We thought he'd go in that direction. And and this is just, I want to say it's like 6 months overdue. I should have said something 6 months ago, but when you think there's no way Nick's gonna get softer, it's like, how fun could Sneeko be? Everyone's like, why don't you, how come Zherka, you disappear from the internet and you're not as involved? And so Sneeko's a closer to friend to Nick. Because I don't want to be friends like we're in high school. Like, this kind of gay. The friendship thing is getting corny, bro. What are you talking about? I don't have to be friends with Nick. How about we're on the same team? Isn't that enough? I have to go fly out to fucking have coffee with him. But like, Sneeko's doing too much, bro. That's a little gay. Like, I gotta go have coffee. That's just retarded. If you support someone on Twitter, that's enough. That's enough. You don't have to do this Sneeko thing where he has to host everyone and to fire up their channel. Hey, fire up your channel and host Nick. So, bro, I'm not even doing content. What the fuck? Why do I have to do that? Anyways, I've done a million, not even asked for favors, just like, here you go. The one Catholic channel. There's a lot of Catholic channels that I watch that I think they're cucked and soft. I was like, all right, favor after favor, just keep helping Nick. The more I did that, the more he's just like, Zherka, you got to play ball with Sneeko. What did he say a couple months ago? He said, yeah, Zherka's always starting shit. And I was like, what? Don't get angry. Don't overreact. Don't niggerify. He's turning me into a straight nigger. Well, Zherka's just being mean to Sneeko. And I'm like, okay, he's younger. He doesn't get it, right? He probably doesn't even think that losing Sonny's his fault. Which I maintain he's a more Catholic channel than mine. Like, what the fuck? That's your fault. You should see it as like war, like actual war. I don't give a. You're not a regular guy. If you're doing politics, you're not a regular guy. You're moving pieces. What the fuck? Like, imagine if Trump sat down with someone who said, "We took Sonny from you." Trump would be like, "Sonny's a faggot," and he'd go home and still in Mar-a-Lago be angry. He'd still be boiling angry that they took him. They'd be like, "Those guys made me look bad." And so I remember I didn't even say anything when they're in New York, Nick and Sneeko hanging out and playing together. Because I was like, oh, this is cute. They should be friends, just be friends, but don't let Sneeko do all this, chess around you. And Nick has this weird temperament that's people cannot relate to this, but I can relate to this. He lets things go on over and over and over. He lets bad things happen to him 10 times in a row. And on the 11th time, he says, no more. It's time to destroy this guy's life. That's exactly like me. I'll let Heel Mike fuck me over 10 times before I destroy him, right? And then I come in hot. Same with anyone in my life. And that's a horrible mindset to have in politics. Just, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. They're literally breeding in the middle of the greatest city ever made, New York. Like Neo Atlantis, New York. You don't even know that. How do you not know that? That New York cannot fall. Any other city can fall. New York cannot fall. How the fuck let LA fall before New York? What the fuck are we doing? And And it's weird if you're attached to the Americana energy, you love New York, right? LA is not that amazing. You love New York. If you love the American spirit, New York is real to you. It's not something that you're gonna have falafel with Sneeko and blah blah blah, right? Like New York should take out all the Balkanoids, all the Croatians, all the Albanians, get them all out of New York, leave it for Germans, Irish. Let's leave it to what it was. Let them build the technology and then they give it to the world, just like they gave the internet to the world. That's the game plan. So everyone can individuate and have a better lifetime. That's the name of the game is you might feel cucked saying, oh, Zerka, your totem pole of white is lower than this guy's. How the fuck does that hurt my feelings if I'm reaching a higher level in society because of it? When I touched the internet, I went to a higher plane of existence. That's the whole point. And if you guys saw what I see, you guys would be like, whoa, what the fuck? How about we stop the immigration and let the whites dominate? Because when they dominate, it's not one country dominating. They're actually dominating for the world. Like white people think in case of alien attack or something. They're thinking team player thoughts. You're not getting fucked over. You know what I mean? And you don't know what I mean. You're a fucking idiot. None of you do. Like I got so many comments saying, I support you, Zerka, but what if I can have an Arab buddy? And it's like, really? They're outbreeding you, and now's the time for you to play. What are you playing? What are you playing? Tetherball with an Arab? They don't even know what tetherball is. They eat weird foods, bro. They eat weird foods. They drink their tea with lime, not lemon. They do weird color shit, bro. Color nigga shit. Like they, bro. They tried to gaslight you and say eating a pizza is the same as eating rice with your fingernails. And I'm like, hey man, no one's racist, but if we're gonna start this is the like racial Olympics. It's like that post Manny Pacquiao's dad got angry at him when he's a kid, so he ate his dog, and everyone's like, "Dude, Zherka, you're a good Christian. Don't fucking attack Filipinos. Don't attack Sneako's people." I'm like, what? Dude, I pulled a knife in a video game, hypothetically, but I pulled a knife on a dude in Albania that was rude to a dog with a rock. Imagine if they ate that dog or that cat in front of me in fucking Haiti or somewhere darker than the niggas in Albania. Bro, I'll say this, man. Countries that are evil to dogs. Have you seen people are like, yo, you're so fired up because Sneeko keeps talking about dogs. It's like, bro, I have a kitten. I don't even have a dog. I have a kitten, like a perpetual kitten. She will never be a bigger size than a kitten. I've got a really expensive, flat-faced kitten. Okay, and just the Stinko posted this thing on Twitter where he's sitting, holding a kitten, and he's like, "Cats are better than dogs," and I'm like, but all of his arguments about dogs can be applied to cats, bro. You don't have to talk about fleas. You can talk about worms. They bring worms and stuff like that. So I know he's lying. I know that if it's the same logic, dude. And I just know that if my knock on wood, if my cat was sitting on Sneako's table and we heard like "Rrrr," and it's like, what the fuck was that? And it's Sneako's stomach growling because he's hungry. Do you guys really think that I'd be like, oh, this is my friend because Nick told me to be friends? Let me tell you this, man. I've done a zillion favors for Nick. He didn't even ask. I just like support, like, repost. You just close the fucking borders. Like, stop making America brown. This is our guy. Which is weird because you look at you look at the internet, it's like who else is talking like Nick? There's no one else to support. And I'll tell you this, man, my biggest regret is that Jew lover, that guy who's paid by the Jews, Tommy Robinson. My biggest regret was fucking cutting him off because we're this part of the dissident right. That is the dumbest shit we have ever done. Let that fucking Jew dog get his Jew money. That guy was so effective. What the fuck are we doing? That was retarded. Who cares? He's at the end. Mossad's gonna fucking end that guy anyway, right? So just don't meet him in person. But we could have at least liked his tweets. What the fuck was wrong with that? Yeah, he's a fucking agent. We could have still fucking. He's still doing something. Just don't go to the rallies. Don't get arrested. But we could have liked those tweets, man. And it's weird. I grew up watching Tommy Robinson, and I remember thinking, like, I'm not even British. I don't have blue eyes. I'm not, but there's something about just invaders in your town. They like literal squatters that is so cucked, man. He's so and remember, the UK was always shit. So, who cares? That's not an emotional thing to talk about. The new UK has fallen. It wasn't even shit before it fell. Let's be real. New York was always awesome. New York is all the Chad energy in the universe. All of the most highest level intellects would meet in New York. All of them, including, I'll say it like this, man. I would rather hang out with Jeffrey Epstein than an Arab guy, right? Than a nice Arab guy. Because at least Epstein doesn't marry 13-year-olds. Yeah. Like, find me that email where he married, like, listen, man, it's one thing to be a creep, it's another thing to need to marry someone at an age where they can't even enter ego consciousness. They can't even say I am. They can only say I like. They can say I like chips. I like and so that's a joke, fuck Jeffrey and all that. But yeah, so I'm not just disappointed. I'm more like, some people are like, Zerka, you've done so much for Nick. Why would you draw the line at Sneeko? And I'm like, if you need an answer for that, you are a disgusting animal. Unfollow me immediately. And yes, if the nicest guy, he defended us, he's such a good guy, Nick. If that guy is going to force me to watch Sneeko clips, I'd rather just, hey, man, this is my stop. We're done here. I'll just watch you as entertainment. This is me and my boys. We're just gonna watch you as entertainment because you're. It's been 6 months of forcing us to smile at Sneeko clips, and it just feels like they're playing chess while we're being nice, sincere people. That's why if you look at my tweets, I haven't been mean to Arabs. Like I get fiery sometimes, but I don't get that mean. And now it's like, I love New York more than anyone else on earth. I think I'm going to go down right here. I want to go down right here and say, I want to mark onto the earth of the ground. Starting today, if New York falls because of Arabs, don't ever fucking blame the Jews. Because guess what, man? If you Thanos snapped right now and blinked all Jews out of existence, what the fuck do you think? What do you think those Arabs are going to do? Say, I'm going back home. The Jews aren't giving me money anymore. And yeah, it was their game plan, but you got to understand, man, we're past that. We're in 2026. They're your neighbor now, right? And they're going to eat you. They're going to eat your eyeballs for juju beans. You don't even get what's happening anymore. Okay. It's kind of like, well, the Jews brought the dragon, the seven-headed dragon here, and it's like, you still, Nick, you have to fight the dragon. What the fuck are you doing? Well, no, the Jews brought the dragon here, Zherka. So? It's still a fucking erratic, non-thinking, organized dragon. It doesn't go away just because you pointed out the problem of who brought the dragon here. The spellcaster brought in the dragon, and now Zerka, put your sword away because I like playing Fortnite with Sneeko, the guy who has 1 million followers, converting people like Sonny Faz. That's our guy. Get the fuck out of here. Like we're not doing this, bro. My audience is not doing that. We've been too loyal. If we gotta play Fortnite with Sneeko, this is the line in the sand. Fuck never. And And it's not a sad thing, really. It's a grown-up thing. It's a grown-up thing to acknowledge that the dragon is at your doorstep, and the Jews barely even exist right now. They barely exist. Even if you implemented everything you're trying to do, it would take so many years. You have a dragon on your doorstep. You're talking about the Jews. It's over. But well, they brought the dragon in, Zerka. In what video game? What do you think Link won't fight the dragon because Ganon brought it in? There's no video game in history that works like this, right? And people are like, "Well, can you be friends with a Muslim, or you're just a bigot?" I'm friends with Myron and his brother. They're Muslims. The guy finished a master's degree on his religion. That's like the highest level Muslim, and he's saying they're not supposed to be doing this on the streets of New York, especially in a Trump year. You know how bold that is on a Trump year, the first year. Does anyone realize that this is like Joe Biden level circus? And I keep looking at TikToks. I'm trying to find people. Not even Tommy Robinson gives a fuck about it. Maybe he's occupied with Europe. It's like, how come no one gives a fuck? Like we just started the year and we're letting this happen. It's just like some moms I see on TikTok that are on my side. And I don't know. I don't know, man. It's like, what are they gonna do? They're women. They're not even gonna help us. Yeah. So, can you be friends with Muslim? Of course you can. But if they're ever subverting you, you know how they do that thing where they push you into their, what if you just convert now, nothing happens. If you just convert, have you seen those clips? If you just convert right now, nothing happens. Like if you just say these words, then, dude, that's fucking twisted, right? They're trying to erode and dissolve your free will to join their faith. And their faith is, what is it? Okay, let's just break it down. They worship Muhammad, not Allah. That's why throughout history they were called Mohammedans. If you read the Quran correctly, it's not about Allah. It's about Muhammad. That's why they named their fucking kid Muhammad. That's why they have that group stole instinct with every mo behavior. And if you ever think, oh, these guys are our team players, they don't even get along with Shias. They don't get along with their own kind, right? When have you seen a Mormon, a Catholic, an Orthodox killing each other in 2026 with swords? on the street. Like, it doesn't happen. These Muslims kill each other on the streets fighting for who's got a better hook nose, right? And remember, they say the devil lives in the nose. Like in the Quran, it says the devil lives in the nose. Why would they say that if they're the hook nose people? It makes no sense. It's like, are you guys with the devil? Right? And they say a lot of weird shit, and they throw. You know, someone asked me, Zerka, you're anti-Israel. What's going on? Why'd you stop talking about it and stuff like that? And I'm like, it's over. Okay, it's over. Okay, first of all, Israelis don't even throw gays off the roof, right? They party with those homos, with those fucking, are they really that bad, right? The only evil part of Israelis is their Muslim blood, where they have to kill babies. That's all just Muslim DNA. Let's not pretend they don't look exactly the same. Like Jews and Arabs look exactly the same. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. They have a lot of mixed blood right there. Okay, like I got an uncle. He's brown eye, brown hair, and his wife is brown hair and blue eyes, and somehow the kids all came out blonde. And I'm like, oh, it's like not to be rude, but he squirted out a bit of that whiteness that he had in him. How did three kids come out blonde hair, blue eyes? But you don't see that from Israelis and Muslims. Like they just squirt out the same carbon copy NPC soul, like Bas Jihad, this, that, this. And and it seems like Jews go towards ego consciousness at a rapid pace where they become like Epstein and start thinking everything is me, I need to rape, I need to. And the Muslims go into we consciousness. What are we doing? What are we eating? That's why they're always hanging around playing cards in a we format. Like they think of themselves as a group, which I don't know what's more primitive because it seems like the only person in the middle is the Christian, who says, I will help us, right? He thinks like that. He thinks for the collective with his own free thought. And I know a lot of people are like, well, it does look like reality is just Christians as the good guys. It seems that way, but who knows? Aren't we all God's people? And it's like, dude, it seems that way because it is that way. The Christians are the good guys. Like you talk to a fucking shitty Mormon. It's not that bad. Talk to a shitty Orthodox. Jay Dyer ain't that bad of a guy. Talk to a Catholic. They're pretty cool. Talk to an Arab and they start saying, "Brother, can I lick you with my dawa prowess, and then I'm gonna take you on a flying carpet to." And if you ever want to really understand Islam, go to their fucking country, you fucking idiot. Go there. And then you'll start sounding like a Jew immediately when you're there. You're like, oh, what the fuck is going on? There's the fucking left-leaning liberal bitch on TikTok, and she went to Palestine to support the effort, and it like blew up because they scammed her in three different ways, and then she called the authorities, and the authorities scammed her as well. And her whole shop was not. They give her a certificate. You want to buy this shop, and it was just some dude in sandals, and she lost her whole life savings. And then she made a TikTok saying, "Should I stay here and support the cause with my tea shop or was it coffee shop?" And I remember watching that video. And I'm like, "Oh man, am I in the wrong side of history, dude? Like I'm all for saving babies, but man, the idea that I'm empowering and emboldening these types of adults in Palestine that are like scamming the nicest person in the world. She was such a sweetheart. Like, she's an idiot, but she's a sweetheart. And honestly, I have that evil thing in me where I'm like, you leftists de- deserve to fucking get scammed that hard because you're too trusting in these people. But then you watch them like, dude, go watch them around the cube when their like spiritual prowess is entering levels of Kaioken. They're entering levels of Kaioken horny, and they're just like, I'm doing the Akbar, I'm doing the Akbar, Akbar, over here. I found a woman by the cube. It's like, dude, how does God not exist around the cube for you guys? How the fuck are you turning into a beast, an animal around the cube? Right? And they say, we don't worship a cube. We just pray towards it in every spot of earth, plus do a left-handed halo path around it. And all of our spiritual energy goes towards it. That's not praying towards a cube. You guys are idol worshippers. You don't like cubes. And I'm like, dude, the religion of love and sacrifice has to put up with this. Like the religion that says your father died for you eternally. So you're covered because you just can't get it together until you fully evolve and are close to him. That religion of love is being preoccupied by the Sneeko show. Today, I'm going to convert more groypers. The people don't realize there's like, have you seen defective groypers that leave the movement to just do whatever? They just do whatever and they just kind of turn into, I can't think of, I think one of the biggest faggots was Jaden McNeil, right? Was it him? There's a few other names I can't remember, but just raw faggot energy. And these defectors don't think that they don't go to Islam. Like, bro, one day they're gonna go that. I'm sure some of them have. It's like just the idea that Sneeko's making you laugh and entertaining you, and then we saw Sneeko do it to Sonny. If he could do it on camera, imagine what they're doing off camera. And here's the crazy thing: is they don't think it's evil. Everyone else does. Even a Chinese guy says, "Yeah, you don't push someone into faith like that." Where you're rubbing on his leg and I'm making you smile and was this Sheikh Uthman, right? Is that another one of Nick's friends, Sheikh Uthman? Zherka, hey Zherka, thanks for 1,000 favors. Thanks for having our back, but don't make me choose. To make you choose, bro. They're literally on the screen. Why the fuck are they on the screen? If I mute 10 Arab channels in a row, and they somehow squeezed into a Nick stream, where the fuck do you want us to go, my nigga? Twitter ain't that big. So yeah, man. Hey, man. Love and unity, right? I preach love and unity, guys. I want you guys to flourish, but really, for years, I've never told you guys what to do because I always think you'll get there eventually. Clearly, you guys are stupid. Make Twitter accounts, make accounts all over the internet, pushing the cross to the top, and do your fucking part. It takes 8 minutes, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. You don't even have to watch us. It takes 8 fucking minutes, bro. Just do the posts. Could be add a spiritual shield on Twitter because it seems like I insult one and then my algorithm says, "Oh, you insulted an Arab? Watch Kagebanshin no Jutsu, they multiply and they're everywhere." And I'm like, hook nose, hook nose, hook nose, hook nose. I'm hooked. I'll just fight these guys all. I'm not gonna go to the swimming pool. I'm gonna argue with these guys on Twitter all day. That's not my fucking job, dude. My job is to remind people I don't promote the Christ like a regular modern Catholic channel, Protestant, Orthodox, or any of that. Remember, I'm the only one that says the Christ is here for us, even if you're not a Christian. I don't think those guys are allowed to even say that. I'm telling you that it's not, oh, I think this is the right answer. Oh, this religion might be. There's none of that. It's I'm not making a informed decision on which religion is logically the soundest. I'm not doing that at all. I'm saying through clairvoyant investigation, through my experiences plus the world's, Jesus Christ is God of earth evolution, and everyone telling you to play Fortnite with Muslims. Hey man, that's awesome. Do that. Not on a political channel. What is this shit, bro? What the fuck is this shit? We're not playing Fortnite with these guys. Actually, you know what? These guys don't even like us. They don't even like us, dude. They've never liked us. That's the truth, babe. Have these guys, besides Myron and his brother, have any of them ever liked us? None of them. Like they even when they're friends, they make their little on the low jokes, their sneak disses, and it's like, okay, Zerka's gonna sneak this back. Yeah, Zerka's not doing this alone. Everyone else just fucking turning the cheek. Like, what is this shit? So, anyways, I'm gonna get a pina colada. I'm gonna enjoy my day, but I give my life story. I give my life story because I want to remind people that, dude, man, just because you work hard in life doesn't mean you're not gonna disappear from living around these people. Like, do you think for the rest of my life I'll avoid New York? just because it went to shit. No, no, I love New York. I just have to go there with a fucking frown now. I have to be like, man, they have so many countries to do this at. Why are they here? Right? Like, at least you'll find Jews say, I love America. They'll like kind of confuse themselves about that, but the Arab does not love America. And the dragon's here, you know? So you can do your whole show about Jew, 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 but I think, the turkey's cooked, the dragon's already in New York, and any American city can fall, and I wouldn't be that surprised, but not New York. That's like a nightmare. That is a nightmare thing. That is like enough for me to say, I don't even like Twitter, man. This is just every time I'm scrolling on the feed thing, right? I'm just seeing all that slop. I always come across the prayer, the collective group soul prayer, because we don't have ego consciousness yet. We're evolving at a much slower pace than everyone else. They don't even ride horses, right? They're not even they don't even have Hollywood good looks. Like, who's the Arab in Hollywood? Like, not one of them. You know what I mean? There's fucking Jackie Chan beat them to Hollywood. So fuck them. And yeah, it is strange when the Albanian guy is getting online and saying all this. Like, it should really be Trump, man. It shouldn't be me or Nick. It should be Trump saying, "Get the fuck out of New York. That's my city, bitch. We're not playing Fortnite with you. Get the fuck out. You want to play Fortnite? Put your headset on. You're not allowed in the country. We'll talk to you from the headset, you fuck." And everyone's let us down. All right, let's open it up for the community. No stupid people today. Like, I'm not even in a troll mood. I wanna have a pina colada right now. Yeah, go ahead. Minisi, what is your gripe? Speak or get pushed.
Hey, what's up, Zherka?
Damn.
So, I wanted to go back on the whole Sneeko thing, how you said, like, these people, they act a specific way because they have an individuation problem, right? So I was wondering, what do you think it is that, uh, what do you think the issue is for Sneeko? What do you think he has within him that he's suppressing, that he's avoiding to individuate, which pushes him to fall into this group consciousness thing?
Yeah. I mean, his is such a simple case. It has to do something with a girl, because you can see in all the Sneeko clips, a girl says something about skin color. He goes into a depressive frown immediately. And so something happened to him in grade school or something where, Sneeko also sometimes thinks things are racial when they're not. And he has this thing that's like, I am fucking up my evolution because I am a mixed race. He has this thing where he like really thinks he started off on the wrong foot, and he didn't, bro. Everyone's working on their shit, like, relax, bro. So he has like this hang up with the fact that he's not whiter skin or whatever. And that has something to do with his like grade school trauma, something like that. But it's also he wants to have an army backing him up, because remember, he went to Islam because the whole internet hated him. So he needed an army that'll defend him even if he's in the wrong, even if he's dating a stripper or whatever. This is perfect for him. And he logically put it out on the table and said, because let's be real, Sneeko fits way more with the red pill crowd. That's why he did so good with the red pill crowd, and he's doing well, I don't know. He's doing more of a moderate kind of thing now. I don't know how successful he is, but I think he was really all over the scene with the red pill crowd, because he grew up with the internet. He fits in with the Nazi section, believe it or not. And yeah, you can be mixed race and fit in with that. There's plenty who have gone through that. And now he's stuck between worlds, because he started off as the only Trump guy, and now he's anti-Trump for reasons that don't even fucking make sense anymore. And all of this has to do with the insecurity that, oh, I'm not a part of the club. I'm not a I'm not even a part of the club, you fucking idiot. Like, when people say, Zerka, who do you want ruling the world? I say Germans. What do you think? I go on here like a fucking idiot and say, can I get a Croatian and an Albanian guy? We need a Croatian president and an Albanian president. stat. Like I've never. That's like the dumb. That's how we go backwards in the world. So I've always that's why Trump, that's why I got so pumped for Trump. I'm like German DNA. This is he's linked to Atlantis. This is really good. And not that he's perfect, but this is really good. Like finally some law and order after remember, 2007 was the peak. After that, I think Matt Walsh said it really well, that fucking cock. But after Obama ruined everything. You're still seeing the effects of Obama right now, and because Obama is just he was soft. It wasn't that he was black, it was that he was soft, but it's that softness came from the fact that he's black. Black guys have this thing where they want to lead themselves, but not the world. And white people have this thing where it's like they have that Steve Jobs thing. The more white someone is, the more they want to lead the world. Even if it's like, hey, come take my wife, they can get off balance like that. And everyone jokes about it. They know it's true, but it's kind of like, do you want a white boss or do you want an Arab boss? Do you want a black boss? Do you want a Chinese boss? Oh, well, you can have good people from all colors if you play Fortnite with. Shut the fuck up, bro. You want the white boss. You want the white guy. Because the white boss, it's not even that he's being the nice guy, it's that he knows he has an intuitive energy that what goes around comes around. So he just gives you your fucking paycheck without snaking you. That's the truth. That's why, like, look into your past. Have you been snaked by white people ever? When you see a white lady at the mall, at the kiosk, is she conniving? Is she doing something to any color? No. And if you're darker, they like you even more. What the fuck? So it's like anywhere you go with this, the whiter the skin, it seems like in the individual, yeah, you could have a bad white guy, but in the collective, your chances are really high that, white people are just kinder, sweeter. I want to say more evolved, but that's illegal to say because eventually, through the scope of time, everyone is supposed to get there. So you're not supposed to judge. But yeah, some souls chase each other around with bamboo spears. That's a lower level of consciousness. That's more group soul, instinctual, and not ego consciousness. Right? Ego consciousness puts a tie on and goes to work. It's very different. And do I think Sneeko is a genuine conversion? Well, if he's known for being a chameleon, then what's genuine about him? And I don't mean to say that he's evil. I mean to say that like he's a child. What are you gonna spank a child, but like you know what I mean? It's not that he's evil, he's just his soul is very immature. A mature soul says, I am Albanian, but I want Germans in charge. Now, most Albanians would be like, "Oh, I don't know. That sounds cucky, bro. I think can we try an Albanian? We don't have time to try. We tried a fucking black guy with Obama. Look how that went, right? What's blacker than that guy is the fucking Albanian. We don't want to try that shit. So a lot of people don't realize that your ego has to be put aside. If your ego consciousness is turning dark and in on itself, you have to put that shit aside. You have to put that shit aside. Like you got to put your ego aside when you talk to your mom. She's a lot more liberal than you. So yeah, you just like adapt to what's happening in the world. Now, this idea that we have to like put our ego aside because a 1 million follower channel is converting Sonny Faz and Italian boys, and Zherka gets thousands of emails saying that you're the reason I didn't convert. You're the reason I didn't go that way. And I read these emails, I'm like, dude, I want to be on vacation. I don't want to do this part right now. I've already done enough. I want to be on vacation right now. And every time I want to lean back, I go, oh, there they are multiplying again on my fucking screen after I muted 50 of their accounts. How the fuck are they doing that? Oh, it's because they have, what, 10 kids each? They're fucking gumball machines. Which, by the way, is another low IQ trait. Is having a bunch of kids is like an extremely. Oh, Andrew Tate is telling you to have a bunch of kids because he's a fucking nigga, bro. He's a fucking nigga. He has kids and disappears on them. That's the fucking truth. Okay, bald father. Like, come on, bro. And and remember, Tate Tate snaked his own Islamic base. They don't even like him right now because he said, England has to remain white. Like just like the Dalai Lama said, and everyone like. Are we forgetting that Tate did it it was a strategic option, and then he said, there's no one gonna follow this shit. They're just gonna protect me, and then Sneeko, Sonny Faz. I can't think of more names, but I know they're bubbling there until I call them faggots, and then they go, oh shit, Zherka is. But I don't know why I can do everything wrong and still have the most fucking aura on the platform. Everyone else looks like they're playing Fortnite with these. I can do everything wrong, and young men will still email me saying, "Talk about the Christ, do that." Because you know what? It's about being genuine, dude. Okay, is Nico's conversion to Islam genuine? Does anyone buy that shit? There's not. He converted when he was dating a stripper for a year, and everyone's saying Zerka's a sinner because he talks about his sins, but Sneeko hides them, so he's a good guy. And everyone's like, "Well, why don't you just leak Sneeko?" And I'm like, "Why would I leak him? He's a buddy. He's red pill right now. You know who know?" I said Sneeko's final form is going to be transgender, and and it was weird. Like if Sneeko had like a lot less followers, then it wouldn't be that big of a problem because who would he be converting really if he had, you know? But he has this thing where Sonny Fast didn't even want to convert, even with all that influence. They backroomed him. I was the only channel who reacted to it, and I went soft. I went easy on that fucker. I should have gone hard because if you ever meet a kid without a father figure in their life and the mom steps in as the father figure, that is pedophilia. That is rape. That is psychic damage. That is so fucking low to do that, to bring in a mom that's rubbing your knee on camera when you don't have a father figure and you're having and remember, I predicted young men when they're entering ego consciousness at 21 years old are going to have a huge crisis. It happens to everyone. Some people it's more than others. If you don't have a father figure, you must have the father archetype. I'm not saying archetypal energy like it's not real. I'm saying it has to be fulfilled by an imam or something. And, Sonny snapped and said, "Holy shit, I'm going to die. I've been 21 years on Earth. I don't know what I'm doing. I lost the views, the money, the everything. This is too tough." And he snapped, and Sneeko saw him bleeding and said, This is a good move because his audience will become my audience, and this is perfect. And strategically, it is a perfect move. Let's be real. It's if you look at how Sneeko moves in the industry, very few times that he does something for a friend. When you see how Nick moves in the industry, his green eyes are glowing and he's like, "What can I do for my friend? Maybe my friend needs me." And it's like, that's not your friend, that's a shark. Are you mad? That's a shark. And Nick doesn't even have the excuse that he's too young. He's like 28. He should be like, you guys are kind of getting to Sony. You guys are using me to get to the youth, the fragile youth. And I think Nick thinks that the youth are watching him when it's like, dude, the intelligent youth are watching him, but the regular, everyone else is not intelligent, so they're watching something like Clav for entertainment. That's how the youth, they go to entertainment first, and Sneeko dominates entertainment. So they're going to go to Sneeko before they go to Nick. You think they want to hear Nick's spiel? You think it requires mental energy to watch a Nick stream? That's why it's so good for you. It's so healthy for you. Even if you disagree, it's just healthy for you. But do you think a young man that's not entering ego consciousness is going to download Nick? Hell no. Hell no, dude. They're going to entertainment. They're going to clap. They're going to Sneeko. And Sneeko does this thing where it's like, "Hey, guys, I'm doing a meet and greet." And he's done this many times where he tries to get the fans in the mosque. We're all going to the mosque, guys. And which is weird. I would never do a meet and greet to have like an agenda around it. And I make it sound like it's evil because have you ever seen Sneeko do something that's not agenda driven? Right? Like I've never seen it once. I've never remember he just turned on Nick for no reason. And I'm like, oh God, they're back to being friends. That is the gayest episode of my life. But for half a year, I'm not gonna say anything just to be a good friend. And then I'm like reading psychology articles here saying being a good friend does nothing for someone. You can't save someone. When have you ever been a good friend to someone and they still kill themselves? So what is this? We value this friendship shit way too much. If this was army times, we wouldn't say, "Oh, these are the guys I play cards with," and no, we talk about the mission, right? If we're shinobis, we're fucking ninjas. We're talking about the mission. We're not talking about friendship. But that liberal energy entered Sneeko and Nick, and we're all kumbaya friends. Dude, they're praying on the streets of New York, and you have one ally, Zherka, on Twitter, and you're fucking that up with him because you think Zherka's adding pressure. I'm not adding pressure to be a bad friend. I'm saying, look what they're doing to you. Every clip, they're doing something, and I'm not. What does Andrew Tate do? He'll see Nick suffer, and he won't say anything. He'll play it political. I don't want to play it political. This is like I see it as instinctual too, right? It's like, what's the first thing that Muslims are going to do if they ever came into power, right? As stupid as Nick would look, they would put me and Nick right there, and they'd say, "Hang them." And Nick would look at me and go, he would look up at me because I'm older, and he would go, "Oh, maybe Sneeko will pull in that favor. We can pull in that favor right now." And I'd look down at Nick and say, "Shut up, little nigga. You've done enough. You've done." I would. That's how angry I'd be because I'd be angry at myself. There's like, why did I let it get to this point? When they're hanging out around the Kanye thing, that's when we should have said, "Bro, this guy's sinking his fangs into you." Now, if Sneeko didn't have an agenda, it would be awesome. But this idea that he cannot make a move, I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He cannot make a move. He cannot make a move without something adding to the Muslim agenda. There's not one thing Sneeko does. When Zherka is on Twitter, is every move of Zherka's to push someone towards being a strong Catholic? Probably not. I'm genuine. Sometimes I'm on, sometimes I'm off, sometimes you know, every single move, Sneako's recruiting, it's like because his money's attached to it, all of it is attached to it. And if you've ever wondered why Sneako has so many ups and downs, why he's always suffering, it's because he doesn't make genuine moves in the world. Like, the last time I pissed him off, he's like, "You come over. If this is the fifth time I'm asking you to come over." And I'm trying to tell him like he has evil energy around him, so that means it's in him. Never think that evil energy around someone does not penetrate them. That's not how that psyche works, you fucking idiot. And I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, yo, this is not how you navigate in the cosmos at all, right? You can't just be around 10 Muslims that have that look in their eye. They have that look in their eye um, like we're waiting for the day Nick does a stream with Sneeko and 5 Muslims, and Sneeko gets up and goes to the bathroom. Like those guys aren't gonna look at him like a shark. They're gonna look at Nick like a shark. And everyone who has that little brother energy, like, yo, that's our guy. Nick's our political channel. You guys are all gonna be like, I can't do anything about it. And you guys are all gonna be like, whoa. Even the right wing guys can get a little naive because Nico's a master entertainer. He can start juggling and, hey, look at me, I'm a fucking dancing monkey. And Nick has his slave master blood, so Nick goes, fucking slave, yes, dance for me, slave. They have that relationship where it's like brown clown and blah blah blah. And how could you call me brown clown? And they have that relationship of who can distract the king? Only the fool, because the king has spared the fool. They have that relationship, so it's like, and a lot of people are like, well, is it Sneeko? I genuinely believe Sneeko's more dangerous than any of the Arabs he's around, like the Werner, they actually seem like they believe in God compared to Sneeko. Sneeko's more on a mission that's like straight from devil energy. It's just like, these are my, come meet me here. We're going to this temple. And the others, it seems like like Werner had moments where he wasn't agenda driven, right? I talked to him, my dad talked to him, we were around those guys. He had moments of being a human, that big guy. And I was like, oh, wow, this is shocking. But, he's also older. Sneeko didn't have 1 second around me when we're in Europe. He didn't have 1 second that wasn't agenda driven. I couldn't even light a cigarette without him saying, do this, do that, do help me here, help me there. And I was like, whoa, dude, you are like sent from the devil. Like, you cannot, if a human cannot sit still, they're being driven by something, man. And it's like, it's cool that he's that ambitious to go to the top, but it's also like, dude, what happens when Sneako's at the top, right? It's the caliphate is forming. That's, if a successful Sneako is not an entertainer anymore, it's something else. And so people are like, how could you let politics ruin a friendship with you and Sneeko? I was like, dude, if you had many followers and your friend had many followers and each of our followers are fucking trying to kill each other, do you think you're gonna sit in the middle of that and say, yo, this is a good idea? No, you say, we'll go this way, you go that way. Right? It's like, I don't pay his bills. He should go that way. The fuck? That's where he has money. So, and people who think I'm being too harsh, you got to remember when I turn my phone off and I give it to my editor, he's blocked over thousands of people. You guys will get blocked too. So don't think like it's been years I haven't unblocked anyone. Don't think that your comments aren't immediately getting blocked. Immediately. Like, do you think I'm building a Muslim channel here? I have Muslim supporters who pay me a lot of money. And I kick them out when I find out they're Muslim away from my cult because I feel it doesn't align perfectly. It has to align perfectly, and the money thing is not fun if it's in the back of my head that some dark-eyed nigga is just plotting in there. You know what I mean? So when I find out you're a Muslim, you're out immediately. I'm not being racist. I just, hey, if you want to build a fucking sandcastle, you want to build it with sand. You don't want to build it with fucking shit, right? And there's something about you guys that you're cool until so, Allahu Akbar. One of you says that, and it's like the magic conch shell in SpongeBob, and it's one of those things that's like I don't want that in the back of my head ever. And a lot of you guys are like, well, you just go to Dubai. Tommy Robinson he's kind of hardcore like you, Zherka. You'll like Dubai because he liked Dubai. And it's like, even a place that accepts me and welcomes me like Dubai, I still would never go there. There's a reason I've traveled the whole world except there, right? Not that the people are bad or anything, but anything at lower levels of consciousness, and just wait if a riot pops off. It's very different than a riot in the US, let me tell you that. When lower levels of consciousness run towards their group blood instinct, they can be hypnotized. One speaker, like a Mohammed Ajab, absorbs the intellect in the room. When Zerka speaks, he absorbs your intellect. When Nick speaks, he absorbs the Groiper intellect. When Mohammed Ajab speaks, he absorbs their intellect. And how do you give it back? With a sword. That's how they do it, with a sword, you know? And this is not like a call to war. I just think, hey, keep having babies, doing your thing, grow on that side, we'll grow on this side. Because remember, they need 50,000 souls for one white soul. Not that we're worth more, they're worth less, or any of that, but it's just like, what Arab guy is on Steve Jobs' level of consciousness? Like, none of them. It's the game is really unfair towards our side if you really want to go there. You know that, right? Like it's really one-sided. But we're not supposed to give up that side either. Why? They can just have their turn. No, for the next 300 years, this is a American thing. The world will be American. If aliens came down right now, they'd say, "What is Earth's culture? Not country culture. What is Earth's culture?" And it would be Hollywood. It would be American culture, you idiot. That's what they'd see first in any channel. So don't forget who runs the game. And it's like the idea that, oh, if we run the game, we can just let them multiply in New York. Man, you think I would give a fuck about LA? I'd be like, I don't give a fuck. It bothers me, but I wouldn't spend time on it. New York, that's fucking evil, dude. That is fucking evil. All the thought forms, all the strong concepts, everything that built New York is pure American energy. It's not Mexican energy. And it's like, dude, how does no one give a fuck? Like, no one gives a fuck. Wait till you're scrolling on your fucking TikTok feed and you go, you know what? They shouldn't be praying right there. They should go into that mosque across the fucking street, and they don't do it. And they have that smug face. They have that smug face when they do it. That face like I can't get pussy, so I'm going to religion. Here, next caller, go ahead. Who do we have? Jake?
Yo, is my mic good?
Yeah, hit me.
Yeah, dude, I got a lot to say about this, but I'm gonna try to keep it short. But dude, I
Nah,
don't
keep
know.
it long. Keep it long. We want to
Okay,
hear.
so this whole fucking Muslim thing has been pissing me off for quite some time. Like,
Test.
and especially like Nick's reaction. You know what I mean? Like, when you like see
Hey, can
Nick
you
and
hear
he's
me?
kind of like irritating you, and like just with his opinions, you like Zerka, you said it. You're like he's kind of going soft. Um, and I mean that shit's been pissing me off too. But um. Yeah, I was glad to see that he posted that fucking or he said that in his live last night, that long ass 9-minute clip or whatever. And even then I was kind of thinking it was kind of the same opinion as you. Like, I think it was he could have gone in harder, and I feel like even a lot of the groypers, like I love the groypers, but like I feel like some of the groypers think they can't disagree with Nick. Like, you can disagree with Nick, you can like get on his head. That's gonna motivate him to fucking go harder. Like, look at what Zerka did. Zerka was pretty much pressuring Nick into like some type of reaction.
Well,
To like,
I know his nature. Like the one thing we have in common. Before I became a maniac, I literally was him, but a gamer version. He's like an intellectual version, and I know Nick's the kind of guy that if he has dinner with someone, everything's just fine. If even me, I had dinner with Sneeko, and we had a blast. He dazzled me. He can dazzle people, and it's like you're kind of that more introverted nature we have, where it's like nothing went wrong. We had a blast. That's my friend.
yeah,
That thing Sneeko doesn't actually have. That's why he turned on Nick out of the blue. It was like a year and a half ago, which is very weird to turn on someone out of the blue for no fucking reason, just so he can get his YouTube channel back. And I'm
dude,
like, yo, what the fuck is going on? And
100%.
and people are telling me they're like, oh, it's their beef, leave it alone. I was like, dude, you don't get how this works. There's a lot of people who watch me. There's even more who watch Nick, and who knows how many people watch Sneeko just on Twitter. It's not three talking heads, you fucking idiot. It's not three friendships. It's a lot bigger than that. Okay? It's
Yeah,
huge. Like for example, if there was riots on the street, Nick and I would have to say, "Hey guys," Nick would say to the Groypers, don't kill Sneeko, right? I'm a Christian. Don't. It was just jokes. Don't. Zerka would say to Dark Maga, guys, don't do it. Or even the generals, cocaine crusaders, nope. But if it's the other way around, I'm not saying Sneeko would say kill those two. I'm saying that he wouldn't say anything.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah. And it's not like they don't play fair, bro. That's what he doesn't realize. Like, dude, the main reason I came to Christ is because I also was one of those who I was like, oh, maybe Islam is cool. I should read the Quran, you know. And I like, started.
What the fuck? You were a Sonny Fast
Bro, this
fan?
is no, I'm telling you, this is. But no, well, actually, I'm the elite Sunny Faz because I'm an Italian Catholic. My dad is a Catholic. I knew nothing about the religion, whatever. Grew up. I unbiasedly looked at both, and I see like Muslims straight up lying to get like one conversion, or they'll lie about a hadith or some shit and get exposed. And like even Sneeko, I wake up to Sneeko saying like reacting to the Nick clip, and he's like, "Oh, when did I say? When was I boasting about the Muslims in New York?" It's like, dude, everyone, everyone saw that clip of you going, "Yeah, I'm gonna wear my fucking thobe and this and that," and he just blatantly lies and tries to like act like he didn't say that. And another clip, this is a funny one too. A few months ago, I was watching an old debate you did with I think it was Lantern, Muslim Lantern, if you remember that. Uh,
Yeah, that guy's just pure evil.
yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. But like, dude, some Muslim channel like reposted it on YouTube, and at one point they bleeped something out, and I was looking at your like mouth trying to figure out what did they bleep out. It wasn't a cuss word. What was it? And they literally bleeped out the words Sam Shamoon, and I was like, ain't no fucking way. I go to the comments and everyone's just like, oh, Zerka's a retard, this and that. And I'm like, bro, your own fucking people bleeped out. We would never bleep out like someone saying, oh, don't watch a Muslim Lantern. Like, we all know Muslim Lantern is a fucking retard. You know what I mean? But these guys are like dirty as fuck.
They are dirty, and it's like, and it's consistent dirty. You can even, I used to watch before I was even on the internet. The only thing I'd watch is some speakers corner debates, and I'm like, it's not just the Christians losing these debates because they're being polite and not getting a chance to even speak. It's also the Chinese guys. It's every color was losing to the Muslims because they're cheating, and I'm like, oh, other races are just more polite, right? They could never do that to me, right? If you ever see me on a call with a Muslim and I choke, no, it's them choking. What the fuck? And in my head, I'm like, oh, that politeness, that wolf-like instinct to just be an asshole, because the Chinese guy and the white guy don't really have it, they are always gonna get dog walked by some fucking dude playing. They do their 21 questions type shit. Have you seen them ask 21 questions in a row to get to a different point of the argument? And it's like, dude, this is not intellectually rigorous. This is actually monkey behavior. And here's the truth, man. Why would you ever need to argue with a group of people if they're flying to white countries? Don't we look stupid arguing? You, you're flying to a white nation and you're saying that nation doesn't have the truth. I'm just here for something else.
Yeah, it's
They
so
only
What are
care
you
about
disgusting.
here
survival.
for? They don't. These people are fucking monkeys. We have to be retarded to debate these people. If Zerka flew to Saudi Arabia to say, "Here's what I want to change about it," everything, they would laugh me off the streets. They'd be like, "Who the fuck are you?" But we have to listen. Another thing, I I totally scrapped Sam Shamoon. I love Sam Shamoon, but I scrapped him because he was mean to Nick this one time. So I scrapped him. I was like, get away from this guy. That's a horrible fucking strategy. This idea we're scrapping our best players? Fuck no. We're not doing that. Not Jay Dyer, who won that fucking debate easily. We're not scrapping him, even though he's an Orthodox fucking whatever he does. We're not scrapping Sam Shamoon. We're not scrapping Tommy Robinson. This scrapping every fucking player is fucking retarded. The fuck?
Yeah,
I'm like, it's been years of me just having the Nick channel, and Nick channel's turning to the Sneeko channel. I'm like, no, this is fucking weird. I have one fucking political thing I watch. I barely watch Trump. I didn't watch that State of the Union thing. It's just kind of boring for me. I'm like, no, this is I can so easily get crowded here. I'm not doing that. I'm doing it my way. Where Sam Shamoon, we're gonna have him on. We're gonna have Jay Dyer on. I don't give a fuck if it looks like the fucking Avengers of the Christians. We are not doing this whole one channel thing. This is retarded behavior. The Muslims aren't even doing that. None of them. And we won the Jay Dyer debate. We literally won. Jay Dyer, even though he's Orthodox, he won that debate, right? I'd rather some fucking idiots go to the Orthodox Church than fucking Sonny Faz's way. Everything, and I was like, I'm not the social guy. I'm not going to organize this. No one else wants to fucking organize it. And the Christian channels don't even beef each other that much. They just stop talking to each other. They're like chill about it, which is even more stupid. Like we got to deal with all this. Like we're gonna keep fucking and having kids and kids and kids, and you guys are gonna Zerka. You know what? Jay Dyer is not with Nick. He's an Orthodox. They had a debate. There, he's cool. Not don't follow him, even though his content is good right now. You know what, Zerka? Don't follow Sam Shamoon. He said something rude about Nick. This is the most retarded strategy we have ever implemented, and it's my fault because I come from like a brotherly background. So if I see someone as a friend, like a brother, I go, "Oh, Nick's my brother. Nick's my dude. Nick is another person on the other side of the world that needs help. Nick needs Jay Dyer, Sam Shamoon. We got to get the fucking Avengers going here, you know? Because remember, my whole my whole method is to bring in the normies that will never go to Christ. The normies that are nightclub bouncers, bartenders, whores. That's my crowd. Nick's is the political crowd. Jay Dyer's is the Epstein crowd, right? The Epstein, they're talking about Epstein thing. He's covering it well. Um, which is weird. A lot of Orthodox guys watch Nick. We shouldn't fucking kick them in the teeth right now when New York's being taken. But it was funny, like when Nick shits on the Balkans, that should be every episode. That should be literally every fucking episode. He should get under our skin. But yeah, this is crazy. It's like I was like, okay, he finished his generational run. What do I want to see out of 2026 in the first year of Trump? And I'm like, the first time 2016 we saw Christian revival energy. Where the fuck is it? And I'm like, okay, you know what? My next spaces, my next streams this year, 2026, I will have Jay Dyer on. I will have Sam Shamoon on. I will have, give me names, give me names. Who else am I missing that I actually fuck with? We're having all of them on, man. We're doing it the real way.
Maximize influence is a war between influence and primitive against ascension, essentially.
Yeah, and you know why we don't team up as Christian channels? Because we don't need to. We can still win. We can still beat Muslims just like with one hand on our own. That's why we don't team up. But I don't like that. I like the Avengers idea of like 2016 felt like such a Christian revival. You know, if anyone was a part of that movement, it's like, dude, the whole world, even the fucking atheists, everyone was just like free. It was a circus, a good circus. Like, even the non-jesters were jester. Everything was awesome. And this just feels like depressing, sad. Um, Not to take away from Nick's speech. I'm not just being a nice guy. That speech was perfect about Islam. It's just it needs this cinematic movie needs other characters. It doesn't need me. I want to be on vacation. It needs Jay Dyers. It needs Sam Shamoons. It needs more colors. And if we
God
could get
logic.
everyone, yeah, if we could get everyone on the same page, or that'll never happen. But same chapter at least. That would be great. And yeah, we got to go back to having fun, man. We got to go back to having fun because this idea that Muslims are just going to tell people you can eat rice with your fingers, and they actually look at you in the face and say that's the same as a hamburger. What? Like people are
Too
like,
fucking
why don't you
stupid.
like Mondani? What did you find on him? There's nothing. I didn't even research Mondani. I knew he was going to be a Jew dog week one. That's why everyone's like, "Whoa, you're right."
You can
But
see in his smile just how he looks. You're like, this guy's a fraud.
wait, no, the fact that he did that photo on purpose with the rice, he knew what he's doing there. As in that's like a call to action. That's like, hey guys, take over New York right now with our fingernails. Or the fact that he's a fucking liberal cuck, but really he prays 5 times a day. The most dangerous people are these Palestinian flags that support gay rights. They're a fusion of two cancerous movements. And yes, I'm against babies dying in Palestine, but the idea that those old men in Palestine I'm supporting sounds fucking retarded to me. Sounds fucking retarded. At least if I supported the fucking Jew Epstein, he was trying to make black people chill. That doesn't sound so bad. And people are gonna be like, it's because you got a Jewish manager. That's why you're saying all this. I don't trust my manager as far as I could throw him. Steiny, I don't trust him at all. I just take the money. And every time I touch Steiny's money, I start thinking to myself, maybe, maybe these Jews aren't so bad. Maybe they're not. No, that's not what happened. That's obviously a joke. But I'm not going to get into it because, like, you have to be an idiot to think. Did anyone see it in my face that I'm fed up for the last year of like, let's team up with the Arabs and they're eating with their hands and they're trying to marry a 13-year-old. And, well, she had her period, right?
No, this
She
is
had her.
war. Fuck that shit.
What's funny is even if you went by their logic, you're still in 2026 where consciousness evolved to the point where 13 is gross. So would you gonna go away from how consciousness has been evolving? Do you not consider? Well, we're just gonna go back to 2,000 years ago. It's like, bro, 2,000 years ago, the trees look different. Consciousness looked different. The contours on your TV would look different. The way you see the world would look different. Consciousness evolves with man. It's not. It's not just been stagnant. That's you're fucking retarded if you think you can do that. And yeah, there's no science to any of this. There's no fucking science to any of this. And what's the craziest part is 1 year of my community spamming me in every group chat. Do something, Zherka. Do something. And I'm like, no, I'm like the most loyal to Nick. If I do something, it's like drawing a line in the sand. Bro, it's a sneako. It's a line for sneako. That's more than justifiable. If you bring in the diseased zombie, he's been bit by the zombie. Nick brings him home and he goes, Zerk, I'll do a whole speech attacking Islam. Shut the fuck up and let me do my job, you fucking idiot. You fucking what do you say? You numbskull, let me do my job. Why don't you go back to the Rosy Cross? You do your thing. I'm like, bro, even after that whole speech, we don't want to hang out with Sneeko, right? None of my audience wants that. I've been holding them back. And to be honest, it's like, even if Sneeko was not a Muslim, he would not be cool for us. He's had
Nico
other,
can never
he's
relax.
had, he's had worse takes as an atheist too. I don't know if it's worse than Islam, but this is not going to go well for him. Like I predict, it's not going to go well for Sneeko. You guys are going to be shocked in 10 years for Sonny and Sneeko. And I'm not saying this as like a race warrior. I'm not inciting anything. I'm saying this as Love and sacrifice through every single tradition, including New Age and all that stupid shit. Even everyone has talked about love and sacrifice. Do you know what a desire is? If you want something, you desire something as a human. It's not a sin, like relax. It can be. But when you desire something, it's because desire has to transform into the opposite, to give. Desire transforms into sacrifice. You desire to live, but guess what? You sacrifice yourself for your family. That's Jesus Christ. That's how evolution works. And you're going to see, even for your job, for your family, one day you're going to desire to spend your money on something, but you're going to give all that money to someone in your family who has cancer. You're not going to think twice about it. You're going to sacrifice the desire will transform into sacrifice. So from getting something to giving, the Christian mysteries is in your blood. That's how you evolve. And even Muslims, blacks, everyone has it. It's not just Christians, like the way everyone, follow the Pope's advice on that. It's everyone has it, but who's tapping into it the most? Don't let those guys fall from the top. The world gets very dark if you let those guys fall from the top. And when you see your buddy go on a generational run and you're like, okay, now he's invincible. Now we're good. Now we're promoting Sneeko. Really. And Nick answered it like, Zherka, just because I hang out with Sneeko and you're not gonna make me choose. And it's like, bro, it's been a year. I didn't fly out to say let's have dinner. I just said, hey, let's not let's not fucking eat rice with our fucking hands. How about that? And I don't like the idea of them multiplying around him when he's like walking around with no security. Hey, we're gonna multiply Muslims around. Hey, they're cool, bro. They're with Sneeko. It's like, no, I don't want that clip. I don't want, you know, you represent Zerka's 300,000 followers too. You can't fuck that up. You have to represent the whole pie. We've been good for the whole. Hey, you gotta be cool with Andrew Tate. He's a fucking Muslim pimp, dude. We're done with that. We're done. It's getting too much.
Yeah, Sneeko, he's not even like he really is a YouTube kid. He's like a snotty like YouTube kid. And I started watching Sneeko when he was like he was doing the push-ups and shit on his stream, and he was like one of the only people out that were actually like saying something red pilled, saying something interesting. So I was like, okay. But he has like none of that energy anymore. Like he doesn't even like when I see old Sneeko clips and I see new Sneeko clips, I'm like, it's not even the same guy. This guy's like a demoralized like faggot, dude. I don't even know what he is, you know?
Someone needs to do a before and after. His face looks exhausted compared to when look at
Yeah,
when
it's because
Sneak
he's
was red.
not
When he was
pro-life
red
anymore.
pill, his skin was glowing. He was filled with energy when he was red pill. And now it's just like Alim Halam, Salim Salam, little boo 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 bob.
I believe.
He posts the boobity bob one on purpose because he knows it's laughable. It'll get the most views. So he's kind of like also staking his own. He's also staking his own religion too, and I've never seen someone more afraid than Sneeko. Like I've had conversations with him, and he seems like he really something happened where he got left out. He doesn't want to be left out of the world. He's not like me, who I don't even smoke for the last 2 years. I'll light a cigarette and enjoy being alone. I'll be like, okay, they want to kill me. They want to kill me. That's written in the stars for me. Like the
I think
Christ is my Lord
Sneeko.
and Savior. That's it. Him, he goes, I'm gonna rewrite the stars of the world hating me. I'm gonna just force the world to hamdulillah, hamdulillah. Like, bro, what the fuck,
Yeah,
man?
and when he came out with the Jewish ancestry shit, that was legit. It wasn't even weird. It was legitimately creepy, bro.
It
Like
was, yeah.
he
It
had a
was creepy
smile.
that you have to lie to prove that you're something that you're not, that is the opposite of what you built your platform. He built this platform against the Jewish thing, and it's just
Then he cuts.
everything is a circus, man. Go ahead, Zintani. Long time no see. Just get in the topic.
Hey, I don't know what the topic is.
The topic is Muslims praying in New York. How do you feel about that, white woman?
I just moved to New York. I was more checking in on you.
No, no, you're in New York. This is perfect. Are you
Oh,
Jewish?
I am.
Fuck, what the
Oh
fuck,
no.
dude? Of
Well,
course you're
Oy
fucking chilling.
vey.
Of
a
course you're
little bit.
chilling till they fucking gang bang you, bro.
What?
Yeah, you're gonna get groomed like Sonny Faz.
Zherka, do
Okay.
you
No, no,
remember
no,
me?
Zintani. You're gonna get groomed by Sonny Faz. And
Uh,
before Nick tells you, hey, Andrew Tate and these guys are cool, Andrew Tate is who inspired the groomers to groom Sonny Faz. So Zintani, you cast spells, right? You do black magic. You're Jewish, right?
what? No.
We know what you Jews do. Come on.
Zherka, whoa, do you
Yeah.
remember me?
I remember the Talmud too. Yeah.
I was the first interview you did.
Yeah, and I just
Yeah.
remember thinking, "There's no way you're Jewish. You're actually kind of chill. You
I
weren't."
don't I don't look Jewish. If I am Jewish, it's like very, very small percentage. I'm like the last one out. I
Unfortunately,
didn't get the
that's
nose, but
yeah,
my
that's
mom
not
had
good
it.
enough. That's not good enough. Sorry.
Good enough for what?
Just the idea that you're gonna be speaking on my platform as a Jewish woman. What do you promote
Okay.
Israel? Do you promote your Jewish agenda?
Uh, for you, whatever bit you want me to do, I guess. Yeah.
It's always
Uh,
a bit to these
Jewish
people, you know.
pride.
It's a bit so I don't go to jail, but
Jewish pride.
really,
Jews rise up.
Zintani,
I wanted to
Zintani, do
check
you
in with
feel
you.
unsafe around white people?
What?
Do you feel unsafe around white people?
I have a picture of us when we met up. You weren't like this in person. You were very nice.
What the fuck does that mean? You're saying I've
I'm
changed?
yeah, I'm seeing to see. I saw you unfollowed me a while ago, which is fine. But I
Why
just
would I
wanted to say,
follow you if I'm not gonna hit it? Like, bro, why would I follow
why
every
you did
human I
not talk
follow?
like that to me.
Every human
Something
I've
happened to
ever
you.
followed. If I hit follow, it actually means I hit.
What
On
happened to
some,
you? You
that's my
used to be
black
very
DNA,
Oh,
nice.
that's
nigga.
valid. That's
That's my
valid.
we the niggers of Europe, bro.
Typical
Oh
woman
my
derailing the
gosh.
topic.
Well, I just
Zintani,
wanted
you,
to
you
say
hang
I've
out
seen you
with Mark.
around.
Don't you hang out with the Albanian Skrelly? So you hear this stuff all the time.
What? Martin's my friend. Yeah, we're
He's cool.
friends.
He's awesome. He's like a little white nerd, and everyone's like, "Yo, Albanians aren't white. Then why are you sucking off Skrelly? Explain that."
What?
You know what the fuck's
You
happening,
were
bro.
Relax,
being
child.
gross
Relax.
and nasty. I just wanted to say it's been a long
Now you
time.
sound Jewish.
It's been a long
Relax,
time.
child. It's
I've
all
What
seen
good.
you.
do you
You've
want me to be? You want me to be Irish? You want to be? Hey, let's be friends with Sneeko. We're not doing that today.
what happened to you?
Here's what happened. Okay, I got
I
sun.
should have protected you from whatever happened to you. I
I
didn't
need
know
a.
Caught
you
your
were.
pussy
I
wildin'.
need. I need a feeding
She
for
needs
sure. But Zintani,
you need her
have you ever
protection.
been fed up with the race of people praying in New York, or does it not bother you?
I stay up in my tower and I like don't go down to where the rats are, so I don't know what goes on down there.
What the fuck? And I'm
Well,
the
Jew,
racist.
that's
You're
Jew,
calling
Jew,
them
Jew, Jew.
rats?
I'm not. No, no, no.
Is that like
The rats are the pores. They're all sorts of colors.
the
I just don't go
goy?
down there.
Are you calling us goyim?
I don't even. I only found out this Jewish thing recently. Maybe.
And
I
did
don't.
it?
I don't
Did it?
like degeneracy. You know, Zerka. The way you're talking, this is like poor people stuff.
Oh God!
Poor people speak like this.
What
Oy
about
vey,
Uncle
oy
Jeffrey,
You
And
huh?
I
vey.
filth,
You
don't think
think
you're
of
poor,
filthy,
Zintani?
so
filthy,
I don't know why
filthy.
you're doing
I'm
this.
definitely not poor. I have more money than you. Who's paying for your apartment?
Me, currently.
Okay, what do you do for a living?
I'm living above my means. I
So
was
what do you
working in
do?
the
How do you make money?
where we broke off, I was working in the music industry. So
And that's where you're getting your money from?
where I was, and then I made a bag on crypto and my investments. Do you
Did you?
not remember that about me? I was a autistic weirdo, and everyone thought I was weird, and I'd talk about
No, you
What?
Bitcoin.
were normal in person. You were not autistic. You were normal.
In
You actually had social skills. That means you're around a lot of men.
No, but the Twitch people, like that community, they always thought I was weird, and they would say that weird girl who talks about Bitcoin. I
That's
was
because
not.
you're too into your ego consciousness. You
You
think
were
you're
one of the
better
cool
than no.
kids,
I,
and
I
I
was
was
cool
not.
because I thought I was better than you. You think you're better than Destiny and those people. That's why they're afraid of you. You are a narcissist, true or false, which is a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Fuck
that's what
yeah, I'm a
people think you is.
narcissist. Narcissists rise up.
Listen, Zintani, I'll say this, man. Is it actually like you could see it from your window? Everyone's praying in unison. The Hallelujah. Are they
Where?
doing
Right
that?
now? I can go out on my terrace and see for you.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
might
Well,
cut out of the Wi-Fi though. But I can go see. What am I
That's
looking for? People praying?
I don't know about the word people, but just look for something like
The
that.
rats?
You know,
Put your book on
they're
them.
they're the size of Master Splinter now. They're
That's
huge.
what I'm saying. There's like weird stuff in New York for sure. I hear the honking, but it's like down there. I don't go down there.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's add some more. Um, Bro, groypers are a part of everything, and now they don't want to talk. Bro, guys, you guys got to get in here and say, no, I disagree. And come on, everyone argue now.
If Sneeko knew how to relax, like he'd be a lot better off, in my opinion. He's just all tension. That's all he is.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fear in him. A lot of, like he doesn't lean back in his chair. You ever see Nick lean back in his chair and then like say something really, really funny? Sneeko doesn't lean back. He leans forward and goes, this is what I'm afraid of. I'm filled with fear.
Mm-hmm. Would you
Yo,
say Sneeko has a he's not connected to the Christ force anymore? Like the reason he's degrading and he looks drained all the time is because he's lost all goodness, which would be like, I guess goodness could be authenticity, fun, love. That's why you said you missed the days
Yeah.
where it was all fun,
Well,
all gesture, and that was like
well,
kind
the,
of like pro life, right?
yeah,
It's kind of
yeah.
like pro Christ
I would, I
basically.
would, I would, I wouldn't
It's
say
like
he
an
lost.
infinite
I,
source
I,
of
I
energy. You don't degrade, you just build.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't say he lost the whole Christ force, but a lot of it. That's why he looks like that. But the part he's holding on to is the individuation part, that the Christ allows faces to go from every group looking kind of the same face, to different faces. Every human has a different face. That didn't happen before the mystery on Golgotha. That didn't happen before the Christ. So the one thing Sneako's doing that's that's considered healthy for a soul is that he's individuating, he's becoming his own thing. But does he look exhausted? It's like, bro, Zherka looks inexhaustible. That's all we do is my community, my thezerkaofficial.com. We just talk about the Christ, right? And remember, we kick out Muslims. We're very elitist up here.
Yeah, I remember you said one time, I forgot what video it was. You said everything good is of God, it goes upwards, it evolves, and everything that's bad peels off and dies. So that's
Yes, chicken.
probably, so you would say in a way that's probably why Sneeko looks drained and he feels drained. It's because it's not a life drive, it's a death drive, right?
Well, here's the thing. If it's morally progressing him, it's still towards the good. That's why religions kind of are all like they're all pieces of the puzzle, but the macro pieces you actually need are in the Christian mysteries,
Yeah.
right? Which involves sacrifice. It doesn't just mean you claim Christ. You could sacrifice yourself for the greater good. That's also entering the mysteries. But is an American soul like Sneako's going to lower levels of consciousness like Islam? Which is not an insult. There's even lower in Africa, right? There's everywhere is lower. It's not a value judgment. It's more like if you're born in America, you adopt better thought forms. Everyone knows that. That's why even Muslims evolve in America. That's why everyone evolves in America, right? But yeah, Sneako's going the other direction. That's why you're going to see a lot of problems. Same with Sunny Faz. And what can you do? It's like if Zerka went back home and switched religions, I would be going away from Zerka energy. Could you even imagine a Zerka that doesn't have the American flag behind him and pumped up? No, with
No.
the cigar, like this is the right direction. That's why I feel so cozy here. But man, if I turned into some fucking Buddhist Hindu or if I went to Albania and joined the Muslims, like, do you really think I would look inexhaustible? I would be tired. I'd be like, "Oh, man, what the fuck?" If I was born in an Arab nation, I wouldn't get that tired. I have to evolve with those, whatever those thought forms are, the cube thought forms. That's better than nothing. They get even worse without those. So I do thank all religions for being guardrails of morality and evolution. But I do panic if I see, oh, that's my buddy going to a lower step. And I'm not saying that a Muslim can jump steps and it's good. It could build a shadow, go one step at a time and eventually evolve into the Christ force. Don't just jump it and then hate Christians and blast the fucking church up, and don't make build a shadow doing weird psychotic shit. One step at a time, baby. And I say this to atheists. I say that when you're taking it one step at a time, it's fun. But if you ever jump, I'm just switching religions. Oh, these guys are forcing me to switch. He's rubbing my leg. Sheikh Uthman. That is, look what happens to Sonny, bro. It's sad.
Yeah, because the way you described it to me, it sounds like people who do all this stuff, they kind of cuck themselves. Because, like you said, Christ is eternal. Christ is like the same as saying life, life energy. And when you have that, it's like you can never be exhausted, right? You're like basically connected to an infinite source of energy that's inexhaustible. It gives you leverage in this life.
Yeah, and you got to remember that there's no better way than to go towards love. Even if, let's say, nobody had the answers. I would, and technically nobody has the answers. You can't just listen to Nick or Zerka and go to the Christ. That's not how it works. Everyone who tells you that's how it works, like we read the emails and we go, we converted this many people. That's not how it works. That's not even genuine. You have to do it from within, right? We can kind of help you in a bit, but really we can't do anything. Eventually, it has to be all on you. If you ever say I'm going to the Christ because Zerka told me to, nobody on Earth evolution benefits from that. It's got to come from within, right? And everyone goes for different reasons, believe it or not. But
Yeah.
just remember the way the Christ walked towards death, just fearless. And I'm telling you right now, everyone listening to this is living that mystery where you will all die one day. I'm telling you that religion that's telling you, hey, there's a devil in your nose and you gotta rip a wing of a fly and all that shit. The Buddhists, everyone's fucking it up. Dude, I'm not even those people that say in the past, those Christians who say in the past this would work. No, in the past, Buddhism was a great way to evolve. Amazing before the Christ. So I wouldn't, in the past, I would be promoting that. But in 2026, the best way to evolve is towards the Christian mysteries. And you're going to see that whether you listen to me or not, you're dying anyway. What do you're gonna die with no love, no sacrifice? Just you're gonna just play video games and wait to croak? You're dying anyway. What choice do you have? You're gonna go to fucking where are you gonna go to? Where are you gonna go? You're gonna go to this fucking five. We're gonna pray 5 times a day, and dude, this shit is so cope, man. Especially if you're born in the West. It's just cope.
I
And
feel like to the
I
normie,
I
that
I have anger, bro. So I have anger. When I see Sonny defect, my instinct isn't, oh no, a soul gone. As much as I want to help, eventually I come to a point where I say, fuck off. Because I'm just human. I'm not who do you think I am? I am human, so I say, fuck off. Fuck off. You let someone exploit your father figure issues like that, just fuck off with that shit.
Yeah, and then for him to go from like sucking your dick on stream, like, how do I get a girlfriend, bro? And then he's like attacking you like a year later. It's like, nigga, you're a cat, bro.
Yeah,
yeah,
he didn't get one.
I feel like to the normie, all this shit might sound very black pilling, but to me, it kind of sounds like a white pill because you're basically saying the point of life is be your best self, chase your dreams, or die. Like, there's no other choice. You're supposed to chase your.
Well, there is another choice. You can build up a neurosis and get depression, anxiety, and live the other kind of life
Yeah,
where
that's
it's
basically
not.
death, though, right? Like, I'd
Oh,
say
that's
that's
worse
worse
than
than.
death.
Yeah,
That's
it's
way
worse
worse
than
than
death.
death. Yeah.
Death drive.
Yo, Zherka.
Yeah, hit me.
Yo, unrelated, man. I got a question. What's between you and Gary, man? What's happening there?
Are you a numerologist? Because you're getting
Yeah,
permanently banned.
me. Hold on, wait. I'm not like. Hold on. I'm not like
Listen to
Gary.
me,
I don't
bro.
do
The
that
Check
shit.
joke
check the
is
bio.
over. We laughed. We made money together. It was fun. It was cute. But it's cope. Everyone knows it's cope. That's why when you guys hire me for private one-on-one calls, we're laughing about numerology. We ask anyone who's ever fucking hired me. Ask my students. We're all laughing at you guys. We're
Um,
laughing.
to be
Snap
fair,
out of it. Are you a double? It's fun to tell a girl, hey, you're a number 11. It's great content. If I was live, we'd continue to do it. But
Zherka.
we're not live. We're on a
I'm not
spaces
gonna lie,
and you're
it's such
talking about
easy
I
numerology.
know.
rage.
I get Zherka. I understand what he means. It sounds ridiculous. There's a lot of more important things in numerology, especially
You're a cat.
yeah.
So what doesn't that mean you're selfish by nature?
Yes.
So why would we trust a selfish person?
Well, by nature, I'm so. Look, here's the thing. Your birthday doesn't determine you.
Fucking
Your
dumbass.
birthday doesn't determine you, bro. It's what you make of your birthday determines you.
Well, what happens when you lose all your money like every other
So you're
numerologist?
basically saying perception is reality. It's not really about the numbers.
No, what's your name,
Exactly.
kid?
Yes.
Black. Hey,
Exactly.
Black Pill. You know, one day you're gonna meet the Christ in all its glory, and you're gonna say, "Oops."
No, I'm Christian though.
Okay, bro.
Dude, but listen, numerology is just a tool. It's not determinism. What Gary teaches is fucking bullshit.
No,
I
no, I don't
agree.
Why?
think, dude. I don't think numerology is evil or any of that stuff anyone says. In my opinion, if numerology is evil, technology that makes you sin like a motherfucker and go to those websites, that's even more evil. Like, we can slippery slope that shit, but I'm telling you right now,
Exactly.
I'm not saying it's evil. I'm saying it's retarded. It's literally
No,
fucking retarded.
I
Yeah.
get what you mean, man. You know,
And
No,
seeing
I
modern.
get that you don't actually bet your own money. You would never bet your own money.
I mean, I got you know. Listen,
Yeah.
I definitely
Yeah, how
understand
much
what you
money have
mean.
you made betting on sports
I
with
don't
your
sports bet, bro. I don't bet. I don't do that shit.
All right, do you predict the future?
No, there's no such thing as predicting because it's determinism bullshit. It's false.
Bro, first of all, read what Steiner says on numerology and all that stupid shit. It's hilarious.
Mm. I mean, no, I 100% get what you mean. I just use it.
Yeah, if you're not gonna trust a Catholic mystic, and I'm not even talking about the canonized ones. I'm talking about like someone like Swedenborg. If you're not gonna trust a man like Swedenborg, who the fuck are you gonna trust on earth? You know, start with Thomas Aquinas. See who you can trust. Don't ever start with Gary the numbers guy. You know, come on,
yeah.
man. Some of you guys are hungry for the wrong knowledge, and it's weird because people are like, why don't you do numerology in your private life? Why just on stream? Because the fucking chat's exploding with fucking high viewers. We're having a blast. You think offline, I'm going to turn it off and be like, you know what's weird? Offline, I still ask only, not men, women. When I meet women, I still have this impulse to ask them, what animal are you? The only part that I kind of, I don't even believe it. I just enjoy it. The only part that I indulge in it, where it's like, I know this is stupid, but this is my stupid, the only part I love is the animal one because it's like when a girl says, "Oh, I'm born in the year of the dragon," for some reason she gets so much more attractive. It's like, "Oh, it's a dragon," right? And if she says like an ugly animal, I go, "Oh, fuck, that's an ugly one," and there's nothing to talk about. Same with like when a girl says, "Oh, I'm a Pisces," and I go, "You were in my star circuit," and it's just weird. The whole world. I think I'm like, besides Alex Jones, I don't know if Alex Jones is considered one. Although Alex Jones talks about the archetypes and all this weird Christology nobody believes in, where he just mixes it with the Jungian stuff, but he makes his own thing about it. He doesn't use it as like a psychological lesson. And but by the way, the archetypes are not considered the gods or the hierarchy or the angelic hierarchy in medieval Christology. You're an idiot if you're confusing that. But or anything organizing principles of how thoughts work and any of that. Like, don't confuse that. But I just remember thinking, I'm like, wow, if we're gonna if we're gonna blur the lines of entertainment and truth, first of all, you're an idiot if you can do that. Like I've seen so many Christian channels say, "Don't be careful." What do you mean? The truth stands out. It's like obvious. Zherka can fucking do a tarot reading, and he knows it's fucking retarded. I'm not fucking doing black magic because I let some bitch in Vegas say, "Oh, you're born here, and you're." Actually, we're laughing at her. You fucking and I'm this is the last time I'm saying it because it kills the content. It literally kills the content when we make fun of people like Gary. Like the whole point is to really, oh, and yeah, I'm born in the skunk year, and now what's happening? That's the whole point of the fucking thing,
That's why I'm
right?
stinky.
Yeah, it's like, and we've done this for everything. Like we're not cowards who go, oh, stay away from that. And I do believe that there's black magic that can happen, but not with guys like Gary, not with like low level soldiers. I could see that from like there's a left wing and a right wing for esoteric masters on Earth right now. It's an advanced lesson, bro. That's who I'd be afraid of. I wouldn't be afraid of fucking salesmen ever. I don't think I've ever been afraid of a salesman taking me to hell. I think if anything, they have the ticket to hell. Um, Speaking of ticket, bro, we have to get into a purgatory. We got to talk about purgatory. I feel like no Catholic channel ever talks about that. I'm like, you guys are fucking retarded, right? That's huge. That's massive. But stay on topics. The topic is New York, Arabs, and Sneeko. Just stay there. And I'm wrapping it up soon because you guys are doing a horrible job. I'm killing it. You guys are doing a horrible job. Is another Shkreli? Is it Shkreli? Shkreli? Is that yeah, Shkreli? I don't know. How do you pronounce that? That I know it's Albanian, but what the fuck? There is Shkreli. I just haven't met them before. I just besides that guy. Am I saying it right, Zintani? It's been years since I fucking talked to him, bro. And he's like, Zerk, I don't know you. I'm like, my nigga, then don't put me in a spaces. The fuck? His people know me. Yeah, what up, Brady? Yo, is that a Samoyed?
It is. I
Yo,
looked
that's one
around.
of the
I
cutest
saw.
dogs ever.
I didn't see one praying Muslim though. Maybe I'm in the wrong side of town.
You keep a Samoyed in an apartment?
Yeah. Well,
Maybe you
the
maybe you
terrace
are the
is.
Muslim.
Well, the terrace is huge, so she can run around whenever she wants.
Oh, you're getting piped.
What?
Sorry. Intrusive thought.
Zerka, you were so kind and
Zintani,
nice.
what's your
Back in the
numerology?
day, something
What's your
happening.
numer? What
I'm an
animal are you?
11. I'm a pig.
You're an emotional 11?
Oink
I'm
oink.
an 11 pig.
You're a pig?
I like it. I didn't like it at first. But I can get down with like a barnyard bash type of
Yo,
vibe, you
Zintani, do you
know?
like rolling in the mud?
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of lazy. I don't know if pigs are considered lazy, but I'm kind of a pig. Yeah, I like good food. I like
Is that Arnold? Pigs are Arnold Schwarzenegger, Elon Musk. That's all I know.
JW.
Oh, really? All right, let's add
Hey,
people.
Zerka.
Hit me.
It's Shkreli, by the way. We're from fucking Malcia Mala, so it's Shkreli.
Right, right. But I thought he would change the pronunciation because he sounds like a white boy from New York.
Do you want
I
me to
think he
tell
is a
him
white boy
to
from
come
New
in
York.
here?
Right. Are you
I got a
also
question
Albanian?
though. I'm from no. Both of my parents were born in Montenegro, so my
Because
dad's from
here's
Lucian.
my confusing part, bro.
Yes,
Ever since I got on the internet, I was like, I'm global. I'm a sensation. I gotta find people like me. I'm like the only,
yes.
I'm the only Christian Albanian channel. Dude, where are Christian Albanians? There's
Right
no,
here,
they
right
don't
here. But
exist.
we're not. I'm not a Catholic though. I once was. Both of my parents are Catholic, and you just brought up purgatory. In my opinion,
Hold on.
purgatory.
You're an Albanian who ditched both of your Catholic parents and Skenderbeg?
Absolutely, because purgatory is the biggest scam in the history of Catholicism by far. If you read the Bible, it's very explicit that God is either going to tell you, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," and you're going to go to heaven, or "Depart from me, I
Wrong.
never knew you," and go to hell. There's no text signifying that there's a purgatory or a middle ground. Like Christ died for 100% of your sins, not 99%. There's not like this middle ground where I can redeem myself in the afterlife. It's heaven and hell, and that's it. So I
Right.
disagree with purgatory completely. It's not
So
even in the scriptures at all.
you're an ortho Albanian?
I'm actually Protestant, I think. I'm like a Charlie Kirk type of,
What the hell?
Yikes. Yo, Anthony, do you
What? They
think
exist?
We
but
are
Anthony?
I'm from
Charlie
America though. I'm not from
Kirk.
Albania. That's why I'm from America, so I'm Americanized.
Are
An-
you're born in Montenegro?
No, Michigan. I still live here, but I'm born in Michigan.
Do you speak Albanian?
Absolutely. But I
So
speak
wait.
Geg though.
Don't dox yourself, but what's the church you go to? What's it called?
Oh, I'll dox myself. I don't give a fuck. It's St. Paul's Albanian Church in in Rochester Hills,
There's an
Michigan. But
Albanian
I
Protestant.
don't go
Yo,
there because
that's
they're
where
a
I
Catholic church
belong.
though.
That's where I belong. The Albanian Protestant energy. You guys get to party all the time, right?
Oh no. They're Catholic. That's why I don't go there no more. I don't go there no more. But I used to go to
Oh.
that one. That's a Catholic church, St. Paul's.
So what's yours?
Oh, I don't even go to one. I got to tap in. I got to start going to one. But right now, but
What
I'm
the
sola
fuck?
scriptura right now. It's Bible only, but I do have to find a church.
No,
So yeah,
but you're the one you're breaking down scripture
yes.
on your own. So when Jesus says, they ask him, what sins did this blind man commit? And Jesus says none. So you're breaking it down like, holy shit, he's just born blind because God hates him. That's how you interpret scripture?
No, I don't think that God hates him, but yeah, I do interpret. I think that
Could
we
it be that he was born blind because he sinned in his last life? Or are you too Protestant to get down?
no. There's no last life. There's no
Yeah,
last
yeah.
life.
No, he's just born blind. God hated him.
No. Unfortunately, that's the reality that some people face. You're born disabled, visually, physically,
That's
or whatnot.
hilarious.
That's not because God hates you, but you might have a different calling. Like there's this
Well,
one.
you're consistent with Catholics, Orthodox, Protestants. You guys are all consistent on that. The only people that object to you guys would be the mystics, right? Have you noticed that? But that's too fucking far down the rabbit hole. God made him born blind.
Yeah, but what are you though? Because you talk about Christ, but what
I'm
are you?
Zherka, dude. I'm sacrificing myself for the truth. What are you?
I follow Jesus Christ. Do you follow Jesus Christ?
You said you don't even go to church.
But me going to church doesn't diminish the fact that I'm a Christian and I follow Christ. Like I can go
So
to
do
church
you at
7 days.
least have a Bible study 2 hours before bed to calm you down and shit?
No, not two
What
hours
the
before
fuck are
bed.
you doing? So
I,
so what
Did
part of your
Jesus
day
told
is
that you
involved
have
with
I'm
to go
not.
to
church?
But
church?
you got to realize I'm
I
not
want to.
saved by works though. I'm saved by grace. I could go to the church 7 days a week and I could still go to hell if I don't really believe in Jesus Christ. That's the point.
That is crazy that you believe that.
How? I believe it's by grace through faith. That's what the Bible says. And unlike Catholics, unlike all these Albanians, they think
So
works can
let me
save
get this
you.
straight. So can Epstein be saved?
There's a probably 100% chance likelihood that when he died he didn't believe in Christ. So no, I don't think he was. However, in his dying moments, if he turned to Christ and like actually felt convicted
Wow.
That's crazy, dude.
with
So
Hitler with
so
that
That's
let me
actually
let
tragic.
me let
crazy.
me just let me
But
get that
but
let
they
me get
didn't
hold
and
on
they're
let
in
me get
hell.
that let me get the Protestant messaging here. If his thinking and feeling
Yeah.
is towards the Christ, but his will, his actions are making a baby's butt bleed, raping it, he goes to heaven.
If he's making a baby's butt bleed, then he actually doesn't believe in Christ because your works are like evidence of how much you really believe. They're evidence of your faith. So the faith saved you because of the grace of God. And you can't just say, "Oh, I'm a Christian and I live in fucking Detroit. My name is Daquan and I'm in 8 Mile and I'm killing
Yeah,
niggas and
but
shit." That's not how it
you're making a
works.
Catholic
Uh-oh.
argument. You're coming towards the works now.
No, no, not necessarily because it's not the works that save you. Works just show how much you really believe. And if you really believe, you're gonna do good things. That's the point.
Yeah, what you're saying effectively is works is downstream from thinking. Thinking, you think of a rose, it inspires a feeling of beauty for you to will yourself to pick it up. It's all downstream from thought. Yes, that's faith. Faith is thought. What you're saying is Catholics got it correct.
Yeah, like
No, because
faith and works is the infinity symbol, basically. It's not like
Zerka, you're gonna
simple.
break that,
here's the
dude.
thing. I know Catholics don't have it correct because Catholics are the same as everybody else in regards to works, like Islam and Jews. You think you can do enough things to get into heaven? These Muslim niggas, they glitch it. They have Ramadan and they pray, and their prayers are worth 10x
Yeah, but
more
there's
during
more
Ramadan.
nuance
That's a
to it.
scam.
You're just
That's
being
Yeah,
works are
rigid.
a
but
There's
what
more
good
scam.
argument
nuance
is
to
that
it.
if they got the wrong religion?
Well, but they believe in works though. They believe in a works-based gospel,
Of
just like
course.
everybody else, except Christianity.
Anthony,
Catholics are
Anthony, I have a
works-based too.
question. So
Yes.
all I have to, I'm not dissing you. I'm asking. So all I have to do is just believe that in Christ, and He will get me to heaven, right?
If you truly believe in your heart, if you truly believe it, you're gonna change. Your heart is gonna be changed, and you're gonna feel the inclination to do good
Hold on, hold
things,
on, hold
and
on.
then you're saved.
But
Yes.
that's a physical effect. If I just know Jesus is the Christ by grace, Jesus is going to get me to heaven. That's your argument, right?
The Bible says if you confess with your mouth and believe Jesus is Lord, you will be saved. Yeah. Do you
Okay, so
disagree with
here's my
that or no?
question then. Don't demons do that?
No, demons don't believe in Jesus. They
Oh, I
believe
heard
that
they
God
don't
exists.
exist.
Demons are very aware that God and Jesus exist.
Uh
However,
huh.
they don't worship him. They know he's
No,
there, but they don't
Anthony.
worship him.
No,
No,
no, they
because
know he's
if you
Lord.
listen to The
They know he's
Exorcist, they
Lord.
can only move if Jesus says you're allowed to possess this person. You're allowed to tempt this person. Listen to The Exorcist. Listen to Protestant deliverance
Yep.
ministries. That's what they say, dude. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Perfect.
You
I'm not a
believe in
fan of
one
these
God.
Joel
So
That's
Osteen
good.
ass
Even the
niggas.
perfect.
demons believe so.
Exactly. Even the demons do believe. Yeah.
Okay, so you just like ruined your own argument.
No,
You
no.
just admitted that you just
They
ruined your own argument.
hold on a second.
The
They believe.
demons
I
do
said they
believe in
believe in
Jesus,
his
so they should go to heaven, but they
existence.
don't. So how do people go to heaven?
Hold on a
By
second. Muslims
thinking,
believe in the
feeling, and
existence of
acting.
Jesus too, but they're not going to heaven. I didn't say believing in his existence is a whole different thing than believing he's the
Yeah, but
Lord and Savior and Son of God.
The Muslims don't believe the nuances behind it because they can't even get past the fact that he's God.
Muslims are just fucked, so let's ignore Muslims. We're talking about Christianity and Catholicism. You have to believe that
What are you
Jesus
talking
Christ
about,
is
bro?
your Lord and
What are you
Savior.
talking about? I'm Muslim.
Who's Muslim?
I'm Muslim.
Then you're cooked, nigga.
Damn.
First of all, you show like how the Christians are treating the Muslims, and I read the message that Muslims multiplying is not cool, and you open your truly face. Is this a real Christianity?
I
I
can't
was
understand
told
you. Are
you,
you
What did you
English
say? I
speaking?
can't.
You have too
Yeah.
thick of an accent, my nigga.
of course, English is not my first language. I can talk different languages, including English, including Russian, including Turkish. So I'm trying to, as a Muslim, I'm trying at
Are
least.
you a white Muslim? Do you have white skin?
What do you mean white skin?
Are you Russian? What's your ethnicity? Because if you're white, then you should be ashamed of yourself if you're a white Muslim.
Are you consider
Isn't
Habib
it
as a
crazy
white?
how you
I don't
guys
know.
put so much standards on us? It's almost like you see us as superior, right? So you expect us to act superior.
Superior. You guys are Islam is a brown man's religion. A brown man can never
No,
be
no, I'm not
superior. What do
talking to
you?
you. I'm talking to the Muslim.
Brown man's religion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Brown.
No,
Are you
because
white
Tariff,
though?
I
Tariff, I have
noticed.
a
Tariff?
Muslim question. I have a Muslim question. Did you see that Sneeko? Nick said that Sneeko prays to a cube, and Sneeko said that Catholics pray to a woman. What do you think about that? That Sneeko used the mother of Jesus Christ as an argument to you as the insult that you guys pray to the cube. What do you think about that, Tariff?
It's a good question.
So first of all, let me give the background. Who am I? Right. I'm a Sunni Muslim. So if you know, the Muslims also dividing in the Shia, which is more in
Yeah, don't you guys kill each other?
no.
Oh,
Uh, so
well,
I'm
something
just
you
giving a background
Yo, Zherka,
must
who
could
have
you
doesn't know
bring
about that.
Noctur up?
Who's that?
Isn't he like your cousin or something?
What, dude? If anyone says that online, they are dick riding, bro. What the
No, he
fuck?
doesn't. He does sound like your cousin though. He's like an Albanian Christian.
So
Hey,
are you
you
guys
trying to get
done
kicked
to
out?
interrupting me, or should I be quiet?
Yeah, Tarif, what are you trying to
Yeah,
say,
please
bro?
be
You're
quiet.
too polite to be around us. Like, what are you trying to say?
No, I'm trying to say like, why are you guys hating and like us? I don't understand
Oh,
that
because
point.
you're literally in the streets of New York doing weird shit. We don't like the weirdo part.
thank you.
So first of all, it's not me. It was on the New York doing the
Oh, so
thing.
you're against it?
I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, you
First of
don't
all,
know? You magically
no,
don't know anything.
no, I don't, because I'm not in the U.S. right now. That's what I'm trying to
But
say.
you see it on the feed. What do you think of that? Is that cool?
I didn't see. If you explain me, I can explain probably my
No, no, we're
position
not
about
here to
that.
explain. You know what's going on.
If your assumption, like I know that, I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on in New
Okay,
York.
we'll play your game. What do you think of Muslims praying in the middle of Times Square when they have a mosque across the street?
So the praying, I think like if there is a mosque, it's better to pray inside a mosque. It's not like a showing that the religion or something. That's my honest position. If it's like you become a Muslim to show up everybody, or you're just making PR, it's not a good way. That's my position to your
So
question.
you agree it was like super performative and disrespectful to the Islam faith, even to the Islam faith, let alone to America. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying my position. Like, so the religion is like, you're keeping yourself. Like, you're not showing everyone, hey, I'm Christian, hey, I'm Muslim. It's more about you and the God.
That's what we're
That's a
saying.
real Islam.
That's what we're saying. We're
What you
saying
mean we
that
are
it
saying?
was more performative that they did it in Times Square. Why didn't they just go in the mosque? We're not hating on you. We're saying it sounds like you agree with us.
I don't know what you're saying, but that's my position, which I
Oh,
said it's
brother.
better.
Well, I guess he's one of the cool ones.
That dude is brain dead as fuck. He's a cool brain dead retard.
So you're calling me a retard now?
He's gonna blow.
Oh shit.
You can laugh
Alhamdulillah.
at anything. Like I'm just saying, like the true Islam is like this. The
Why
media
did
is
you
showing you
convert?
the different.
Yo, Tarab,
I
why did
didn't
you
convert.
convert?
I was born as a Muslim.
Oh, why
If
do you
you,
stay? What's your argument for Islam? Why should we convert?
I'm not converting you. First of all, I'm not here to convert anybody. If you believe to Jesus Christ, if you're a Christian, it's up to you. Because
I'm
everybody has
asking you,
what I believe
why do
is.
you believe it?
Why do I believe it? First of all, it's logical.
You believe it because you were born in Saudi Arabia, nigga, not because you were evangelized to. Because Islam is 99% of Muslim niggas are Muslim because they were born in a brown man's country and
Yeah,
literally in the Middle
that is
East.
true.
None of you niggas came to Islam because somebody preached the Quran to you guys. You guys were
Sonny did.
born
Sonny,
in that
Sonny
religion.
Faz did.
Yeah, he's a joke, and I don't
This
know.
guy
He
is
he
No,
he has
this
white
guy is
skin.
idiot.
no, they
First
put
of
him in the
all, I don't
back
know why you're
office.
so
They didn't
Yeah,
idiot,
they
bring him
diddled
in.
Anthony.
him.
He
He
was
got
held at
diddled.
gunpoint, nigga.
No, it's trauma by sexual, satanic sexual abuse.
And that's why
Yeah,
Christianity is different because a lot of people come to Christianity unlike Islam. Nobody goes to that weak ass religion, bro. I'm gonna, like,
Yeah,
no
First of
even
all,
disrespect.
Chinese
that's
guy.
your
Have you ever met a
assumption. That's
Chinese
not a
guy who goes to
statistic or a
church? Like
fact.
even Chinese
Uh,
people come on board.
Did you
Exactly.
see China outlawed Islam the other day? That shit was so crazy.
Yeah, they're badass as
First
fuck,
of all,
bro.
Anthony is, I don't know,
Maybe the
crazy.
tankies were right. Maybe
I'm
they were right the whole
vindicated for
time.
having yellow fever.
But also, how many Chinese Muslims are there? Like, I can't imagine, like,
A lot,
first of all,
a
going to
lot.
China,
that's
second of all, going to
hilarious.
China and then seeing.
There are more Muslims than the Christians. And this guy, Anthony, I don't know his name. He's crazy. He assumed that I was
But
born in
Tara,
Saudi
imagine
Arabia.
you're
But
at your mosque and then you see a Chinese man walk in, like, also saying the prayers in fluent Arabic. Isn't that just a wild sight to see?
Thank you, Tyrov. Don't lie. You're gonna look at him like he's different. You know that. You know that. He's not the same
He'd
as
be
you.
like, "Ni hao."
You guys look at non-brown Muslims as different. It's just the truth. Like Lily J and Sonny Faz and these niggas. I know you guys don't really accept them
you're
like deep down
weird,
in your
brother.
heart. No, I'm
You're
not weird.
weird.
Islam
Like
is
you're
for
just
brown people only. Christianity is
Well,
universal.
where do
they
you
do.
You can
They
be a
do say.
sub-Saharan in
I'll
Africa,
give
60
you
IQ.
$1,000.
You could be a
I'll give you
sub-Saharan in Africa,
$1,000.
retarded, and be a Christian, and I won't look at you different. But if you're a Muslim
Stop
and you're Chinese and
insulting me
if
and
you have white skin, you don't
stop
look the part at
insulting
all,
me
G.
and
You don't look the part, G.
Anthony,
don't
what do
show
you think about
yourself like
St.
this.
Padre Pio?
I'm gonna be honest, nigga. Like I said, I have no idea about these Catholic post-Christ
But you
missionaries.
sound like you're from Jersey. You gotta have Italian friends. Italian's favorite person after Mother Mary is St. Padre Pio. What do you think about that?
I'm not one. I'm not
Because
Italian,
he
and two,
stood
I'm
up
from
to
Michigan.
Muslims also. He also went into mosques and was like, you need to convert like a badass.
Hold on, osmosis. I feel like this guy's cool. He's one of the cool Protestants.
Who, me?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to educate him.
I'm an
Idiot.
ecumenical, and what I mean by that is I used like 4 years ago when I first converted to like Protestantism, I used to think that if you didn't accept that gospel, you were going to hell. So like every Catholic was damned. But over time, I've grown to realize, oh, like according to the Bible, if you believe Jesus is Lord, you'll be saved, and that obviously is going to include some Catholics and some Orthodox, of course, and Protestants alike. I'm not. I don't think if you're Catholic, you're fucked. I just think you're wrong because the gospel isn't
No,
the
I get
gospel that
it.
I
I
get from the
get it.
New
And you're
Testament.
closer along than most people. It's not even because I'm a
No, but
Catholic.
listen.
There's a lot of
What about in the
Catholics that
fifth?
don't believe in
What about in
Catholicism.
what about in the 1500s when they were selling tickets to heaven? The highest bidders were guaranteed the highest positions, or like a surefire position in heaven. Like
I
that is
know it's
another
pretty
reason I can't believe in
badass.
Catholicism. That's a joke, bro. I'm
It was
sorry.
pretty badass.
They were selling tickets to heaven, bro.
My colleague, there is no logic on the Anthony's. What he's saying basically is you just need to believe and that's it. What's the point? Logically can explain Anthony. What's the point of God creating the humans then?
The
If you
point
just
is this:
logically,
nobody who has ever lived deserves to go to heaven because even one sin will separate you from the presence of God. So the reason I can be saved, and the reason even like a Jeffrey Epstein, which he wasn't obviously, but even if he decided to convert last minute, is because of the grace of God alone. It's nothing we did because if
Right.
we look at what we deserve, we all deserve hell. So I don't deserve it. Epstein didn't deserve it. But the thing is, if you put your faith in
so
Christ,
here's the
because he's
question
so
then.
good, he'll save you.
Here's the
That's it.
question then.
Yeah.
Here is the question then. So let's assume like I killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
I smoked the
I
weed,
believe
I
it.
drink, for example, all right? And then at the end,
Average
what I will
Muslim.
say,
Yeah, average Muslim.
Average.
so you cannot logically explain your position, right? So what I'm saying is, I was like doing a lot of things, right? And then what happened is, at the end, I'm just telling to my friend, hey, just kill me. And before killing me, I will say like, I believe in Jesus. So does it makes me to go to heaven by your logic?
No, but it makes you a lot closer, right? Imagine you say, "No, my nigga,
No,
I believe in
no, like there is
Muhammad." You're
see
gonna
there is
wait.
he cannot explain even the
Yeah,
logic.
I
No,
will.
no.
Yeah, I will.
Here,
First
here,
of all, the
here's the logic.
hypothetical you gave
Here's the
me would
logic.
never happen in real life. And
No,
number
here's the logic.
two, you could commit like, dude, a guy that's committed 100 different murders versus me only telling one lie in my entire life. We deserve the same punishment if the God of the Bible is real. Okay, we both deserve hell, even though he committed way worse shit than I did. We both deserve hell. Like I said before, the only reason that we can be saved is because of the grace of God and Christ dying on the cross.
You're
So
just
yes,
saying
if you
no
commit murders and do
answer my
these things,
question.
if you turn away from that lifestyle, accept Jesus, feel conviction in your heart, and repent of your sins, you will be saved. It's just like the thief on the cross in the New Testament. He was. I'm sure the scriptures don't say, but I'm sure he was a not so nice person. You know that he was getting crucified for a reason. But in his dying moments, he turned to Christ and said, "Lord, remember me when you enter your kingdom." And he said, "Today you will be with me in paradise." Nobody is excluded, nigga. Nobody's. I don't like. You can't do too many things that will separate you from the presence of God. Like you're not irredeemable ever. Nobody's irredeemable. That's why Christianity's beautiful. It just is. Like nobody's Hitler in his dying moments, like I said, if he decided to find Jesus Christ, he could have been saved. But I know you have a problem with that because you're a works-based ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, he did a lot of
Mm.
bad things. He can never be saved. That's why works-based religions are ass. All of the religions in
No,
the world, with the
the
exception of
Muslims doesn't
Christianity,
say
are
the
ass.
Muslims doesn't never
You
say that.
sound like a
Bro,
nerd.
you
Yeah,
niggas
Wait,
do
wait.
prayers during Ramadan
You
that
killing,
sound
have
like a
10x.
nerdy
he is killing
bitch.
it right
Okay,
Shut
now.
up,
hey,
He's
Explain the
Corey.
Zintani,
verse.
you're a
No, explain
woman.
the verse.
You're a woman, and you should have no
Sounds
Yes.
rights
like
ever.
a
You should have
Jewish.
Yes.
never had
angry
rights in your
white
life.
Look at
nerd.
that
You
Based
need to
shit.
repeal the
Anthony.
Ninth Amendment. You should never fucking speak in
Anthony,
public ever again. The fact that
There
women
you
have
go.
microphones in 2026 is a fucking joke,
Yeah.
nigga. Put that
okay,
microphone
explain
down,
that. Look,
nigga. Put that microphone
I
down, bitch ass
I
nigga.
gave no woman authority
look,
Who is
over
look.
that
man.
speaking?
I
Anthony
gave
Shkreli,
no
nigga, and I'm
woman
The
telling you
father.
as a
authority
woman
over
to shut the
man.
fuck up and listen
First
to
of
men when
all,
they talk, nigga.
Oh God,
look,
you
look, look.
look
Your
like a
Wait, you're not giving.
goofball. You look like a
You're not
nerd,
giving me
I
dude.
answer.
gave. Hey,
unlimited
listen. What did Saint Paul say?
power.
Yo, what did Saint Paul say? I gave no woman authority over man.
Thank
Yep.
you. Never.
You
Yep.
are exactly the kind of guy to hate women. It looks like
I
that.
don't hate anyone. I have no
It
enemies.
looks
I
like
love
I
We
you.
no, it
actually
looks
love
dislike
like
you
this
them.
so
We can say
much.
we
Zintani, I
anti.
love
dislike them
you.
I
sometimes,
actually
but
love you so
I
much, and I
tell you
want to
to shut
protect
up for
you.
your own good because I
Thank
love
you.
you. I don't hate
Thank
You
you.
you.
sound like a nerdy.
Thank you. We
You
actually love
sound
you
like
so
what you look
much
like.
that we
Anthony,
want to
Do I
look.
deprive
really?
you of
Do I
your
really
rights so
Quick
you
sound like
don't
a
make
question.
nerd?
fucked up
Quick
Stop
decisions.
it.
question to you, Anthony. Quick question to you.
I'm not a
Yeah.
nerd. What are you talking
You
about?
can't
Is it
protect me from
more?
anything. Look at those arms.
this is
You're
a
not
Jewish
protecting
woman speaking,
anybody.
guys. Just let her be.
I mean, this guy is not the king of the
Okay,
pack.
okay, we get it. Okay, we get it. Question,
Why do we let
Anthony.
women
Look,
talk? We're so fucked up.
No, no, no.
Anthony.
It's not just a
But
woman.
you
Why you
guys are
discriminating the
following
woman?
this guy. You guys,
Why you
Nigga,
you
discriminating
guys
hey,
the
need
listen to
woman?
help.
this. How about this? You can be a conservative Christian woman who really believes in Jesus Christ, but as a Bible
She
believing Christian
doesn't.
myself, you still shouldn't have the fucking right to talk over me. That's the
Oh
Yo,
point,
my
nigga.
Anthony.
You
gosh,
can be
calm
tapped in and you should
down.
still shut the fuck up. How about
What
that?
is
Anthony,
wrong
she's
with this
she's
guy?
Jewish. She's not
Yo,
even
this
Christian,
nigga's
bro.
so fucking based.
He
Holy
needs help.
shit.
He needs a hug.
Anthony,
Bro,
No,
you
do you
that's
sound
do
our
like you
that's
you
our
take
new boy.
do you
ashwagandha
have
with
a
your
news show or
monotone ass
something?
voice. No emotion.
Anthony, do you have like a news show or something?
No, I just started Kick literally 1 month ago.
Okay,
I'm about to
good,
Anthony,
turn
the
bro.
up on
crack
these
You'd
niggas.
addict
be
on the
good at
crack.
that. You should start covering
I
shit,
just
bro. You
started
got a
Kick
good
streaming a month
voice
ago. I'm
for
about to
it
turn
too.
up on these bitch ass niggas and like
And
Zintani and then fuck
with
these women
what
that tell me what to do,
content?
nigga.
Because you say the N word and you're white.
Yeah, yeah.
You're a
Is that
woman. What
your
content are
is
you gonna
that your
produce?
niche?
You're a what? You don't have a dick and balls. You have no testosterone. How are you gonna tell me what
I'm
content?
not competing with you.
Zintani, to be
Oh, I
fair, you
hope
got
not.
Zintani, you got to be fair. Anthony, at least he's keeping the interest up. When you speak, we all want to put a 9 millimeter in our mouth and blow
Thank
our
you and
fucking
shoot
You
brains
ourselves.
out.
guys, but you guys are incels. It's fine. But
No,
this guy shouldn't
There
be
she
your
goes.
Join
leader.
Women
the
bragging
Zherka
about
lab.
sexuality again. That's
at,
all
at
they
least
talk
he's
about.
making
Sex,
it
sex, sex.
interesting. Listen, at
See, you
least
guys need
he's
like a hug.
hold on. At least he's
You need
making
dick.
it interesting.
He's like,
When
calm down.
Zintani speaks, I just can't focus because I'm bricked up the
What
whole
is
time.
what
Like
is
holy
what is
shit.
interesting about this man?
I don't
Zintani,
know.
can
You're
you give me
mid, but
some
let's go back
crypto
to Anthony.
advice?
Go
I'm
back to
looking to
This
get
Anthony.
into
guy
crypto. Can I get some
reeks
crypto
of
advice, please?
Get
poor.
off of this mid Jewish woman. Let's
He
God bless her, but
smells like a
Zintani, you're
poor.
too distracting, bro.
He
Stop.
looks like a poor.
He looks like a
Would
And
you
poor.
he
would you
speaks like
guys
a poor.
would you guys hit
yeah,
it
that's
though?
the Italian in me. It's okay. But you're Jewish though, so don't forget. Let's not
Would you
fix it.
guys hit it though?
Oh,
I don't know.
100%.
If she kept her mouth shut, I think so. Maybe.
That's all they're
Yeah,
here
it's
for,
been a
though.
nice day.
It's not an option.
Okay. No, nobody's asking.
Who said it was an option?
Zuko, what
Zintani,
happened to you, man? You
what
used to be
happened to
so
me? I've been
cool and
rolling around with
nice.
the pigs. I've been in the mud with the insults.
Oh,
I
you
hate
gotta
women
get
now.
out of of there.
Well, no, you know what's weird? Hating women brought me more women. What the fuck?
Babe.
Probably not good women though. You're intelligent.
Whoa,
Like
whoa,
I
whoa.
remember you.
Every soul on earth is actually good. You just gotta pull it out of them, dude.
See, like Zherka at least can achieve something. Anthony, it's not going to happen for you.
Hey Zintani, why are you
Damn,
not?
Unfortunately.
Hey,
nigga.
why are you not changing the
I
Damn,
think
tonality of
bro.
your
Anthony
I
has
can
a
voice?
You're a
bright
tell just
good
from
future.
looking at
spell,
you.
little
Bro, you are
Anthony
Like
has a
so
bright
fucking
future. I don't
monotone.
know what you're talking about.
Thank you, bro.
Zherka is
Wait, I have a real question.
choosing
Hold on, hold
to
on.
go
I got
down
a
a
real
bad
question.
path, but you don't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
any
yeah.
path to
Okay,
take,
for
Anakin,
sure,
you're
for sure. Got
going
unfortunately.
down a
You
yo.
path
take
I
dick for a
cannot
living, Jewish ass
follow.
bitch.
Yeah, hold on, Zintani,
Oh,
Zintani. What
gross.
the fuck is neuro psychopharmacology? Do you
The
sell
study of
coffee?
the effects of drugs on the brain.
It's
AKA
Kabbalistic
another fucking
Okay,
magic.
fake degree.
so she's a Jewish pharmacist. Is that? Do you
Nootropics
sell
better.
coffee or
Nootropics
what?
No,
better.
no.
Nootropics better. Herbs better. Get mogged.
All right,
The line of questioning is asking if I do OnlyFans or prostitute myself. The answer is no.
thank
I
God.
have
No, no
never
to which one? No to which
prostituted.
one?
Both. I've never
No, you
prostituted.
can't. You can't say both. Sorry, that's not how this works. Okay, you're
I have
not.
never done
No, no,
either.
no, no. We don't fall for Jewish tricks. You can't have your cake and eat it too and put us in debt. Which one is it? One or two?
I've never prostituted myself. I've never gone on OnlyFans. I've never.
Would you like to start?
No.
Zentani, how much?
See, like this is the thing, Zerka.
No, come on.
You
Listen,
can
we
lead
just gotta know. We gotta know if you
Zerka.
were on the market. How much would you cost? Would you
Zentani,
be like,
Zerka
please.
a lot of
What
I'm
do
an
you
money.
value
incel.
how
Too
yourself?
much is a
much.
lot of money? Is it
Zintani,
Five
what do you
billy.
value
Zentani,
I
let me
want.
speak
yourself
I
crypto.
at?
want
Let me
5 billy.
talk,
but how much?
please.
5 billion.
I
That's a
said
Jewish number.
5 billy.
That's a
Only
Five?
Jewish
You
five
think
number.
billy.
you're worth 5 billion,
Yo,
little nigga?
Zintani, let my
Come
nigga
on,
hyper
I
hit.
think I wouldn't want to
come on.
do it
five
unless it was five
billion.
billy, but I'd crack at five
Zintani,
billy.
Zintani, you don't even
Cap,
know how
bro.
much
Such
five
cap.
Please,
billion. Do you know how much
Zerka,
5 billion actually is?
please don't call me the N word, sir. Go
Oh my
Me?
away.
God.
Yeah, you just called me a racial
And what you
slur.
No,
gonna
I,
do
I didn't
about
call
it,
you a nigger.
nigga?
You
Yo,
did.
nigger, what are you gonna do about it, nigger?
Zerka,
Guys,
you
I
know
have a real quick
all these
question.
retards, you
I
could
have a
lead
real
them
question.
wherever you
Zerga, what
want.
did
Where are
you? Were
you
Why
you
would I
acting
leading?
like
leave
a
them? That's
saint
my
in front
wolf
of this
pack.
bitch or
Where are
something?
you
That's my
Like,
taking
wolf
them?
pack. Hoof, hoof. This is the wolf pack, Zitani. You in the fucking lion's den, little Jew, little Jewish lamb, little Jewish lamb. You're in the lion's den, little
I
nigga.
know, I was your first
Whoa, whoa,
interview.
whoa. What does that mean? Careful, careful.
I
How
Yo,
was your first
kosher
interview.
pussy isn't
Oh, okay.
safe here, bro. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah. Ugh.
On your Twitch channel before anything happened. You don't remember that?
Yeah,
So are you
I mean,
saying you're
feel like you
responsible for
did
his
drug
success
me,
or
but
what?
okay.
What'd you say?
I
Are you
felt like I got
responsible for?
drugged that night.
I'm not
When I was
talking to
around you,
anyone
I
except
felt, I'm
Zerka.
not saying you did it. I'm saying I felt like I got drugged that night.
When you interviewed me?
Yeah, when I met you in person, I felt like someone put something in my drink.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I don't remember it. And I don't think, do you remember that night?
Yeah, you were cool.
It's not a blur to
You
you?
seemed shy.
Okay, I just gotta ask, did we fuck?
No, what the fuck?
Okay, but
No.
yeah, you gotta ask. I don't remember.
No.
I have a question to
Gross.
Anthony. Anthony,
Zintani,
quick
why are you
question.
living in the past?
We never nothing sexual, but you were nice, you were respectful, cool, fun, intelligent. I don't know what
I
happened to
guess
you.
that's cool.
Something happened to you. I should have protected you from whatever happened, but
Y-
I didn't know.
Can you protect me
Something
right now, today?
obviously you were going through something. Are you
I,
protect
going
him,
through stuff?
Zintani.
I want to come to New York. That's what I want.
I'm not gonna have sex with you, Zerka. I'm
No,
gonna
no,
let
no, no. I
that.
want something better. I want to
We
push
can
the.
hang out.
Well, something a little better than that. Can we push the Arabs out of New York?
Yeah, we like start pushing. If it's like
Yes,
not something
yes.
we go to
That's
jail
exactly what
for,
I want. Push them out.
we like can we gently push them? Or
We'll talk. We'll talk.
yeah, we can do something. I don't want to go to jail though.
Yeah, me neither. I don't want to go to jail. I just want to go up to their face and say, "Fucking reeks here, nigga. It's fucking reeks." The fuck?
Yeah, maybe if we like, I don't know if I'd be down for that. That doesn't sound like me.
Hey, you
Okay,
guys
well,
fucking see how boring women are when they talk? This bitch makes me want to kill myself. It's really getting
that's
fucking out of hand
that's
now.
my
It's
friend.
Oh,
crazy.
who
That's
is
my
that?
friend, bro.
Who is that speaking?
Me, dude,
That's
you talk in
Albanian
a
number two.
monotone
These
voice,
poor
bitch.
people, man.
He's a
What is with
Christian
these
Albanian.
pores?
That's rare as
How about
fuck.
you
He's like
teach these guys how to make money?
money. Then how
How
do
about
I
I
I
teach
teach
you how
them
can
to
money?
suck
I
If I
can
this
teach
dick,
them how to
hear
make
bitch?
money,
I
then how
can
do I
hear the
take their money? That doesn't
poor.
make any sense. If I want to steal their
Oh,
money, I'm not gonna teach them shit.
These guys need help. You're their leader, you know.
True, but I'm leading them off a cliff, bro. I'm about to
Oh,
join. I'm gonna join the Mormon church. I'm fucking evolving, bro.
Fuck.
Zintani, I wonder, what is
yeah.
your body count?
It's very low.
How low?
I don't say that shit online. It's much lower than like anyone I know.
Can you count it on fingering on your hand?
I know this like thing, but I am not with the modern times. I've always been kind of on my own, and
Why do I kind of believe you?
it's true.
She has that librarian type of energy. It's probably
No,
true.
she seems like she's at a higher level of ego consciousness to where if it gets too noisy, she'll be like, "I don't want to have sex. It's too noisy here."
Yeah,
You're
when you were around or we were around each other, I
oh,
was very quiet because the people you were around were like very sexually active. I was not so much. So I was usually
who the fuck was
um
I around? I don't even remember.
quietly.
Who were?
We were
Drop
around
the
each other
names.
in person
But the
in the
names. Drop the
same.
names.
I don't remember their names.
It's Twitch people, right?
Twitch people, yeah.
Yeah, they. I was shocked how much nerds get down. I'm like, I thought we are all flirting for fun. I didn't know
Yeah.
people go to conventions to have weird freak offs at
Yeah, yeah,
Destiny
yeah.
and stuff. I
And I
remember
would always be alone. Yep.
I remember Destiny and them inviting me. I'm like, in that tent over there? Okay, what's happening in that? Oh my god. Oh my god, people have freak offs at TwitchCon. And I was like, dude, I'm just running around with one girl. I don't do this stuff. Like, I'm not a part of this. Yeah, I'm a degenerate in my own solo mission, not like with groups of naked people. I don't want someone seeing me. Like, what if I didn't train hamstrings? They're looking at every angle of me naked. That's like too much, bro.
Yeah, I remember you as like quite reserved. Um, I guess off stream, but then on stream but you were always like intelligent, respectful, kind.
Uh,
You were never weird. I'd
uh,
never seen you be weird,
you're
but you're being weird now. I don't know what happened to
absolutely,
you.
you are so kind right now. You don't have to be that kind. That is,
I'm just telling
Wait,
the truth.
Zentani, why is this guy Tommy saying this bitch Zentani was on another space yesterday? She has been blocked from every dating app, i.e. Tinder. She was scamming dudes out of money. Is that true?
Zindani,
what
DM
I
me.
was
the
Please
not
DM me. Please DM me,
fuck?
I
Zindani.
wasn't scamming guys out of
Yeah,
money. I was
just the other day on that JW space, she was talking about how horny JW was making her, and like she was
what
like
the
begging
fuck
What?
are you
she was
Whoa.
like
saying?
begging him to take his shirt off. She was like, "Can you please take
That
your
wasn't
shirt
Zindani,
off?"
me. That was
please DM me.
Skittles. That
Please
was
DM
not
me.
me.
Wait, did you scam the guys though out of their money or what's up with that?
No, I am banned on all
I'm
the
pretty sure that
dating
was you.
apps.
I don't know though. I
Why?
could be
What
wrong.
the fuck?
I did not ask JW to take his shirt off. I did
Are you
not say I was
sure?
horny for him. I'm 100% sure. Thank you though.
Okay, okay. I
Um,
believe you. Believe
I'm
all women.
banned from the dating apps for trolling men, not for scamming out of money.
Yeah, but you can't just troll. You gotta throw some pussy, bro.
You can just troll. Well,
It's a joke.
the
It's a
thing that I
joke,
would
dude.
do,
It's a joke. You know, I'm a funny guy.
I would try to see how crazy you can act and men still want to have sex with you, and as it turns out, you can get very crazy and they still want to sleep with you.
Did you at least not doing that, or were you just trolling?
No, I was just messing with. I never met up with any of
That's
them.
like
No, but did you nut
peak
from far
loneliness.
away? Did you nut from far away?
No, why
No,
would
you
I? What
didn't
are you
nut from
talking
far. You
about?
didn't double click the mouse with like some Skrelly shit. Come on.
Did I nut from far away?
Did you enjoy it? Did it charge you when you were manipulating people with your Jewish prowess?
Uh, yeah, it was funny. Yeah.
So you got a sexual
She
charge.
hesitated. Her
Okay.
voice
It
was
wasn't a
shaking.
sexual charge, Circa.
Okay. Well, what if I'm jacking off right now?
That's gross. What happened to you? I feel bad for you because you used to be so
She
cool.
smiled and
You
giggled.
used to
Let's
be so
fucking
cool.
go. What the hell? Why are you
I
laughing?
really, something must have happened to you.
Why are you smiling and giggling when I said I'm jacking off?
I should have been there to beat someone up or something. What happened?
You know, you can beat something.
Gross.
It's a jester. You know I'm a jester. Come on. It's a joke. It's a don't report my channel. Don't report my channel. I am the only Christian on earth. I mean that too. Like, I'm the only one who's thinking long term. Everyone else is having fun on Twitter. Why can't I hear her? This is a fucking
I'm
miracle.
here.
Oh, Zintani,
Yeah.
I want to know. What's it gonna take for you to go on a date with Anthony, my boy, my Protestant boy,
What's it gonna
Reformation?
take? What's it gonna
That is
take?
never gonna happen. It is just never gonna happen.
Come
He's scared.
on.
All of that rage, you know. I
You
don't
know,
That's
trust
called
men.
high
Zintani,
Masculine
love
I
and
like
testosterone.
hate.
You
the
wouldn't know shit
That
about it,
is
nigga.
Zintani,
crazy.
that's
love and
You
hate
guys
are
are
just
DST, bro.
two
crazy.
He's
sides of the
losing
same
follicles.
coin.
The
We
follicles are
secretly
falling
love.
out. Hey, when I
Zintani, are you
just
one of these
listened,
girls?
I
No,
just listened to
I've
this
never
bitch
been
talk.
hit by a man. I
Oh
don't want to
God,
be.
Zerka, if you ever see her, nigga, open up that right hand, please, right across the fucking face, because this shit is pissing me off. I just listened to her talk for 20 minutes. It was only about sex, nigga. That's all women bring to a conversation. They
Dude,
literally
just drop kick
cannot
the
What
talk
bitch.
is
about
with
anything but
these
sex.
nerdy
Let the
white
Floyd
boys saying
talk.
the
Let the
N
Floyd
word?
have her
What's
Look
with
moment.
at
the women
him.
telling me what I can and cannot say, bitch ass nigga? You're a woman.
Hey, he my fucking.
Look
Hey,
at
that my
these
white boy, nigga.
guys,
I
man.
gave him the pass type shit.
Yes.
Hey, I
Let the
gave my nigga
hate
the pass
flow
type
through
shit.
you.
Fuck is he talking about?
Fuck is you
That's
talking
my
about,
white boy.
nigga?
I gave him the pass type shit. That's
Ew.
my nigga for real. We
Appreciate it.
straight from the sandbox type
What?
shit.
Flow,
What?
Please
flow.
DM me, please.
No.
Right. Zintani, are you one of these women who take birth control and you're like attracted to these feminine type of guys? Is that you?
No. I've
Have you
never
have you heard
taken
of
birth
that?
control.
Have you ever
The
been
birth
bit?
control is just don't sleep with men.
So
Oh.
you're just born with the hormonal imbalance. That's just a
But don't
Jewish
they say
thing.
Jewish women have a very high drive?
Yeah, they do for sure.
Question mark.
We're
Sintani,
Jewish
are
women
you
with big racks.
trans? Can you answer that for us? Are you
Soho,
trans, woman?
Tribeca, three Jews,
No,
trifecta,
I'm not
dope
trans.
money, coke money. What's up, Zintani?
Man, Zerka,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is reversible.
This is reversible. What do you mean
Can
by
you get back to the way you were?
that? The way I was when you met me, I was barely famous. Look at me, I'm on the
Yeah,
leaderboards,
but
man.
you seemed so intelligent and like
Shh.
sound of mind.
Calm down. That's Moloch speaking. You are listening to a demon in your head because you're Jewish. And you know you're Jewish. You're just lying to us.
Hey, what has anyone learned from Zentani in the past 45 minutes of her talking? I'm curious, real quick.
That it's not gonna work between us.
That you're
Yes.
poor. That you're
Yes.
poor.
If you want
Not
me to be
compatible.
unironic, I learned that she's trying to turn Zerka back into a faggot by gaslighting him.
Yo, I was never a
Oh
faggot. What
shit!
the fuck is going on,
He's
bro?
not.
What
Yo,
the
He
fuck
ban
is
that
going
guy.
on?
Who
Get this
said that?
fucking
Ban
faggot
that
off the
guy.
call.
Ban that faggot.
Who said that?
No, not back, not back. She's trying to
No, you
sabotage
already
you.
I think
hurt
it was
my
Tarov. It was
feelings, bro.
Tarov.
She's trying to sabotage you. I mean, she's
sabotage
trying to
what?
turn you into one. I mean, that's what I meant. It's
Very
like you
good.
said. It's
Very
like you
good.
said in that one video. You said, you know, she always tries to train you to be the guy that
Mmm.
she cheats on. You know what I mean? And I'm
Yup.
seeing that.
Yup. Mm-hmm. Now she's laughing in emoji.
Yeah, because I exposed her. She doesn't know what to say. She's speechless.
I'm not trying to
Zintani,
train you, Zerka, but
do you
something
like
has
Min's
happened.
voice at least? Do you find his voice appealing?
I no. I don't
What's wrong
these
with it?
guys, they're lost. And it seems like it's because of
Ah.
you. Why are these guys so lost?
You're
Maybe
Jewish. What do you mean lost?
you're the lost tribe.
You don't
Lost in the
believe in
desert.
Jesus
you are
Christ.
you are lost. You are the lost.
Like you're literally a Christian who didn't get its software update, and the software update was Christ.
Yeah, you're 2,000
Exactly.
years backed up.
Nice. Is that it? Anything else?
Zintani, well, I'm just curious. I do have
Like,
a. I
dude,
do.
Windows
Hold on. Hold
11
on.
is not
Hold
that
on. Hold
bad.
on.
You
Hold on.
don't have to
Finish
stay
on
on
her.
Let's
Windows.
Finish.
hear it.
I
Finish.
got a
Finish
question,
her.
Zintani.
Rebuke
What
me.
the? No. What the fuck did you expect from joining a Zerka live? I'm just curious. Like, what were you looking
I don't
for here?
know.
Clearly,
I
the
haven't
man
been in
doesn't even
there.
follow you back. I know you wanted some clicks, some attention. It's cool. We're giving you the attention. We're having a fun time. We're laughing. We're laughing at your Jewishness and all that. But what do you? When was the last time you've tuned into a Zerka live? Because I
Years
feel like you.
ago. Years ago.
And what made you join today?
You haven't
You
nutted,
miss
man.
him?
Someone posted his space in my group chat.
And what do you like about it over here?
Well, you're
Yeah.
still
How's the
smart,
temperature?
Speak
How's the
up.
but
temperature?
Speak
you're
up. You're
still
talking too
smart,
low.
but
Zintani, you're talking too low. Like you're on monotone.
you
Speakers, go up.
You can't
Are
hear
you
me?
maybe drawn to the freedom impulse in this side of the internet?
That's game. That's perfect game. Are you drawn to it?
Drawn to what? The freedom impulse? What do you mean?
Yeah.
We're breaking her life.
I
You're
let
breaking
my
her.
nuts sag.
We're breaking the microcosmic fractal that you've been stuck in.
Zindani, are you entering levels of ego conscious that are unheard of, or are you more with the Jewish group soul?
No, I'm just a 11 pig.
W. Hitler.
W. Hitler. That's my voice. Is that Protestant?
No. But he agrees, probably.
Nice. W. Catholic Hitler.
I think Hitler was like for both Protestant and Catholic, if I remember right.
Zindani, did you find Hitler attractive physically?
The shock humor. You're better than this.
Did you
You're too
incarnate?
smart for just
Zindani,
shock
what would you
humor.
do if you
You know?
incarnated
You used
in
to.
1933? Would you run? Would you run and be like, shit, he's here, he's here? Or would you fight? Would you join the Jews that, well,
I don't have enough Jewish in me to look Jewish.
yeah, but you have just enough in you to go to
I
hell?
just got the IQ. The IQ and the
Holy
tits.
shit.
The
It seems
tits?
like the
Zintani,
tits
actually,
and the
that's a
Self
great
IQ.
point. I
promo.
actually wanted to
W
like
self
ask you
promo.
about this. Are you gonna show us your tits at some point today?
Yeah, we've been waiting for
No. And you guys sound like you're 15 years old.
No,
How
I
old are
just
you
like what are
guys?
we
And what
doing
if we
here?
are?
Like you're talking, like what? Come on,
That is
like you can't.
No,
actually a
I'm not.
decent point
I'm
right
not
there.
going to post my
Pop a
tits.
titty for
Oh,
the
boo!
boys.
Everybody say boo in the chat. Boo, Zintani.
I mean,
Zindani,
as a woman,
what if
if
we
all
just
you're gonna do
ran
is
up and
speak,
what if we ran up and just rip your shirt off on some like fuck you bitch?
This is. How old are we in here? What is the age? What
I've
is the
missed you,
age?
dude. I've missed you. We've grown.
You don't remember me. There's no way you. I was quiet. I was a
No,
quiet
I
person.
was thinking of it. I was holding my black impulse, right? Lower totem Albanian. I was holding my impulse when I was looking at your blouse.
What?
Do you want to go on a date with
bro, we're
Nick?
just
You
doing
were
content
Okay,
never.
here.
what if
You
we
were
set you up
never
on a date?
creepy with me.
Hold on, Zintani. Since Nick Fuentes betrayed me, do you want to go on a date with him, but don't tell him you're Jewish?
I don't. I don't
The
want to go on a
ultimate
date with
subversion.
any of this.
You wouldn't date
We
Nick
can hang out though if you want. If
with
you're
Nick?
normal, are you
Can you
normal
hang out with Nick, or are
when
you
you're
gonna
not
be
on the
weird?
internet?
Would you hang out with Nick?
I don't know.
Okay, because I don't think you're his type. He likes Asian women. It's like barely human Asian people. What the fuck? Have you ever seen an Asian person and said to yourself, "Whoa, they're attractive"? Like never.
Yeah, no.
Especially a Chinese Muslim.
That doesn't even exist. Why do you keep mentioning
I
that? I've never.
mean,
Because why did they make it illegal, bro? Why are there like
They're like, this
temples
is
in
too
China? I
retarded.
thought that shit was so
Yeah,
wild.
yeah, true, true.
That's all.
Okay, let's add Brizo. Brizo's been doing his push-ups for you. Okay, Zintoni, talk to him.
Yo, Zentani, do you have a butt plug in right now?
What the fuck is this call?
yeah, because when you talk, it sounds like you have a stick up your ass, so we're wondering.
Wow, incredible.
This is the
Zintoni,
same
I
girl that was.
swear we were having an
This
intellectual
is really good.
conversation.
I don't know how I can combat this.
You were fingering yourself to JW's little, whatever you call it, whatever his little. And he was talking about love is fear. You were fingering yourself.
No,
HGH.
no. The alpha male is here to take our woman.
Skittles, I don't know why.
This is kind of sad.
And
Why are you still
what's
here then,
sad about it?
Zantani? You love this.
I
You're
don't
Zintoni, we
enjoying. You're
were
know.
doing
enjoying
What's
it.
Bible
sad
study
about
and
it?
I don't
Psalm
know,
Everyone is
but
50.
laughing except you.
yeah, it's mildly concerning. But I wish you the best, Zherka.
Do you
Okay.
keep it hairy?
Fuck.
Who the fuck was that? This.
Who the fuck was that guy? That was a chick? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. All right, let's bring people in.
Hey,
Alan,
watch how the quality of this conversation just improves over the next 20 minutes because this bitch left. I need you guys to pay attention to that.
nigger.
I hate niggers. Hey, niggers.
Nate Higgers in the chat. Okay, let's add this guy. Neo. Go ahead, Neo. Speak. I'm a Groiper, and I think you should be cool with Nico. Stop fucking DMing me that shit, bro. That shit pisses me off.
Yo, who was that chick?
To be honest, I thought she was a figment of my imagination. I didn't even know it's Negro. Like, what the fuck? They still follow me?
She was made, bro. Let's be honest.
Hey, Zerk,
Bro,
I'm gonna
you
fuck
would
with you. I'm
hit.
gonna go
You would
watch some
hit.
Jewish
You
porn.
would hit. You know you would hit. Come on.
I need some
I
Xanax.
would
I need
hit
some
that.
inhibitors,
Bro,
bro.
Zerka, did you notice how she tried to like guilt trip and gaslight you?
Yeah, but it's kind of hot. Like when women are evil, it's kind of dude. When women are evil, it's kind of like, oh, this is more interesting, right?
Like a
True.
Yeah, it's
dragon.
kind of like flirting. Yeah.
It's like a
No,
white pill
it's
because you
like
don't feel bad for being mean because
no,
you
yeah.
know
And if you
they're
hit her, it's like, yo,
yeah,
she's evil. I had to
exactly.
hit her.
Because you
It
know you're
becomes
It's
more
justified in
justified.
your
fun.
heart. Like
Don't
no
hit.
matter what you do to her, you're justified.
Yo,
Cause
chill. You
she's
don't have
hitting
a
your
chance
soul.
to
She's
lose.
hitting you in
You have
within.
nothing to lose saying that as an anonymous account.
No, I have my face on my fucking Twitter.
Oh, it's brutal.
Do you? Let's see what you look like.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you need to kill yourself, bro. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yo, what the fuck?
I didn't even open it.
You need to get, are you gonna give me the rope in the chair? Cause
No, no, no. Dude, after I found out how weird people are online, I stopped making that joke a long time ago because apparently some people actually do it. They'll just go jump.
Oh, that's
Yeah, bro.
crazy.
Be careful with, imagine being connected to that karmic stream. Like, you made
Yeah,
someone
right,
jump.
right.
Nick Loki says that a
What's,
lot. Like when he gets angry, he's like, "Kill yourself, nigga,"
in a
yeah.
video game.
I think
in a
we
video
should
game.
Well,
beat
it
women.
depends how much someone idolizes you. If they really, if you're like one of those people online, you shouldn't be saying it. But if you're a gamer, that's fine. Like, a gamer can't do no harm. Like, nobody wants to be a gamer. Like, no one on earth wants to. Even gamers don't want. Do you think Asmongold wants to continue gaming for the rest of his life? Like, he has no
I would
choice.
kill myself if I was a gamer.
Bro, Asmongold has
That's
a
when I
hard
would.
one. Asmongold has enough money to do things, but he doesn't have that like vigor. To what's he gonna do? He's trapped in that room. Like the your success will become your cage. 100%.
Zerka, I have a question. Why haven't you dabbled into like some of the Christian theologians and even like the spiritual deliverance, like Protestant kind of realm? Like, why haven't you collabed with them at all? Because I always thought that would be interesting to see you talk about incarnations and everything,
Right,
like
right.
to like Father Ripper or like an
Yeah.
exorcist or
There,
something. I
there's
don't know.
one rule to when people are finding their oversoul and what they can self-remember to, you're never allowed to force it. So for example, let's say you get really unlucky and you feel a bond with Joseph Smith from the Mormon church.
Hmm.
You explore that, but you're gonna ruin your life with that. You're only allowed to explore what you have a bond with, a memory bond with. You're not allowed to explore, like Zerka's not allowed to explore Aristotle if he feels nothing reading Aristotle. That's not how it works. That's why there's so many people who bring you towards truth in history. It's not just Plato. It's not the pre-Socratics and all that. There's so many characters that can push you towards the truth, but you never force it. For example, if I could pick, I would just devour only Thomas Aquinas. That's like the highest level Catholic mystic on earth. Right? That I would
Right.
just go that
Right.
way. However, let's say I go through all of his work and I don't inspire one person, I don't convert anyone, then it didn't hit me. But let's say I read Swedenborg, which is a very different kind of Christian, but he's doing the same thing. He's bringing people towards the truth, the beautiful, the good, right? The Trinity. And you have to play with the cards you're dealt with, right? You have to play, you can't just force it. For example, some people have a connection to the Orthodox Church and it's sad. They got to go through that. Some people have Protestant connections. Some people have wild connections. Like a lot of atheists will have a connection to some dude in history, like maybe Friedrich Nietzsche. And now, as great as that is, Nietzsche is, there's a lot of truth with what he says. It's beautiful. The Overman is awesome. But eventually, you're supposed to evolve. Like if you go 28 years of your life And you go through philosophy and the intellectuals and all that, and nothing points you back to the start of the game, Christianity. You are so fucked, in my opinion. You are so fucked because there are souls, don't get it mistaken, there are souls that will finish 72 years on earth as atheists, right? They are stubborn, but that's what they're choosing to do. And they're fulfilling their freedom impulse doing that. And it's kind of sad because it's good that they're evolving that way towards individuation, but it's also bad because it's like 72 years is a long time for zero Christology. There's retarded numerologists who read how many numbers are in scripture. There's Christology channels about how many, this word is repeated 30 times in a row. And there's all sorts of schizophrenics around Christology for every avenue. If you can't find one avenue that interests you, I would love to, this is like a Jungian lesson, don't force it, but that is just sad. That is, the worst way to live life is pretending the Christ doesn't exist. Because what do you have to just delete everything that happened up until now and watch Speed? So when people ask me, yo, is everyone going to make it and stuff, it's like, I don't want to give a straight answer, but everyone's given a lot of time to make it. But you don't know how stubborn man actually is. And if you force someone towards a religion, do you know you're doing way more harm than good? And you only realize till it's too late. But do you know who can force people into a religion where it's good to do that? It's in Islam. It's actually written right there. Like all of Christology is about don't judge, as in let people find the truth on their own, help them out, but don't judge. Do not judge because you're always doing things too. Everyone's always doing something, right? Don't judge, don't judge. Now, you look at the Quran, bro, they practice taqiyya, which, when Muslim scholars say, oh, he's not considered the great deceiver, this is wrong. I know a lot of them are lying there, but I can almost give them that one, that they're trying that hard. But for the taqiyya one, you have nowhere to run. It just means you can fucking lie to convert someone because they're always in a state of perpetual war, which is the opposite of love. It's fear-based thinking, very low,
Right.
instinctual. And there are good instincts you can have that evolve into moral imagination, moral inspiration, moral intuition, and you're literally 72 years old and you've fulfilled your incarnation. You've done as much as you can. That's great. But then there's people telling you can commit takiya. That's like committing fraud spiritually.
Right.
That does not belong in Earth evolution. And it's not found in Buddhism. It's not found in Taoism, which, if you don't know what Taoism by now, it's the Eastern Christian mysteries, but they lost the Christ. They don't understand it. But yes, the Taoists that meditate all day, pray all day, that lived righteous moral lives, right? These were, they evolved from the Essene tradition. You need that Taoism spirit of meditation and prayer all fucking day, even when you're doing things. That, the mindfulness, that must be within the Western thinking base, just logic, logic, logic. That they go hand in hand. But
But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of like spiritual deliverance like channels and stuff, which I get you were saying. It's like if it's not coming to you, you're not attracted to it, sure. But there's a lot that like Christian codes and whatever to like outcast demons and like invoke the Holy Spirit. And I just think it'd be a very interesting conversation to put Zherka in front of like an exorcist or
yeah,
like even like an
I would love to
Orthodox
do
like.
that.
Okay, cool.
Do you have anyone in mind? That would be the best content
I can
ever.
I can send you a list of
No,
people
a
and then you
big
can check
name
them out
that's
in your DM.
big on YouTube. Someone huge.
No, yeah, I
Yo,
have like
Zherka.
10 that have like 500,000
That would
subs.
be
Like, yeah,
awesome because I'll just sit down and say this, like my greatest sin, the darkest thing in my heart. Like if you want to dig into my heart, here's the most
that's
evil
what
thing
I was
about me.
thinking.
This most evil thing about me, and I know it's relatable to my cult, but I don't know if it's relatable to everyone. No,
No,
check
but
this
that's
out.
what would be interesting is because it's
The
like an
most
outcast.
evil thing about me is no matter how much good I do, no matter how much I evolve, something about me always takes a step back into I want to be better than other people. And I'm talking about like, have you ever, if you ever seek spiritual wisdom, with the sole purpose of being better than everyone you see at Walmart, dude, that is not wisdom. That's like what the, and we
It's
all do
Luciferic,
this.
right?
We well, it's I would say it's more cold, right? It's more
Oh
evil
yeah,
than
yeah, yeah.
Lucifer. Lucifer's like dreamy and stupid. I would say it's cold and calculative. Like the idea that the elites, they're convinced without a shadow of a doubt that they want to plummet testosterone levels because they know they're going to get reborn and they're going to choose their packs. Everyone else gets shittier bodies, and they're convinced with that. Just like the Greeks were
Right.
convinced, just like the brown people, everyone was convinced with that. But you, me, and everyone else, we are told something completely different. And people are like, well, maybe you're confused and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you can sit down and instinctually feel it to your bones. Look into many Catholic Jesuits, what they said about reincarnation. Google it, chat GPT it right now. They said nowhere in the Bible it says it doesn't happen. And I'm like, wait a minute. If I fuck this one up, if I fuck this one up because I'm following some modern fucking Christian, where the fuck are the real Christians? We go back into medieval times. Look what the fuck they spoke about. Everyone's fucking raping their lives because because of YouTube. Fuck no, get in the literature. And I'm telling you right now, it's not for everyone, bro. Like this is too much to bear. But I'll tell you this, man, when I walk into Walmart and I see those faces, I'm like, dude, some of these people incarnated as exhausted souls. Have you ever seen a family at Walmart? They're so exhausted. Have you ever seen a lazy person? That's a soul disposition that over many times they keep fucking up. That's how they're shaped. Then you see energetic souls and they've shaped their subtle energy body better. And I'm like, there is so much science to this, but but by the time people figure this out, they said what? In 300, well, in 250 years, people will be at Zerka's level of consciousness, which I am early as fuck. And I would get killed and murdered if I spoke about this in a public. Imagine I go to town hall, and if I
Right.
went to town hall and started speaking like this, unconscious souls would be like, murder him, kill. Christians would say, murder
Right.
him, kill him. And I'm like, yo, just save this for myself for years. But there's something in my heart that's like, bro, as much as I want to be better than people, dude, you gotta know you could be in a really dark dream situation. Like there's so many fucking humans on earth that make fun of bald people on Twitter. And I'm like, be careful what you're doing because that energy is going to reverberate back to you and you're going to lose your hair. You got to know how to move in the cosmos, you idiot. The horrific shit happens if you don't see this as the mirror, right? Same with when Jews talk about some people are NPCs and they're not they're talking about consciousness. You know when they say some people are
Right.
just animals and Nick's like, whoa, this sounds like they're onto something. They are onto something that not that you should believe what they're saying, but they're onto something when yes, humans are the guy in Africa that kills you with a spear is at a different level of soul evolution. And when you find out all of Earth evolution, every human has a different step, different. It's a huge hierarchy system. It's the opposite of like a communist system where everyone's equal. You're equal as in equal to evolve. You're supposed to all evolve. But bro, I'm telling you, don't think you are fully safe in front of a black guy in the middle of African bush with a spear and he looks at you and you go, I'm a Christian. Nothing's going to happen. Dude, look into spirit science. Everything you've been told is inverted. It's on its head. I'm not saying this to drag you to hell. I'm saying this, don't go into the bush of Africa like those liberals and they get slaughtered and killed. There's people who instinctually know this, like Nick. He goes, I'm not going to Africa. What are they going to break my skull open? Now, Nick knows he's not sounding like a Christian there, but instinctually he knows souls are at different levels of evolution. And that's what it means to commit evil. Evil is just misplaced good. It has to wait to evolve. That evil power you have, right, of hurting someone can be used for other things, but you have to wait. You have to work with it. And I'm like, dude, how come no one, like, if we really pull it down to what is Zerka talking about? Is he just evil? Is he crazy? If you really bring it down with your experiences, everything you go to, holy fuck, is 8 billion people on Earth fucking up? And I'm not saying they're fucking up because a lot of them could be moral and they're going the right direction. But I'm saying they're fucking up. Like when they go to Walmart, they don't know what they're seeing. When you see faces at Walmart, you're seeing faces render. At the end of evolution, everyone is angelic. And you're supposed to see people's higher selves, their higher soul. But it takes so many contradictions. That's why the people you love the most have huge contradictions about their channel. Every human has many contradictions. Every day you're on earth, you're meant to purify more and more. And here's the trick. If you force purification through discipline, dude, if you're forcing it, it builds a nasty shadow of bad thought forms. You get fucked over. So you're supposed to purify as you age. Meaning, let's say you're running around with bitches. It's supposed to phase out as you get older. It's not supposed to just stop because you're suppressing it. That's so fucking dangerous. And in Jungian psychology, they say you're repressed. It's bad. And I'm telling you right now, this is not to promote sin. I'm saying in your head, you should be like, oh, I'm 30. By the time I'm 40, all of this should be phased out of my life, and I'm gonna go at this pace. And let's say you set a pace of like, I'll have 3 bitches a month, then 2 bitches a month, then one. This is so much easier to progress in than fully stopping whatever you're doing. I'm going to just stop going out to the club and socializing and ruin thought forms. And now I hate the world. I hate God. I hate. Dude, the name of the game is don't repress, but don't get run over by your instincts. Don't turn into a bull. Because a lot of people say, okay, I'm not repressing. I feel a lot better now. And they degenerate so fucking hard so much. And I look at them like, whoa, I'm responsible for that. I'm responsible for taking this guy into fucking hell. He didn't get what I'm saying. He didn't understand to stay in the middle. And he does people don't understand that it's not like a ticket booth of morality, dude. In future Earth evolution, as we're evolving with the embryo of the Earth, this is not a lie. Look into this. As we're evolving with it, why do you think you breathe oxygen? Is anyone going to tell you why you breathe oxygen? You breathe oxygen to remind yourself that in future higher worlds, you cannot breathe the air when you tell a lie. That's why you're here to practice purifying so you can head towards that way. And there's many levels to this, much more beyond the stars. And it's a much longer game than you think. And you're meant to enjoy all of it, even the hard parts, because you should know that you are eternal. When you're walking in the middle, you don't turn into a casted off shadow and just fucking dissolve. When you're in the middle, in the Christ force, and you're morally progressing at your pace that you chose, not God, not anyone. You say, this is how much I can do every day. And then Zherka goes from a bouncer to whatever he is on Twitter. Now he's one of the leading voices on Christology, even though they're calling him evil. You're supposed to see Zherka purifying. And you're supposed to see it in my face too. You're supposed to say he has less baggage, he has less worries. Holy shit, he looks healthy. He looks really fucking healthy. He's going in the right direction. Now you see people who are hiding shit all the time. There's baggage on their face. They're getting uglier. They're degrading. And everyone doesn't realize that this is like this Christology means works is huge, so long as your thought forms are pure. Like you can't do a good deed. For example, it doesn't count to give a homeless guy $100 if you don't recognize him as a soul. If you just throw the money on him, which bro, we've all been guilty of this. If you throw money on something like take it bum, right? We've all been guilty about this. And dude, it doesn't change your subtle energy body. That's the golden ticket you keep in afterlife. That's the thing you're taking forward. So, for example, if someone comes in, robs your mom, puts a knife in her stomach, and she gets cut and she's bleeding, she's screaming in front of your eyes, your subtle energy body from the trauma, there's a fucking tear by your astral body. There's a shock tear. Now you're fucked. That trauma leads you to it leads you to fuck over so many more people after that because you're fear based. You accumulate a lot of these, not just before high school, if you know what I'm saying. And there's so much of this you must purify and purify. That's why as you get older, you're actually meant to become more boring. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about 55, 65. Eventually, you're feeding pigeons at the park. And if you do everything correct, you can hear the pigeons speak.
Zerka.
shut the fuck up. In etheric sounds, you can hear the pigeons like Catholic mystics. And a lot of people are like, well, if you're right, then all the wise people that are pure, they're all contributing. They are. However, if we just look at it historically, who has pushed evolution the furthest? It's gonna sound really fucking evil, but it's the Catholics. The Catholics have pushed Earth. They are leading the chart. Every single Catholic, whether mystic
The
or,
chosen
or
tribe.
canonized saint, have done more with their thought forms than all of a nation combined. And people are like, you're just saying that because you're Albanian. You don't want the Orthodox to win. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it because I don't like the Protestants and stuff. I'm saying look into history of who pushed. For example, Alexander the Great pushed the world forward. Right? He put order into the world, but he did that with the Holy Spirit even before it was a thing. But it was always a thing. It's eternal, and it's been written about. Or, for example, why did Thomas Aquinas finish Aristotle's work? Because he is Aristotle, you fucking idiot. And that's not me taking you to hell, you dumb motherfucker. Look into the stuff I say. Expand your consciousness because you're in 2026. You should have had this fucking update from not the final prophet, but pretty close. You should have had this update in 1920. And no one's going to give it to you because you're not allowed to just push this in someone's face because you'll always look satanic if you do that. You're supposed to go to Walmart, look in people's faces and say, they're not done rendering. And you look in the mirror, you're not done rendering either. And the more you think of your higher self, the more you actually feel a freedom impulse of, I want to do, no, I will to do the right thing. I will it into the world. Because the right thing cannot happen from compulsion or fear. Oh, God told me to do it. No, it must come from the Christ within. That's why Paul is the most important. That's why Paul must be focused on the most. That's why Paul is in the later parts of Scripture, right? And if you really want to get into it, I can point you to other places, but I'll always be called a heretic, even though Catholic Church would be like, oh, we love, Catholic Church always said we love Steiner's work. It's not fully aligned. So, but what did those priests say? They said to him, yeah, we teach this, but in a less complicated form. So ours is more effective. That's what they didn't even condemn him or anything. They just said, hey, we're doing the less complicated way of teaching. And in my head, I'm like, no, I think the modern Christian takes are so fucking poisonous. Christianity lost the most important thing about afterlife, which is purgatory. And I'm telling you right now, you are so stupid if you don't know you're all going through purgatory or what's called purification. You
100%.
you are
Zerka,
going to
bro.
freak the fuck out when you see the shit you've done. I'm telling you right now, stop thinking bad guys go to hell. Bro, you will be purified in the desires you have, the burning desires. If you don't understand genuine Christology, not me making shit up, not me trying to sound like Alex Jones. If you don't understand this stuff, you are so fucked because you're going to think, well, what could I be storing in the back of my head? You're storing a lot of evil. For example, I always make this. You know what? I'm not going to go into it. I feel like every time I get in this rant, but I have this vision in my head. I have this vision in my head that it's like, holy shit, for years you held back because, well, you know it's the truth, but the public ain't ready for that. And there's many people who have told me, they're like, Zerka, you're gonna come out and sound really crazy. I'm like, I don't mind. I've always sounded crazy. No, they're gonna kill you for it. And that's why if anyone gives you a Catholic sermon today, a Protestant sermon, an Orthodox, nobody gives a fuck. It doesn't offend any. It doesn't. But if you give genuine Christology, you get a million emails saying, I'm going to find you and kill you for telling me that. Because it's linked, you know, it's in your gut instinct to know that you've been here before, that you've had a past life. What do you think it means to be born again, you fucking clown? You know it's in your gut that you've been here before and you fucked up that many times. And yeah, you've learned, you're evolving, but how slow is this evolution? And everyone, 8 billion people on Earth, why didn't they wait another 500 years like the other souls? Why did they choose right now to incarnate into? Because you want the hose. You want this technology life of stupid people who complain about modernity all day. Why did you choose to incarnate right now? Why didn't you pick another time in history? Because you want the modernity, you want the iPhone, you want Chat GPT, you want to get, you finish way more. Like, for example, when in history can you get more spiritual work done? For all of human history, it was fucking impossible. You'd have to join a temple, stay there 20 years, blah, blah, blah. This is the first time in history. It's all at your fingertips, and you're fucking letting it slip because Jay Dyer is entertaining you. Or this person's saying, that's a little too much. These guys who die for Christ, they're not canonized. So, Zherka, you're going too far. I'm like, don't go to them. Read the other works. Read the canonized works that actually align, right? Why don't you dig for the truth? You don't dig because you don't give a fuck about the truth. But Zherka's evil. I'm evil. I don't even give a fuck about you people. I come on these spaces once every couple of weeks to see who fucking killed themselves or not, and I feel a burden. I'm like, this is gonna sound like the most evil thing to say on earth. And if anyone else said this to me, I would pull my sword out. But I'm just gonna say it, right? And I'm not making content. I'm not back on YouTube. I'm not doing none of that. This is not for content. I am the only truth teller on earth right now. Right now in this call, I am the only truth teller that got the balls to tell you this shit. But why do I have the balls? I'll tell you why. Okay? From a young age, I was terrified. I was like, how come every temple I go to, I genuinely want to learn, but nothing ever happens? How come every priest I talk to, they leave me scared? And then I find out Christianity is evolving. It's like a baby still. We've got so much more to do. And if Christianity is evolving, why am I on the last update that's talking about things for instinctual marriages when the new marriages are not karmic and instinctual, they're emotion based? Like, a lot of Christians are convinced this modern marriage is a genuine Christian. It's not. That's why you evolve from it. For example, all this married talk. Marriage means who you're piping, you fucking idiot. It doesn't mean who you buy a fucking ring with. That's not what marriage means at all. It's who you're piping, you idiot. That's why Catholics are so strong, because they're literally telling you it's a mortal sin. As in, you're going unconscious, you're missing this step. Everyone else made marriage into something really fucking weird. And you think everyone's going to be punished that they piped outside of marriage? No. That's the prodigal journey. That's why Jesus says, hey, we celebrate the soul that found their way. We don't, that's why the prodigal son takes so long and he sins and he pisses away all of his money and he's Hunter Biden. He's celebrated when he meets life, eternal life in the Christ. And the prodigal son journey, that story is, Christians just think you snap your fingers and become one. Do you know how much evolving and purifying you have to do? Even if you do everything right, do you know how much of this you have to do? And here's the thing. Your life is a movie when you start. Your life is an adventure. You start understanding, I went from 100 women to maybe 5 a month, now 3, now 2, now some months none. Oh, in this winter I avoid them and I like studying you become bouncer Zherka into whatever I am right now. And I'm the only truth teller on earth. And I'm crazy. And what they said, they said he's going to be, like, for example, my channel blows up in 200 years when this is common knowledge forever. And my channel's going to explode. That's why we have the internet, so we can come back and check what we've worked on. And which I won't be coming back for that time, not for a while, but which is sad. And I'll be someone else, right? But it's crazy to me that's like, holy shit, I get to look back in my self-remembering journey and see I was Zherka, and I was 250 years. That's what they're gonna say. I'm 250 years ahead of everyone, and not just for basic knowledge, for deep knowledge, and that makes me not just feel better than everyone at Walmart because there's this evil about me that I have to be better. I have to be ahead in anything I do. But this thing when you're very far ahead and you go, dude, they need you. You know, it gives inexhaustible energy. You want to help the world when you're like, what the fuck is Nico doing for the world? And I'm not supposed to judge that, but I'm telling you right now, he doesn't have an instinct to. I'm a retired guy who goes on spaces, right? I go on spaces and I give all this for free. Why do I give it for free? This is not business. This is soul architecture. And I'm so ahead of everyone. That's why I look like this. That's why I'm 6'5". That's why I'm so when you guys don't look, you guys don't even have a jawline of an angel. You don't have nothing is evolving with you guys because you guys are with the herd. I'm risking everything alone. And I always thought I'd be angry about it, but I'm on the other side. I'm like, whoa, I'm better than you people. And that's fine to admit. You know, it sounds evil, but I'm better than you people. And that's also my personality talking. I want to grow that. That personality has to fuse with my inner soul. That both of them have to merge into the third thing. And I'm like, I'm not just better than people. I'm hundreds of years ahead of them. And I'm not Alex Jones just making shit up. I'm, not to diss Alex, but you know what I'm saying. And this shamanistic journey is crazy for me because it's like you guys are all gonna have your own journey. And by the time we're all done this, you're gonna see your jawline and your level of evolution versus mine. And you're gonna be like, this guy's becoming Giga Chad. And yes, I believe that I will be ahead of you guys because the one flaw I have is I can look at people and say they cannot actually empathize with. When you guys go to Walmart, you don't feel bad that everyone's at a lower level of consciousness. It doesn't break your heart. It doesn't do nothing for you guys. And it was strange. It was strange that physiognomy channel. I asked them, "Hey, do my face. I want to see if you're good at this, because I want to see what history wrote down for this nose, this blah blah blah." And I was shocked when he said, off of my face appearance, he's done, there's like thousands of years of work since Aristotle, like Western physiognomy. And I was shocked when he said, Zherka's not a liar. And I was like, wait a minute, dude, I could be such a good liar. What the fuck does he mean by that? But that was like for trolling and jokes. He meant genuinely. Zherka's facial features show that he hasn't developed towards the lying impulse that much. And that could be for many reasons, but it's because I'm tapped in. I actually, when we talk about serious matters, I'm nothing like these influencers you follow. I'm nothing like them. But I also want to get away from I want to go on vacations. I don't want to do this shit. I don't even want to do the job sometimes. But that's so cool that like the older I get, the more I go towards this converging point in the middle of myself. What do you say? That lower lip shows he's fully certain of himself. The upper lip means fully honest. And I was like, man, this stuff's so, but is it? I mean, Aristotle talked about this. And I'm like, no, I have to walk towards the true because that's actually my genuine nature. But I love to troll. I fucking love to. But that trolling brings in so many kids watching my shit. And before I die, maybe a couple of years, I don't know, what are you guys predicting? Before I croak and kick the bucket, I'll have a whole generation of Swedenborg level mystics just spreading the Christ, and I get to absorb all that. It's like my work is never finished, and it's fucking awesome. But you get lonely when you go. You can't communicate this with the world. This is schizophrenic. This is crazy. It's like, are you hearing voices? No, I'm just better than you and the influencers on Twitter. Zerko, are you saying you're better than the Christian channels? Way better than